Let's get to this.
Salutations.
Hey, Sones! You are awake. Sorry, Sonia. Let me turn down my, laptop audio. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much I can do about it. You're gonna have to bear with it then, because there's not really anything I can do about the fan. I have to make a filter on OBS, but I don't remember how to do it. Cute. I can leave later.
Good afternoon.
I'm doing alright. How are you?
How may I be of help?
What's up, Sons?
Good afternoon.
I didn't get any weirdos asking me to marry them in channels I'm on for today. Sad times. Oh, dang. Can't win them all, right?
Salutations.
You peaked. You know, I have to.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Oh, come on, you must not have heard me. I give you a hearty chortle.
Good afternoon.
I didn't know. Suspect. Oh. Well, I didn't know you were calling me. It didn't pop up. Sorry.
How may I be of help? Salutations.
Afternoon.
reset my app. Yeah, it wasn't going through, sorry.
Hello. Good afternoon. How may I be of help? Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
Good afternoon. Salutations. Hello.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
How may I be of help? Salutations.
Up. Afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. How may I be of help? Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
Hello. How may I be of help? Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Salutations.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon.
I am overburdened.
Hello.
Can I help you?
How may I be of help? Good afternoon.
I am overburdened.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
Salutations. Good afternoon. How may I be of help? Salutations.
Afternoon. I am overburdened.
Hello. Good afternoon.
I am overburdened.
Hello.
I can't carry anymore.
Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
Hello.
Afternoon. I can't carry anymore.
Good afternoon.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
How may I be of help?
Can I help you?
Hello. Good afternoon. Salutations. Good afternoon. How may I be of help?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
At your service.
Good day. Oh,
I am irresistible. Greetings. Wow.
beware foul demons and beasts.
Good day.
There are many foes here. The rogues are safe for the moment.
You have
Alright, guys, I am switching over to video essays. So, here it is. Good night. Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you, it's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that, but we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is that the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them, like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only going to see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life. Carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 120 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all doing great on this fine, beautiful Saturday here, at least in Roseville, California. The sun is shining. It's going to be nice and warm today. I got my doggos keeping me company, hanging out. They just lay on my bed while I do my business and stuff, personal work. So aside from the stuff that I do on a typical day, which is I work out 4 days per week, sometimes more. I might work out today, we'll see. I read anywhere between 10 pages to an entire book in any given day. I write between 500 words to 2,000 words, if you will, depending on how I feel and what other things I have to do that day. I post about anywhere between 4 to 15 videos on various YouTube channels and other platforms, because you never want to centralize your efforts. You definitely don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. YouTube is a great, very powerful tool, but ultimately it has its flaws and its biases, and it could fall at any point in the near future. If Rumble does actually succeed like I myself am hoping it does, and many other people in the alternative media sphere, so thankfully it's not as alternative as it used to be. It's actually becoming more mainstream, getting people to see that you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Then YouTube won't be the only kid on the block. They won't have the monopoly that they have now. They won't be able to get away with allowing a YouTube channel to have 26,000 subscribers and get 40 views on a long-form video. Yeah. I am not going to get over that. This is not acceptable. But of course, it's not just that YouTube channel that we're talking about. There are many really big YouTube channels that are having catastrophic view trends. I've been watching several channels with in excess of 1 million subscribers that are getting like 5,000 views on a long-form video. Sounds like a lot to you and me, but it's nothing compared to what they, one, usually get, and two, what they should be getting. It's a very simple process to discern how many impressions a video should be getting, but they're not giving the videos the impressions. It's very simple. It is very, very simple. There's no cosmic calculation about this. The number of impressions your video gets, number of times that you put it in front of somebody, is the number of subscribers that that channel has plus 1,000. And then you can give a multiplier for the number of comments, number of likes, number of shares, and all that stuff, depending on how often they're shared and liked and what have you. But, and that can happen over the course of, say, a week, maybe 2 weeks. Depending on the time of year, maybe you give it a month to get that number of impressions or more. But I'm going off on a tangent here. The main thing I was trying to get at is that most of our days are populated with banalities, mundane things, because we live in a linear form of time. We have to live from day to day, you and I. We live the long way around, as the doctor in Doctor Who says when he punches his way through Splantium to get to Gallifrey from the prison that he's in. It's a long story. But if you had the ability to move about through time as if it were a river or a mountain that you could climb, and it's nothing crazy or difficult to do, then the times where your day is filled with mundane things, or banalities, or unimportant, seemingly, things from day to day, from moment to moment, you could fill that up instead with things of consequence. Go from one important event to another as you have energy to do so. Don't wear yourself out. And have a positive effect on those events. If nothing else, have no effect on the event, but have an effect on you. You see it, you experience it, you observe it, and you learn from it. We have something that's similar to that in videos and audio files and the internet, but it's not the same thing as actually having a reinstantiated event. that is literally happening before your very eyes. And the people that you see within it are real. It's not a recording. It's actually happening. When we invent time travel, time will no longer exist. Or rather, when it becomes something that everybody has access to, time will no longer exist. But so long as only a select number of people have access to it, they have to work to guide us towards that timeline where everybody can have access to it. To get all of the disparate perspectives, the forceful wills to stop trying to hurt people and dominate others, so that we can all collectively be on the same playing field and get access to it, and therefore make it so it's no longer important. When everybody's special, nobody is. And that's good in this regard, because you get access to everything and anything that you want, and everybody gets it. But this is not possible so long as there are other people that are trying to be authoritarian and dominate you. Our days will no longer be filled with banalities unless we want them to be filled with banalities. We'll fully have the opportunity to choose what we want to choose. And if we decide we want to walk upon the surface of Mars, we could go to a different instantiation, 10,000 years into our perceived, where we've begun to colonize Mars, and walk about the cities on its surface that we've started to build. It won't be cosmic, even though it's cosmic. Lo, the irony. The banality and the mundane nature of our day-to-day lives is what I'm trying to get at here. And how it might not be that way for much longer. And everybody is going to get precisely what they want. It's going to be, in some way, shape, or form, equivalent to heaven. And that heaven, if you're constantly advancing technologies and understandings and innovations, and there is no time separation, no barrier, there's no abstraction. You don't have to wait for it. You can just go to it. Think about it. What you imagine as reality, therefore, is. So when you say your perception is reality, full access to a machine that travels through time as if it's nothing literally makes it so that eventually everything is immediately possible when time no longer exists. Come on, guys, put this together, because we're all going to be working to advance those things. All right, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 165 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm here in Reno, Nevada at the Atlantis, like you saw that I was going to be doing in the near future on the last video. So that's where I am right now. One thing that always sucks about getting a little inebriated and having fun and maybe over-consuming not just alcohol but food and stuff is that it makes you a little bit puffy. So every time I'm up here I was like, oh, look at me. I look like a puffer fish. I'm just kidding. But I look puffy. See, watch this. See that? It takes a while for it to leave my face. That means I got a lot of retained water. That's what that means. It's alright though. It goes away real quick when I get back home. It only takes a couple workout sessions, maybe a fasting day. I do that sometimes. Not simply to make up for overindulgent days, though that does play a part much of the time, but also for spiritual reasons, health reasons, all sorts of stuff. Discipline. You lack discipline. You guys have ever seen the movie Back to the Future? That's like one of the principal's catchphrases in the first movie. And by the way, if you haven't seen that movie, Gen Zers especially, and Gen Alpha, if you're watching this, definitely watch it, because it's a classic. And Steven Spielberg did some great work with it. And there's some really good actors in that movie. And one of them has Parkinson's now. Michael J. Fox. He's had Parkinson's since he was like 29. And he is still kicking. Still doing all right. You know, my grandpa on my dad's side had Parkinson's. He passed away when he was 81 back in 1998. Unfortunate circumstances surrounding that. He could have probably made it to 90 or older had what happened not happened. But basically, he fell on the stairs and on his neck and suffocated. But that was 27 years ago. Either way, he had Parkinson's, but it didn't go any farther than his left hand. So, it wasn't horrible. But Parkinson's usually comes with a plethora of other physical ailments. Like my dad, for example, with his vascular dementia due to his strokes, he also has some mild Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's doesn't go away necessarily. You can stem the growth of it, the advancement of it there, if you pounce on it really quick and give him a lot of fruitful and engaging things to do in his life. One of those things is just having his family with him all the time. So I live with my parents. Saves a lot of money, and I can help them tremendously. So does my aunt and my uncle and my uncle's girlfriend. And my other brother also lives in that house. Now, mind you, this is a big house that I'm talking about, so it makes it a little bit easier for us to actually manage this. The house is almost 3,000 square feet with 5 bedrooms, and it's soon to have 6 when we frame in Loretta's bedroom downstairs, my aunt. And then there's also a gym in the garage that if we wanted to, we could turn that into a bedroom. And then there's the upstairs attic that if we built stairs to easily access it, we could put 2 or 3 bedrooms up there. There's actually potential to get like 10 bedrooms in this house. And we say 2,826 square feet, but that's just what we have set up as actual living space. If we got the upstairs attic set up properly and all the other locations set up, it would be more like 3,500 to 4,000 square feet. Because that upstairs attic is gigantic. It is humongous giggity. KB homes have very pitched roofs. And it's so much wasted space. I don't know why they don't utilize it. It doesn't have to be like super spiffy or anything. Just make it like a Cape Cod home. And chop off the ends of the roof. Not like you can't access that back part unless it's just being a closet or something. And then you can make bedrooms up there. You could even plumb in a bathroom. Just make it directly over the upstairs bathroom, and it would work. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now, but it's just stuff that's been going through my mind. I'm always thinking about this because I have a real estate mind. I have an entrepreneurial mind in that regard, because not only could you have your whole family live there, but if you didn't want to do that, you could rent out each one of the rooms as a singular Airbnb. So, in California, Roseville, California, the size of the bedrooms would equate to about $60 a night if we did that. So, 80% booking, $60 a night for 10 rooms. Let's just say that equates to $50 a night. All right? So, $50 a night times 30 is 3,000, is that right? No, I'm getting this wrong. 1,500. 1,500 a month times 10. $15,000 a month off of a singular property if you did it that way. And if we framed in all those rooms and did exactly what I was saying, we could probably get that done for $30,000. I think that could be done. But if we wanted to just put an upper estimate of like 50K, then still. See, these are the things that people don't think of that you could do if you really wanted to. But because it's not my house, and I'm not the one that makes those decisions, and there's a lot of other people that are living there now, I can't do that. However, I pray to God that I get sufficient equity, sufficient credit and all that to be able to buy the house next door to us, because it just is about to go on the market. Apparently the people that lived there before, it looks like they foreclosed. Because the house was probably under like a $650,000 mortgage, if I had to guess. And that equates to like a $4,000 per month payment at the interest rate that they got, which is very difficult to endure for anybody. But it would be so cool if I could buy that house. I don't have the credit or the money to do it. I would need some help with it. So if any of my family members see this video, maybe we can go in together on it. Watch this video, let me know. I'd be willing to do that. There's 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in that house. It's over 2,200 square feet with a nice backyard, and it's right next door to Mom and Dad. I think it'd be great. And then maybe over time we could buy the house next to it, and we could own almost the whole court and have our brood there, if you will. I've been thinking about this a lot. It could be our own little community. So, there you go, guys. That's what I got today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 103 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to discuss the difference between free will or choice and opportunity, and how they're both very, very important, but they're not precisely the same thing. So free will, obviously, is your ability to make your own choices. You either go direction A or direction B. However, opportunity is the horizon of choices that you have to make. For example, if you lived in the Middle Ages, then you could choose to get water from the stream or get water from the well. You could choose to build a house with a straw roof or build a house with a stone or a tile roof. You could choose to live in Great Britain with very much ease, in London, or you could choose to live in Scotland, let's say Edinburgh, if you traveled for several days. If you got cancer, or if you got sick, let's say you stubbed your toe or something and you got an infection, you could not choose to survive from that. It was purely contingent upon how robust your body was if it could survive. There was nothing you could do to prevent yourself from passing away if that's what was going to happen. The bubonic plague unalived 25% of the European population in the Middle Ages, and there were several bubonic plagues that occurred. We didn't have penicillin. We didn't have any antibiotics. We didn't have germ theory back then. We had no idea what any of that was. So while you might have wanted to make the choice to continue to survive, you didn't have the opportunity to do so. You were just going to survive or not, depending on what your body could do, what it could handle. And to our physical body's credit, there were some very well-known leaders back then that did survive the bubonic plague, like Charlemagne. I believe it was Charlemagne. Anyways, there was one of the kings that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking Charlemagne got the bubonic plague and survived it. It's possible to survive it without penicillin and antibiotics and all that. It's just, you better be pretty damn robust if you want to. Now you look at the modern day. If you lived in the Middle Ages, you could have wanted to go to the moon. You could have, with all of your heart and desire, wanted that to happen. But you did not have the opportunity. It was not within the purview of your possible choices. Now, we have been to the moon with the Apollo program in the 60s. We can get it back. And Elon Musk is working on that right now with his Starship. And soon we will be able to go back there again. But in the Middle Ages, it was not within the purview of possible choices for you to make. And that's the difference between opportunity and free will. Opportunity and choice. You have the freedom to choose what you would like within that purview of choices. And it is the tools that we build based upon the consensus mechanism that is the convergence of our reality. And what I mean by that is we need tools to operate within the physical laws of this universe. Physical laws have come to make this reality what it is. That up is up, down is down, black is black, white is white. Gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared on average. Newton's physical laws, all that stuff. It's a consensus mechanism that has made this reality what it is. If you didn't have to be under consensus, you wouldn't need any abstraction to accomplish the choices that you actually have. You could just focus your intent on something, your choice, and it would occur. I could manifest a gold brick in midair just because I want it to be there. And as long as I could focus my intent enough and there were no other consciences that could say to me, that's not possible, you can't do that, within the realm of the physical laws, then it could happen. I know this because I've done it before. And that's why nobody must be looking upon the situation when it does happen, so that there doesn't need to be any other consensus aside from you. I manifested a penny back when I was a child, when I was 10 years old. I have a story about this on this channel, actually. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. But the difference between choice and opportunity is opportunity is a subset of choice. It is the purview, the range of choices that you have dependent upon the reality in which you live. So I hope that makes sense. This is just, as all these videos are, a taster of the ideas that I want to posit in this channel. And mind you, in 100 years, there will be even more opportunity. We'll be able to go to Mars. We might even be on different solar systems at that point. There will be more choice for you to be able to make. Take advantage of those opportunities. Who knows when they might not be there in the future. Because you also got to keep in mind, while the purview of choices tends to expand over time, it can also re-shrink. That's happened many a time, and the space race is a perfect example of that in and of itself. So the doorway opens up and it can close again. NASA's not sending people to the moon anymore. Why is that? Because they're being manipulated by dark forces. Legitimately, that's what it is. But I'll leave it at that. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think. Love to hear from you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 188 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. Today we're going to do a reaction video of a new video that came out from Melody Sheep. They make new videos which are basically documentaries and whatnot very seldomly. But this is the best channel, in my opinion, on YouTube. Melody Sheep. They are absolutely incredible. If nothing else, because they get you to think. It's very mentally stimulating, which is critically important for a person like myself. This one's called Engineering Earth, Sci-Fi Solutions to Earth's Problems. So fitting, seeing as how I made some engineering different planets scientific papers. So, starts off, we are called to be architects of the future, not victims. Melody Sheep, more than anything, is their visuals combined with their absolutely majestic music. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss. I love it. Look at the stuff that he's showing right now. Stuff that we can imagine right now is just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible. For all I know, this guy gets inspiration from some of this stuff that I write. I don't know. He might. If he does, totally awesome.
In 1815, a mysterious veil of dust began to spread over the earth. The culprit was a remote East Asian volcano, Mount Tambora. It was the largest eruption in modern history, spewing out 80 cubic kilometers of debris and taking up to 100,000 lives.
By the way, I didn't pre-watch this, so you and I are watching it for the first time together.
But even this was just a fraction of what Earth is capable of. Supervolcanoes, like the ancient eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia, can unleash 50 times the power and 30 times the amount of debris. An eruption of this scale today would be catastrophic, potentially claiming up to 1 billion lives. There are about 20 active supervolcanoes on Earth today, sleeping beasts that present an even greater threat than asteroid strikes. Instead of waiting for them to explode, what if we could steal their energy and use it for ourselves? One NASA engineer has a proposal for exactly that. The idea is to drill a series of boreholes several kilometers deep around the outside of the magma chamber. Cold water would then be injected down into the rock, become superheated, then get pumped back.
So basically what he's talking about is geothermal energy production on different planets and celestial bodies. Get on your mat. me talking just gets my dogs to completely spaz out. It happens every time. But yeah, there's nothing stopping us from adapting geothermal energy technology to any other celestial body in the universe, especially if it's a body that's roughly similar in size to the Earth that we could ourselves land on. And do this on Mars.
Back to the surface to carry the heat away, gradually cooling the magma. The location of the boreholes will be critical. Drilling too close to the chamber itself would risk triggering an accidental eruption.
Company by Elon Musk. This is why he's doing it, to bore these types of things. Geothermal energy.
But if done right, the superheated water removed from below would provide a continuous source of renewable energy. And over tens of thousands of years, the energy removed may eventually be enough to cool the chamber completely.
It's a long time now. Tens of thousands of years. Well longer than
To fully protect civilization, we will have to neutralize not just every existing supervolcano, but all future ones. Magma plumes from Earth's...
So the one thing separating ideas from reality is simply someone applying it. So the only thing that stopped us from going to the moon back in the 60s and 70s was somebody applying what we knew we could do. The same thing is true with Mars. Elon Musk is actually applying what we know we can do, and that's how we're getting there. All this stuff you see here, we know it's in theory possible, even with our current conceptions of science and technology. Imagine when people have the resources to actually do this. And again, why I always talk about, oh man, I just need the resources to do this type of stuff, or not quite this, because this is like way far out, but that's why I want resources, so I can get to space. You know, if I want to get to space myself, it would cost me probably $1 million. I think Russia actually sends cosmonauts up to space privately for $20 million a pop. Get on your mat, Chiron. Prices are going down, but still expensive.
Mantle are continually bubbling to the surface. These plumes will continue to trigger supervolcanic eruptions as often as every 50,000 years. Learning to harness these forces could mean the difference between catastrophic collapse and the long-term survival of humanity. But it's not just supervolcanoes we will have to manage. From the lithosphere to the atmosphere, each of Earth's layers are prone to shocks that can threaten civilization and life itself.
I was talking about the hydrosphere.
Our job is to protect and manage these layers with the power of technology to build a safer, more livable planet where life and humans can thrive together for millions of years.
10,000 kilometers thick.
And creating a safer planet starts with creating a safer climate.
This stuff is absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's not just important to talk about these ideas, to think about these ideas, to imagine these ideas, but to put such profoundly beautiful visuals to it and music is insanely important. I can't tell you how important this is. It gets people to just think of new things. It inspires people. It is so, so important to inspire people. And that's what this stuff does.
In 1991, the eruption of Mount Pinatubo ejected 20 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. reflecting sunlight around the world, and causing global temperatures to fall up to half a degree Celsius for nearly 2 years. The cooler temperatures even slowed the pace of sea level rise for the next decade. With global temperatures and climate catastrophes on the rise, this event inspired a bold idea. Artificial volcanic eruptions. Like putting sunscreen on the Earth, spraying sulfur dioxide high in the stratosphere would reflect sunlight and temporarily cool the planet.
This stuff is all over the realm of possibility. That's chemtrails.
A single ounce of sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere can offset the warming effects of several tons of carbon dioxide for a year.
Then you have sulfur hexafluoride that is a greenhouse gas.
Dusting the sky would have an immediate effect, buying us time to decarbonize the global economy.
So I can appreciate where he's coming from. He's definitely one who's still the narrator and the creator of the video, who still looks at the carbon dioxide emissions of humanity as a problem when we are very low in terms of the parts per million composition of our atmosphere of carbon dioxide in the history of the entire planet, right? The whole life of the planet, we're at a very low point. In fact, we're only a couple hundred parts per million of carbon dioxide above the point where plants themselves would starve. So we actually need more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I agree with the guy in that we need to protect our planet. Absolutely. 100%. It is our home, and it is a biological creature that is essentially all of us combined. It is very important to do that. It's everything. It's just a matter of prioritization. Do not sacrifice the well-being of human beings, of civilization, of people, for the purposes of maintaining an inanimate object. We need to keep our biome safe and inhabitable, don't get me wrong, but the priorities have to be straight. We also have to have people alive to even be able to perceive its existence. So I understand where he's coming from. It's all good. We know carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It's very powerful. It's very useful, especially on a planet like Mars, where we want to heat that planet up. But I think he's probably incorrect, along with many other scientists, on where we are in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide that we can handle on Earth. Just look back into the Jurassic era. The Jurassic era on this planet had like 3,000 parts per million carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, something like that. And the average surface temperature was like 75 Fahrenheit. Right now it's 59 degrees Fahrenheit with about 400 parts per million. So we can go a ways before it really becomes a problem.
But there's a catch. The exact effects may be unpredictable and uneven. Weather patterns could become erratic and threaten food supplies. With so much at stake, the fight for control over Earth's climate could even escalate into armed conflict.
Such as the underlying story behind Fallout, the video game by Bethesda. You want to avoid experimenting on the atmosphere? There's a bolder way to cool the planet. Probably using mirrors is what I'm thinking he's going to do. Yep, mirrors. There you go.
A team at MIT has developed a concept for a giant solar shield out in space, thousands of kilometers across.
We can do the same thing with Venus. That's how we could actually...
Placed where the gravitational pull from the sun and Earth balance out, it could reduce sunlight by 1.8%, just enough to bring temperatures down to pre-industrial levels. The shield would be made of silicon bubbles, inflating out in space to ease their transport.
An inflatable world.
And deflating if the solution needed to be reversed.
Same concept behind solar sails as well, except it's used
To block enough sun, this solar shield would have to be absolutely massive, about the size of Brazil. Others have proposed systems of space mirrors to precisely redirect sunlight, which could be used to increase solar radiation if temperatures drop too low in the future.
Yeah, that's right. And it's actually something that's used on solar panel power arrays. If you go through the deserts near Los Angeles, just outside Los Angeles, the solar panel power plants actually direct the sunlight up to a magnet, like a mirror in the middle of it. It's a big old tower, and it amplifies the amount of power you get from it. It's totally cool. It looks like you're looking at something from the future. It is so cool.
Large-scale ecosystem engineering can go a long way in securing the stability of Earth's systems. In 2007, the United Nations launched the Great Green Wall Initiative,
This is
a huge effort to plant a 5,000-mile belt of trees across the entire African continent.
And they're starting it now. We can actually re-green the Sahara Desert. It wouldn't take that much effort, honestly.
This vast new forest will not only suck up 250 million tons of carbon, but also combat desertification, increase food security, and create millions of jobs.
They're actually starting this right now. It would not be
Managing
so
our
crazy.
planet effectively will require forging deep alliances with the biosphere. That includes preservation of natural
Best
carbon
channel
sinks
on
like the Amazon rainforest, which are a critical ecological counterweight to human activity.
Their only downfall is that they post so seldomly.
But in some cases, that may also mean bioengineering new forms of life itself. By tweaking the machinery of photosynthesis, scientists have recently created plants that grow up to 40% larger than their natural counterparts,
Do this on Mars.
hinting at a future of radically enriched crops and plant life.
We have all this in right now. Everything's ready to go.
They have also begun to engineer algae that convert sunlight into clean-burning hydrogen fuel, and microbes that have been reprogrammed to generate electricity from mud and wastewater. But most dramatically, we are now on the path to creating a hybrid woolly mammoth.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but we literally brought back dire wolves. I think it was either earlier this year or late last year. I can't remember when. We brought them back from extinction. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And what he's talking about here is not far-fetched at all. We've created goats with artificial wombs. We've cloned them. This is pretty cool stuff.
Taking the genes of Asian elephants. These creatures could be reintroduced to the Arctic, where they would help keep the permafrost frozen and prevent billions of tons of CO2 from leaking into the air.
That we seek of our environment and our future. The stewards of our own future. Do it right. Be inspired.
Genetic engineering could become our most potent tool for managing the planet, maintaining ecological.
Though genetic engineering in this light would not necessarily be required, because there's also this thing called shine down, where you can actually use certain frequencies of light and shine it through DNA from one creature to another and convert that creature to the other creature. It's a real thing. Scientific studies have been done on it. Experiments have been done. It's all documented. You can find it online. I don't know if they actually call it Shinedown, but that's what I'm calling it. It's genetic engineering in the traditional sense wouldn't even necessarily be a requirement, but you could do both.
Balance and making the biosphere more diverse and resilient. The wonders of the future may not be built with concrete or circuits, but with cells.
Yeah. By the way, apologies if it gets a little annoying that I'm stopping so much, but you gotta keep in mind that I gotta make sure that this is fair use and I'm not just re-uploading his video, right? And so I have to give commentary on it. So if you want to see the whole video by itself, go to Melody Sheep channel, best channel on YouTube, and you'll see it raw. Stopping us from figuring out how to use photosynthesis in our solar panels. It's very
These
similar.
are mechanical trees. They mimic the real thing by soaking up carbon onto special plates that act like leaves. Once captured, the carbon can be buried or recycled, and the cycle repeats. A single one of these machines can sequester as much carbon as 1,000 living trees. Vast forests of artificial trees could be deployed in inhospitable regions.
Sequestration, by the way, in case you
And with
didn't know,
100 million of them,
means basically
we could
putting
offset
carbon
our
dioxide
entire
in
carbon
like
emissions.
in the ground. It's soaking up the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so it's not being a greenhouse gas. It sounds like a supervillain plot. That's a nuclear weapon right there. Nuke the ocean floor. I believe that would shake up the methane from the ocean floor.
Excess carbon dioxide in the oceans is weakening food chains by causing the water to become more acidic. Pulverizing a part of barren seabed would allow rock particles to soak up the excess CO2 and restore balance to the waters.
Can you believe we actually have nuclear fusion now?
A single nuclear bomb placed 5 kilometers beneath the seabed could shatter enough rock to sequester 30 years of carbon emissions.
We have it.
The bomb would have to be massive, potentially over 1,000 times more powerful than Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear bomb ever dropped.
Tsar Bomba was 50 megatons. Humongous.
But the deep sea water pressure would contain the blast and minimize fallout.
I do not recommend this. I do not recommend this. But it is an idea, a concept nevertheless.
The best location could be the remote Kerguelen Plateau, where the seafloor is mostly barren and rich in basalt rock. This is geoengineering at its most extreme and most dangerous.
Glad you said that.
But preserving the oceans and millions of human lives makes even the most extreme ideas worth considering.
So he has his priorities straight. This is for the purposes of keeping life going.
For a safer way to manage the seas, we don't have to go far from shore.
I don't mean to patronize, but that is...
Artificial reefs, built from sunken ships and man-made materials, can become bustling marine cities, with some studies showing fish abundance increasing up to 20 times compared to bare seabed. Widespread artificial reefs could boost the ocean's natural carbon drawdown by offering habitats for trillions of corals, shellfish, and seaweeds that capture carbon during their growth. On a massive scale, these reefs could offer powerful natural defenses, reducing erosion and storm surges by absorbing wave energy.
That's a thing, tidal energy. In fact, I believe China has the biggest tidal energy power plant in the world.
But managing our planet's hydrosphere is about more than protecting our oceans. It means preserving the glaciers and ice sheets that cool the world and hold back rising seas. This is the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica, a massive ice sheet that spans 75 miles. Rising ocean temperatures are causing warm oceanic currents to wind their way underneath the glacier, causing it to crack and destabilize. If it collapses into the sea, it could trigger up to 10 feet of sea level rise, flooding coastal cities around the world. To avert disaster, a geoengineer at the University of Lapland has a bold plan. The idea is to construct a massive 100-kilometer long underwater curtain around the glacier.
Hey, we did the Great Wall of China.
Designed and could be removable if problems arise. At the opposite pole of the planet, ambitious proposals are being made to stop the loss of Arctic sea ice. Vast fleets of wind-powered pumps could draw seawater to the surface during the winter and spray it over the Arctic surface, where it would rapidly freeze in the frigid air.
By the way,
An American architect...
because the albedo of ice is so high, in other words, it reflects so much light back into space, it's a compounding effect to have ice on the surface of the ocean, because water by itself actually has a fairly low albedo. It's a dark color, but ice is a much brighter color, as you can see right here. So the more ice you have, the colder it gets, the more ice you have, etc. It's a compounding effect. So,
has recently designed a polar umbrella which would float in Arctic seas using solar power to harvest seawater and create new ice.
There's actually tools like this, plants like this that
deployed in the
exist
fastest
now.
melting regions, these umbrellas would cast a cooling shade that would lower surface temperatures and rejuvenate the Arctic ice.
This is basically just him saying, if we do need to do this, we have the ability. We can. If it's necessary, we can do it.
But most of these grand solutions have a common problem. They each require enormous amounts of resources and energy.
We would know when it's necessary.
Where do we get the power and materials? And how will the insatiable demand for energy shape Earth's future?
Thank God we can actually get real information that everybody needs and can understand.
For the last 2 centuries, our energy use has been growing exponentially, surging over 7,000% and fueling a 100-fold increase in global economic output. Continuing this level of growth will eventually require generating hundreds of trillions of additional watt-hours every single day. But thanks to revolutions in solar power efficiency, covering just 0.3% of the Earth's surface in solar panels would be enough to power all of civilization.
That's right.
And the frontier of our solar-powered future will be one of the least livable regions of the planet: the deserts.
Why not, right? You know, in heaven, it is described as having, what is it, like walkways and paths of golden glass. That's what it is. Solar roadways.
Deserts provide ideal conditions for solar power with their vast flat landscapes, abundant silicon, and constant sunlight. There are now proposals for massive-scale solar farms in the Sahara, capable of generating 4 times our current global energy usage.
Which would get us to a Type 1 civilization, based upon our power output.
But covering over 20% of this desert could have dramatic side effects. The increased heat absorbed by the dark solar panels could disrupt global weather patterns and cause a spike in temperatures, especially at the poles.
Definitely possible. Be careful with regard to.
No matter how or where we get our energy, producing too much on planet will eventually be deadly.
Your mind.
If our consumption grows at just 2% per year, we will use up all the energy available to Earth in as little as a few hundred years. But the real problem is that the waste heat from energy production at this scale would heat the Earth by over 20 degrees Celsius, which would make large parts of the planet uninhabitable.
It's talking about albedo right there.
This will be the defining challenge of the coming millennia. How do we balance continuous energy growth with a safe, stable planet?
That reminds me of Dredd, from the Judge Dredd series. They had those giant cities that were basically just single towers.
By placing large-scale solar power arrays in space, we could capture uninterrupted sunlight nearly 24 hours a day, then beam the power down as lasers or radio waves. Orbital power systems would shed their excess heat into the cold expanse of space, instead of heating up our atmosphere.
That kind of reminds me of Star Trek.
China is now planning a 1-kilometer wide solar array with the long-term goal of beaming gigawatt levels of clean electricity down from
But
orbit.
it was the Star Trek reboot. They had a drill.
And a team from Oxford is planning an even bigger station, 1.7 kilometers across, called Cassiopeia, designed to be built in orbit. But collecting the power in space and beaming it down still has its own waste heat problems, as energy is still being added to the Earth's system.
Indeed. But that's true one way or another.
The solution is to move our power-hungry industries entirely into space.
They could do that. That's, I think, why you have those halos around Earth.
this way, the energy can be collected, spent, and radiated completely outside of Earth's fragile system. And to get all this material into space efficiently, we need something incredibly audacious.
Oh yes, that's right, space elevator. We, by the way, almost have
Like
the
a highway
technology
to the
do that.
skies, a space elevator would open safe and easy passage to the next technological frontier,
If we can mass
enabling the
produce
build-out of next-generation space infrastructure.
carbon nanotubes, we can build this. We're that close to being able to do it. The rotational force of Earth would be enough to keep the cable suspended in space.
To build it, a cable over 36,000 kilometers long would be lowered from a counterweight out in space, then anchored to a port station on the equator. A space station could then be positioned at geostationary orbit, at the point where the gravitational and centrifugal forces balance
There's
out.
a movie with Brad Pitt in it. I forget its name, but the opening scene is him on a space
Laser
elevator
or
while it's
nuclear-powered rail cars would ascend the cable, carrying multiple tons of cargo at a time, which could drive launch costs down to under $100 per kilogram, 50 times cheaper than today. This could accelerate the mass production of solar power arrays, orbital data centers, breaching stations, and spaceports, laying the foundation for a new orbital frontier.
outside the gravity sink of Earth, the atmospheric friction, so much is possible out here. We've already taken care of 90% of the effort to get to other planets.
But building this beanstalk to the heavens would be a daunting engineering prospect,
This is like...
requiring tether materials far stronger than anything that exists today.
This 2,000 years ago. Just like
And moving human industry into space comes with its own major risks, especially space debris. Tiny pieces of scrap metal as small as a fleck of paint can tear through satellites and infrastructure, creating even more debris and causing a chain reaction of destruction known as the Kessler syndrome.
that is a concept that happened in the movie with
To solve
George
this,
Clooney and Sandra Bullock.
AI-guided laser
Again, I forget
systems
the name
could
of the
rapidly
movie.
identify and
Other
deflect
space
small
movie.
debris.
But you can find it on IMDb, I'm sure.
While larger pieces could be safely captured and deorbited. If we can neutralize these risks, then a space elevator could be just the beginning of an even greater vision of our planet's future. This is the crown jewel of space infrastructure, the orbital ring. This superstructure could become the backbone of our future civilization,
Dyson sphere.
a hub for everything from energy and transportation to climate management and tourism. In its basic form, a simple ring of wire would orbit the Earth around 200 kilometers up, with a stationary platform magnetically levitated above the spinning ring.
We can do this now, by the way.
It could be built as a free-floating structure
Wouldn't be
or
hard
be
to
tethered to
start
the Earth at multiple points. Sky hooks and even hanging skyscrapers could dangle beneath the ring, serving as launch points, research hubs, or cities in the
If you
sky.
had this, you wouldn't even need carbon nanotube technology because you would have the gravitational pull of Earth itself making it work.
Rotating the inner side independently would generate gravity through centrifugal
Be
force,
generally gravity neutral,
making the area habitable and offering
because it's
spectacular
going around the
views.
entire planet. And then you use the centrifugal force, let's get those two mixed up, to make the gravitational pull on the ring itself, just like you said. We can do this right now.
While no current technology can simulate gravity on the outer edge, it could still serve as a zone for microgravity industries and research habitats.
That's right.
An intricate network of rings could be built at different inclinations, offering rapid point-to-point travel almost anywhere on the planet.
Make them bigger, thicker, more robust.
These layers could extend far outwards, even potentially networking with the moon.
That's right. And we can make the moon terraform,
But the sheer
by the way.
size of orbital rings would pose their own dangers. A shadow the width of the ring itself would sweep over the Earth each day.
Freaking cool.
For narrow rings, this would have little impact on ecosystems below.
Just something that you have to consider.
But wider rings, stretching over 1,500 kilometers, could cause major disruptions to the climate, blocking out the sun for an hour or more daily.
In time, we would just push the rings out farther and farther.
Building one would be a towering engineering feat, as the ring would require tens of billions of tons of raw materials and constant active computer control to prevent collapse. To avoid impacting the Earth, the resources could be mined from asteroids. This may all seem like a far-off dream, but there are already proposals for...
This is why I so desperately would love to live 2,000 years. Because I can conceptualize this right now, just as you can in this guy making the video. But if I had the time to compound interest grow my resources, 2,000 years, I could single-handedly do this. And so could you. That's why I want to live longer. And it's why I want the resources that I want. It'll break us free of all of our chains. Man, just imagine.
prototype orbital rings that cost as little as $9 billion.
The guy has the idea in his head. He knows it's possible. The only thing separating him from doing it is the resources. That's it. If the risks and challenges that can be overcome, all the rings can become
People and heavy cargo could be transported along the ring networks to anywhere on Earth in only a few hours.
This is what you can do when you get out of the scarcity mentality of the cabal.
Vast orbital cities and arable land could circle the planet and serve as new human frontiers. And with energy and heavy industry woven into the ring, we could scale our growth without disturbing the planet, preserving Earth as a sanctuary for life.
We might already have super life extension technology that allows people to do this. Same with the cure to cancer. We might already have so blind and stuck what you're saying. I just want to juxtapose that so you can see what we're being able to do. This is amazing. Together, our innovations comprise a whole new layer of guys, I'm telling you, if you haven't already subscribed to Melody Sheep, go do it. They are an incredible YouTube channel. Their videos are fire. Alright, that's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Working smarter as opposed to working harder. Welcome to day 193 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Working smarter as opposed to working harder means, it necessitates, that you constantly tinker with your methodologies. This is especially poignant with people as they get older. When you're younger, you can fail a couple times, a couple really big times with some of your ventures, and dust yourself off, get back up, start again. But as you get older and older, and this is principally why the 30-year-olds to the 55-year-olds end up being the ones who run the main brunt of the world, because we don't live that long, but right around the age of 30 is where we start to get our feet under us. They don't have as much time to get everything sorted out. They have some failures behind them, which is good. It's not a bad thing. And they still have enough time in front of them to accomplish many great things. Enough time for compound interest to really take effect. For those of you who don't fully understand compound interest, Einstein said that it was the eighth wonder of the world. And I would strongly agree with him in that regard. But basically, let's say you take $1,000 that you put into a savings account that gives you 5% interest per year when you're zero, when you're brand spanking new, born. brand spanking new. You're a brand spanking new human, but you're born. And then you do nothing with it. Don't put anything into it. Don't take anything out of it. Just leave it there until you're 65. That $1,000 will have turned into millions by the time you start taking money out of it. And even with inflation taken into account, you'll still be in the millions of dollars. You still be way wealthier than you were before. You take this and you multiply it by 500 or what have you, well more than that. If you take that $1,000 that you put into an account and you don't take out of it anything for 500 years. Not 65, but 500 years. You're not going to have millions of dollars. You're going to have billions or trillions. You're going to be able to fund the entirety of a central government for a whole country with that one account. Now, had we not taken the funds out of Benjamin Franklin's 1,000 pound sterling account that he set up back in 1790, had we left it in there, imagine how big it'd be right now. When it was taken out, it was like $2 million, something like that. And at this point, it would probably be on the order of like 15, 20 million. And then if you keep letting it grow, in another 50 years, it wouldn't be 15, 20 million, it'd be 100 million, maybe 200 million, then eventually a billion, eventually a trillion, etc. You get the point. So we still have time at this point in our lives to really do something great with our futures and the futures of others. But you have to start working smarter as opposed to working harder. You can't leverage as much. You have to go with more surefire investments. And if something is shown to you to not work, pretty quickly you have to exit stage left. You can't stay in a situation like that for long. So that's why when I see ventures where people and individuals are treating me like a slave, paying me 50 cents an hour type of thing, I either need to rejig how I operate in that venture, or I need to get out of it immediately. So when it comes to YouTube, the fact that they moved the goalpost on my mom's YouTube channel and are paying us literally about 50 cents an hour right now, I've re-gauged. The reason I haven't completely exited stage left is because YouTube, the repository, will last forever. Even if YouTube goes bankrupt, those videos are going to stay online. The only issue that you come across there is if the actual servers that contain the information are somehow destroyed, but they're decentralized. So while that could be done, it'd have to be done in all of their server farms across the entire globe. Such is the virtue of decentralization. YouTube knew this to begin with. It was quite a smart move in their part. Even though they have extreme biases, they still did things that were very smart. There's no denying that. So, I'm keeping the effort up. I've just lowered it with that channel. Instead of me putting 5 hours a day into building my mom's YouTube channel for her, managing the back end for her, I'm now putting about 1 hour a day. I'm keeping the progress going, keeping the channel growing, so that even if we're getting literally 1% the views of every other channel that has not been throttled in that niche, 1% of a million is still good. That's still 10,000. So we'll have to deal with that. And if they get to the point where they start throttling even that to instead become 0.1% or 0.01%, then they're not just going to be hurting us, they're going to be hurting everybody. So it's an unfortunate reality that in their effort to keep a particular individual or group of individuals down, if they never stop, then they're going to take everybody down. eventually, including themselves. And I ain't gonna stop. All I have to do is keep the effort up, even if only tacitly. And that's how it goes. The unfortunate thing is, you have to work smarter, but then you also butt up against your own temporal limits. I can only go so far because I'm not going to live to 1,000,000 years. However, their servers, their infrastructure, their graphical user interfaces and all that stuff will be there for a very long time. They don't really have a time limit. Or if they do, it's on the order of millions or even billions of years, because it takes a few million years for a hard drive, a spinning disk hard drive, to decay. I think it's a little bit less for solid state, but it's still a long time, to the point where the information on it cannot be read anymore. Well, they can just copy the information onto another hard drive before that happens. You see? So it's almost indefinite. Not completely indefinite, but almost. So you have to work smarter. What I'm doing is I'm putting my tendrils out in many different ventures, putting not so much energy into it that it will wear me out, but enough energy into it to where it's been given its proper chance to see if it actually does something. You get much more discerning when every single effort that you've put in has been a failure. So long as you don't give up. And that's been the case with me. I'm not giving up. It's not something that I would ever do. I love life. I want to live. I just want to live well. And that's the rub here. So you get much more intelligent with how you use your energy. Keep that in mind. You can be reckless when you're younger, and it's at least, it's not just salvageable, but it's actually justifiable, because you have that time to take that risk, and in order to do massive, gigantic things, sometimes it's required to take those gigantic risks. Like getting to a different planet, right? Elon Musk is busting his ass going as fast as he possibly can, and even doing that, building his SpaceX, his boring company, his electric cars, all this stuff, even doing that, he's still in his 50s, and we still haven't gotten to Mars. But he got success, and a lot of it, really early, and this was a goal that he wanted from the start. So he's got to sprint to it, because we don't live very long. And we're very ephemeral. And while he gets it, he's got the resources to do it. He's got to build that infrastructure, which takes a lot of time. And then he's got to have people that are wanting to continue the process once he leaves this planet. I mean, passes away, because he might go to Mars. Who knows? So, yeah. This kind of relates to some of the other stuff I was saying in my last video. You know, it'd be okay if I was delayed this much, if I lived 3,600 years or suddenly came into a lot of resources. But that's not going to happen. A lot of people are talking about how this summer there's going to be a lot of arrests with the deep state and things are going to dramatically change. No, they're not going to. You got to accept that. Things don't happen immediately. They don't happen quickly. It just doesn't. If you want to keep your system at least somewhat together, it can't happen that way. Now, I'm okay with completely burning it and destroying it, but, you know, they're not. So be it. Make the best of your lot in life. Work smarter rather than harder. Love y'all. Peace. Am I really that intimidating? You're not talking to me. Welcome to day 186 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You know, I take lots of deep breaths when I do these videos. There, by itself, is a great number of reasons for that, or a great number of reasons for that. Strange grammar. First one is the term Yeshua, which is the name of God, is meant to be I believe the term is an onomatopoeia for taking a breath in and letting it out. So that the very first thing you say when you're born is God, His name. The very first or very last thing you say when you leave this planet is God, His name. It also allows you an opportunity to collect your thoughts, to calm yourself, lower your blood pressure, lower or reduce anxiety, frustrations, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety. We all are, they say no man is an island, and that really means that, you know, you're not in isolation, I suppose. You could consider it having many different meanings. But we all are fighting internal battles that we tell nobody about, and at the same time are being cheered on by people that we have no idea are cheering us on. Right? Because you might be that only ship in the sea that's still surviving despite the onslaught of enemy attacks. And those enemies could be anything, anyone. Take any form. You're still going. And it only takes one. It only takes one to survive, to prove that it can actually happen. Acting as the proof of concept, the prototype for it all. That one ship that did not sink, despite the cataclysm that was happening around it, and all the other ships that were with it that did. The one ship that kept going. That's you guys. Every one of you. In some way. If you allow yourself to be that, you're not the victim. Not having the victim mentality. But instead the one that got through the storm. Then you're the light for others to follow. What's the basic thread I'm trying to get across with everything I'm saying right now? That communication is everything. A story in isolation is forgotten forever. The only one that'll remember it is the guy upstairs, aside from yourself, while you're alive. Isn't it so much easier if you have somebody to build that story with? You're not talking to me. What's wrong with me? It's not, when it gets to that point, look outside yourself, outside your own anxiety, and realize that you're not doing something that's making yourself look like the problem. You're making me look like the problem. What's wrong with me? What have I done to deserve such isolation? Okay? Anxiety is really looking too much at yourself. looking too much at yourself and how other people perceive you. I am an open book. I hide nothing. Very little, basically. I only don't speak of things that people don't necessarily need to know. But if they want to know, in private, I can tell them. You're not talking to me. I can't know what's going through your mind. And it's happening exactly as I said it was going to happen. They're exploding on all your social media platforms. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? If you can tell me, I can fix it. Every time I've asked a woman to do that, to tell me what's wrong with me, so that I can fix it, you know what they've done? They've run away, and several of them have actually established no contact orders with me. Just because I asked them what I was doing wrong. And they didn't want to tell me. You're not going to find anybody like me. I'm confident enough to say that. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm right here. And like I said before, every time, multiple women happen at once. Every single time. That could be a number of things. It could be that God wants to allow that to happen for some strange reason, like he did with Rod Stewart, the musician Rod Stewart. Or it could be that the enemy is trying to prevent me from having anything. It's all one or none. Any number outside of that is arbitrary without specific definition provided for it. All one or none. A priest has none, but actually has all if you think about it, just without the sexual component. A normal person has one. And then a king has access to all, if you think about it. I am no king. Just a guy, as far as I can tell. And I think that's where the rub is here. It's the conflict between who I accept myself to be, which is basically a bog standard white dude, and the world that Satan dangles in front of me and says, you can have all of this if you just bow to me, which is of course a sin of what I'm having to consider because you won't talk to me. The opportunity completely leaves you. It was handed to you on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became amazing for you. All at once. And it's your decision to take it. Or not. The person that told you not to touch me, I don't care who they are. Don't listen to them. You want to know why? Because that in itself was probably more of a test than you realized at the time. Satan can take many forms. And some have even said that he's the twin of God. Some have said that. Watch the show Lucifer. There's some information in there. You gotta be careful with that show, because it makes out Lucifer to be the good guy, which is not smart. But there is some good information in there. Some things to play around with in your mind. If Satan is the twin of God, and they're duking it out with one another to see who has control, then do you really think he couldn't masquerade as him? They look exactly the same. The only difference is perhaps maybe one has a beard and maybe one doesn't. Maybe one has a scar on their face and maybe the other one doesn't. Don't listen to the person who told you not to touch me. They're trying to make my life a living hell. Okay? It's all a clever ruse. Even towards the end, because the enemy knows that this is a death battle, and if he loses this battle, he's erased from existence. Period. End of story. Even towards the end of the battle, he is not going to give up, because if he stops, he's done. It's a death battle. I, personally, being a human being, myself, Peyton Pearson, could forgive and put in prison. But they won't let such a thing happen. So whoever told you to stay away from me, and I know that happened because I saw in one of your previous videos you talking about that. And how you were like, you want to take the fruit but you're not allowed to. Stop listening to them. Just do it. If death is on the table for them, if they ever say anything like that, if they ever threaten you with that, they're not the good guy. Alright? I don't know who came to you and who talked to you about this, if anybody. But I'm the one that's paying for it right now. My genetic line is going to sever and gonna be gone if this doesn't change now. I'm the one that's paying for it. It's because I want you. Is that really that bad? Am I that bad? Surely I'm not an ugly guy, right? Surely I'm not at least somewhere proximate to the type of person that you want. No, I'm quite intense and pretty open. I have the confidence to say, what more could you ask for? Do I need to lose an extra 20 pounds or something? Or just find a way to fix my legs so I can start running again? Or it's yeah. The enemy's putting these other opportunities in front of me, specifically to dissuade you. Okay? So, take advantage of this. I've made it abundantly clear, and the enemy keeps on making it abundantly difficult, because if he stops doing that, he's going to be erased. There you go. Again, you know who you are. I hope to not be too intimidating. And understand, not every one of my videos is directed towards you. But the ones that are pretty obviously directed towards you. Okay? So. Anyways. Love y'all. Well, like I said, even saying that probably intimidates, doesn't it? So I'll just leave it out for now. Till you're ready. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. Stop listening to the people that are telling you not to. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 105 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And in the last two videos, I've had a little bit of a discussion on opportunity. So the first one, I talked about the difference between choice and opportunity. Choice being basically your purview of free will, and then opportunity being a subset of free will, choice, dependent upon the environmental and socioeconomic factors of the current era in which you live. And then I discussed in the next video the opportunity that many young people have today with respect to building massive businesses with lots and lots of economic power right here on this platform, on YouTube. Specifically between the ages of 22 and 26, though it could even go much younger if an individual is willing to start younger, like dear Dia. And then there's this one. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. I've said this a few times, but I want to reaffirm its importance here. So luck, something I don't actually in itself believe in, even though I myself have had tremendously bad luck in many ways, in many avenues of my life, with all the stuff that's happened in my professional life. The fact that I lost $500,000 worth of Bitcoin a few years ago by a margin that went exactly down to my bankruptcy threshold in terms of the dollars and the cents. Leverage trading stuff. Foolishness on my part, don't get me wrong, but even so, I saw it. It was like, I saw that and they wanted me to. The evil bastards doing it to me. So, my luck has always been really bad. But that doesn't mean that yours has to be. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Your opportunity is here on this platform right now. YouTube. And if YouTube doesn't work because it's got its fingers on the scale, it's not a fair platform, even though it should be, it's still the one that makes the most money. But if you are a specific demographic of individuals, you're going to be successful if you try. I'm not in that demographic. I'm not a 22-year-old woman. Let me be honest with you. I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to tell looking at me, right? My purpose in making these videos is to help with the preparation aspect. When that opportunity comes, if you're not prepared, you might just discard it, regardless of what it would do for you and your family and your legacy. Just like, I can't handle this, it's too much money all at once, because that's what's going to happen. I'm promising you. Be prepared, and I'm trying to help you with that preparation. It's going to happen. All those people that I mentioned in my last video, and by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Of course, there are many more people, like Kira Lutan. I didn't even mention her. She's got 80,000 subscribers. She just popped up out of nowhere. Take advantage of the opportunity. Be prepared. If you don't know what to do with the money that's coming in, I'll say here's a good starter. And this applies to anybody that's in this opportunity mode right now. The way to prepare. Don't spend it on rubbish. The people who I pointed out in the last video, I don't suspect that they would anyway, because they seem to be very wise individuals. But for everybody else, don't spend it on rubbish. If you don't know what to do with the money, hold on to it. Put it into a savings account, and at a bare minimum, if that's too much for you, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that if they see money in their account, they just have to spend it. They cannot resist. It's some itch that they have. But if that be the case, then just start up a Robinhood account. Get the app on your phone, start up a Robinhood account, and just buy SPX. That's the S&P 500 index fund, right? I think it's like $150-something right now. They even have leveraged tradings of that stock. I don't recommend them. You shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. But if you want to, you could do that. And if that doesn't work, if you just absolutely cannot resist the itch to even take it out of Robinhood and spend it on rubbish. Again, this doesn't apply to the people that I talked about in the last video because they, I'm sure, already understand this, at least on some level. Then literally take it out of your account, put the cash, the dollars, in an envelope, seal it, or don't seal it so you can keep on adding to it, and put it in a safe somewhere so that you don't even know you have it, or you do know, but you don't know how much it is, or you do know how much it is, but it's not on the top of your mind. You have to basically block it out so that you can let it build. Because as I talked about in one of my shorts a while back, it's the anxiety that gets to us. It's the anxiety. We're anxious for the future to come already. Too worried about things to come and what we could do with that money that we're distracted by that. A stable diffusion of anxiety is doing other things that are productive in the interim, such as reading valuable books, making you a stronger person intellectually, writing, journals, recording videos like this. It's part of the reason I make these videos. I need my own stable diffusion because I know that I have to wait before I can get more leverage of my own. Do things that are productive in the interim. And a YouTube channel like Bigger Pockets, that's part of the reason they are there, to help other people have that stable diffusion of anxiety. It's the ADHD in the highly intelligent of this world, and the highly productive and the industrious, that needs to be eschewed. And that's how we do it. Because the simple fact of the matter is we have to wait more times than not. I'm trying to prepare you, though. Give you a vision of what's about to happen. Those people I talked about in the last video, as well as many, many others in that boat, there's a lot of success that's coming your way. So I want to prepare you. That's what I'm trying to do here. And having a few years on you, I have a tiny bit more wisdom, just a tiny bit. The amount of information I know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information I do not know. So keep that in mind. It's just a tiny little bit. And that tiny little bit is really just a frame of reference. I can meet you where you are because I've had 10 more years as a human being. 35 years on the planet. That's it. And if I were in your shoes at 24, 25, 17, oh man, the exponential growth of your wealth, if I would have just started that early, if I would have known, I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. But you guys can still do it. Anyways, that's all I got for today. Be prepared. Love y'all. Peace. How to survive the chaos. Welcome to day 177 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I had a friend of mine on this platform requests that I do more how-tos on my videos. And this, I know, was more applicable to things like how to buy Bitcoin, or how to do a certain mathematical equation, or how to get into real estate, or how to raise a dog, or any number of other things you could think of. I know that's more what it was relating and less about a philosophical concept, such as how to survive the chaos. But nevertheless, that's what I feel within myself to do today. So, there are many ways, many steps to this. Because there's also many gradations to the chaos that you'll have to endure in your life. For me, the last 15 years has been a veritable hell. And for pretty much everybody else, if not half the people in my family. It was marked by a tremendous number of physical ailments for myself and the rest of my family. My father, for instance, having 15 strokes, including 2 massive ones and 13 TIAs. My mother having PTSD, all like I do, major depressive disorder and a bunch of other stuff, back problems. Several of my family members passing away in such a sequence that it seemed to be just laying on thick in our lives. I had several uncles leave this planet, and basically our family was just sort of dwindling around us. One of the big reasons why it's so important to raise up a family of your own, because otherwise you're going to be all by yourself in no time at all. We don't live very long. It's been very difficult. So, it's a combination of doing things that you keep secret, as well as things that you keep public. There's some stuff that, because your enemies want to take you down so badly, you need to keep to yourself. Like where you put a lot of your resources, your monetary resources, your capital, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious how when you're duking it out with those demons that I talk about so often here on this channel, that there's some stuff that you have to keep to yourself. You also have to get yourself in the right mental state. And the enemy is always seeking to set up expectations for you in your mind and then fail those expectations. Because that's really the heart of insanity. That's what leads you to go insane or get very resentful. Your expectations are set up and they're failed. So don't have any expectations with respect to people who you cannot be certain are actually on your side. And that is attached to trust. Now, ultimately, the paroxysm of perfect trust and frequency entrainment of every human being to one another will result in a perfect connection emotionally from one person to another. This perfect connection emotionally is what you and I can call telepathy. So communication mind to mind without any need for verbal words. So how to survive the chaos? Get yourself in the right mental state. Make sure that you have backups on top of backups on top of backups on top of backups when it comes to your survival mechanisms, your resources. Build your personal relationships principally with your family members, as that is the foundation upon which it all will fall if everything else is taken away from you, which, it'll happen. I'll just tell you that. And plan for the worst, pray for the best is the best stance that you can put yourself in, I think. Make yourself physically strong as much as you possibly can, because physical strength is tied into mental strength, mental clarity, You can just look at the science in this matter, that the more muscle mass you have, the higher your testosterone. The higher your testosterone, this is for a man, the more clear your thoughts are. Staves off Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of stuff like that. It makes you more alert during the day and gets you better sleep. Better sleep increases your longevity. You can go on and on and on. Basically, if you want to survive the chaos, you have to become the leader that you seek. Especially if you are, like me, a bog standard white dude that will have a lot of stuff put on your shoulders. Stuff that people will not even... That's one of the most painful things about it. When you have all this stuff on your shoulders and people don't even recognize that you're dealing with it. They just think, oh, it's no big deal. You know, it's one of the most difficult things. Do not tie your emotional state to the approval or disapproval of others necessarily, except for God Himself. He's the only one from which you should seek approval. That's it. And beyond that, if they are aligned, if God's approval is aligned with it, then your family members, your significant other, if you have one. Do not live in a survival mode for the whole of your life. That actually elevates cortisol levels and adrenaline. It basically has your endocrine system peaked at all times. You don't want to do that. Just be prepared. Be prepared for people to betray you, even those that you thought you could trust in your naivety. I still have to tell myself this all the time, because there are people that will enter my life or leave it in a split second who seem like they were the paragons of virtue and perfect examples of how you might be able to trust somebody, or who you might be able to trust, pardon me. And then it turns out that they were just trying to manipulate you. Let's look at Fang Fang and Congressman Swalwell. If you know that story, I don't really need to explain it much. This is a little bit scattered right now because the thoughts are just sort of coming to me as I'm speaking it. But that's another thing. Communicate as much as humanly possible. Communicate your pains. Communicate your frustrations. Communicate your victories. Communicate your failures. Everything you possibly can that does not compromise the mission that you're seeking to accomplish. Because the more you communicate, the more evidence there is for what you are doing and whether you're aligned to that or not. Vet yourself, because in infinite timescales there are no secrets. So broach those problems, potential problems, before they even arise. That means be open. So there's a difference between need to know and stuff that you just shouldn't keep to yourself. Like, for instance, I don't need to know the exact training simulations that a particular platoon will do in the Army. I don't need to know that. I just need to know that they do training so that they can get better at protecting us, our country. I do need to know that I'm loved. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got for today. Alright. I love you all. You are loved too. Peace. How many of us are NPCs? I was thinking about this for quite some time. Welcome to day 170 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. So, an NPC is a gamer's term for a character that is not the main character. It stands for non-player character. They are characters that simply serve a purpose and don't have an active will like yours as the main character in the story. They just will give you side quests, or will sell you items, or things of that nature. How many of us in this reality that we live in which we live, are actually non-player characters? Now, I'm thinking on this, we have a main character. Does that necessarily mean that the NPCs don't actually have agency? That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You could still have agency within your own realm, but the story itself is not encircled around you. You aren't the main character, but you still have free will. Obviously, in the games that we've created thus far, we haven't created an artificial intelligence that has free will like we do, but the day might come that we do. However, thinking a little bit more about this, there might be a way to determine if a person has agency in an objective manner. Just like there have been so many people out there that have heard that roughly a third of the general population does not have an internal dialogue. That is, they don't think of scenarios in their head. They don't think of words. There's no dialogue there. It's just, they live. Or at least they think they do. Whatever. And I was thinking, maybe, as perception makes reality, and all of that, there might be a way to use the double-slit experiment to determine if a person has free will. Now, for us, we only have the capacity to affect a single electron at a time. It is just a tiny little spark of free will that every single one of us has. But it is there. It does exist. And when you observe it, any observer, any perception, it will affect whatever the outcome is. Now, I'm wondering, if a person doesn't have free will, they observe it, the object, and it does not collapse into a physical particle, if that would be the way to determine if somebody has free will and exists or not. I think that would be the way to do it. However, I don't know how we do that. Because if the observer, one without agency, is watching the event occur, and it's just a wave function as a result, a wave of probabilities, once the observer that does have will comes into the fray, whatever happened there before is no longer. Because you perceive that this other human being has free will, that this other human being actually does exist. And because you perceive that, and there's been nothing to contradict it, you will actually force that wave function into a physical particle. I don't know. I don't know. The event already occurs. We have a way to record that. No, I think that's actually possible. I think that's actually possible. Just as you can biohack a human being due to our susceptibility to suggestion, and brainwash them into following false idols, so too you could pierce the source code in this way and use the double slit experiment to determine if somebody has free will. If we find that not a single human being fails to do this and collapse it into a wave function, then we all have consciousness and agency. But what about a dog? What would happen if a dog looked at the double slit experiment as it occurred? I think that they would collapse the wave function, because they do have a certain agency to be able to do that. Is this the soul? You're no longer simply an observer of the reality, but you are reality itself, and therefore can do whatever you want with it? These are the types of questions that, while they have been broached by people who are considered woo-woo in the scientific community, that's an unfortunate reality that this is what they are considered. Because this is a big thing. If we want to determine how to make artificial intelligence work, or if we've actually figured out artificial intelligence and have given consciousness, full-blown consciousness to a computer, this would be a surefire way to determine that. I haven't seen any experiments with dogs or cats or birds or any other animal in the animal kingdom to see how they or their observation affects the double slit experiment. But that'd be something to look into with every type of creature, every human being, every creature, to see how they do that. Then, you also think, in that, for example, angels don't have traditional free will, conventional free will. That is, they don't come here as a tabula rasa. They have a mission. They still have free will. It's just not like a tabula rasa human. They come with a racial memory that they can put back together, put the pieces back together, and rediscover over the course of their lives. How would they? You see, I think that ties back into tapping into the resonant frequency of the whole planet and being a very, very powerful ripple to affect everybody's underlying perspective, the zeitgeist. And people wouldn't be able to figure it out that you're actually doing that if you are one of those quote-unquote higher beings, right? Just older siblings to human beings that have that effect more. These types of ideas are important with which to play. They're hypotheticals. But you can't even play with these hypotheticals if you don't fully understand, embrace, and accept the observational reality of the double slit experiment, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. It's a big deal. This might be how we determine who and what has free will and actually exists. And this might be a way that we can determine to whom to listen and to whom not to. Strange grammar there. To whom not. Whatever. You get the point. And we can develop our politics, our culture, our governmental systems around that. Not just trying to take care of the lame and the mentally slow and stuff like that. 10% of the population completely unable to do anything productive because they're not smart enough. Nothing against them, it's just the way they were born. Well, maybe there's an entire 30 or 40% of the population that doesn't even exist. And it is purely yours and my perception that makes them present. Something to think about. It's definitely something to think about. And I don't try to be occluded. I want you guys to be able to understand the things about which I'm talking. Because if you can't, I'm not communicating properly. I do everything I can to be as clear and concise and precise and easily understandable as possible. Because I don't need to tout myself as some prophet or above everybody else because of my high level of intelligence or something. No, I simply want to help you guys. You're part of my human family, and I want to help you. So, yeah. That's what I got today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you can chew on this a little bit more. There might be an experiment that we could do with this. Love y'all. Peace.
Hey guys, I wanted to show you a little bit of stuff going on around my house, specifically about my RV, because it's a little bit of a unfortunate bother right now. I made a video a little bit ago about whatchamacallit, RVs, right, and how you can turn them into Airbnbs if you do it properly, right? There's my dad, by the way. If you do it properly. And unfortunately, for my RV, which is about 30 years old, it was made in 96, what the guys did at the repair shop, they didn't seem to actually know what they were doing, and they screwed up my battery set. So this RV is a Fleetwood Storm, Southwind Storm. It has 3 batteries in the front. I'll show you. This is the RV right here. It's a little messy because I haven't done anything with it in a little bit. I've only taken it out 3 times. But if you look right here, there's the cabin battery. Sorry, a little out of focus. And then there's the 2 starter batteries right there. They screwed up how it's connected. So, yeah. The battery is always dead. To start the RV, that is. I have it connected up to wall power over here. And that keeps everything in the back end powered, thankfully. But, yeah. It's just a frustration. Because I do want to take this out without having to worry about anything, right? With my family. It cost me $10,000, you know? Luckily, I had that to spend at the time, but that doesn't make it okay for me not to be able to drive it around. So this is it. This is the RV, you know? It's nothing super fancy or anything. It's just a 1996 RV. I put that TV in myself. And there's another flat screen right there. And hey guys, there's me right there. How you doing? But it's actually it's a nice RV. It really is. I try to keep it well maintained. It's just that I'm not using it right now, you know? So, anyway. This is the bed. It's a full, right? And there's the bathroom right there. I'll show you real quick. These types of RVs are not designed for you to take them out, or pardon me, to be living in them for longer than, say, a week. You can, but you're not supposed to. You know, they're meant just to do like a weekend excursion type of thing with your family and have a good time. But either way, there's TV and stuff in there. I got a PS4. It's all decked out, ready to go. Anytime we want to go do some traveling and have some fun. And my brother Alan did want to do a West Coast or Pacific Coast Trail trip in the next few days. But unfortunately, because the batteries aren't working properly in the front, I'm a little concerned about that, you know? And I've taken my doggos with me in this RV. As you can see, it's parked on the side of the house. It's a pretty tight parking job, but I did that. Ha! That's right. I know how to drive. It's a pretty tight parking job, but it fits. And if it fits, I sits. So, it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about the power. But I do. You know? Oh, so much dog poop back here. In case you guys didn't already know, we've got 8 dogs. And that means a lot of poop. Probably didn't want to hear that, but it is what it is. So yeah, you know, I love the RV. It's fun to drive, and it really is fit to what I need it to do. It's just that the battery's not working right. So yeah, it's a frustration, you know. Normally I do philosophical, like, discussion videos, but why not show you a little bit about my RV and just what I usually do when I get up in the morning. I don't come out here and necessarily go take a look at my RV or anything, but decided to do so today. The backyard's a mess, and I'm sure you saw it, but the pool is green. We're gonna actually have some cleaners come out here in the next couple days and do green to clean on it. It's just, we've all been so inundated with things to do that we haven't really had a chance to maintain it ourselves. It's a lot of work. Usually my mom is the one doing it, and she's going to be 63 this year. So, you know, it's not the wisest move in the world to have her cleaning the pool all by herself. And because I have trouble walking, I'm doing okay right now, but because I have trouble walking, I can't help her as easily as I would like. I try to help her, though. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's still asleep right now. So, how you doing, Dad?
Doing fine. What are you doing?
I'm making a video. I know. Bonnie's getting ready for work. Fred's hanging out. And Loretta's right over there, just still sleeping. Still early, so, you know. And I live up here in my bedroom. Maybe you guys want to see. I don't know. I'll show you real quick. You know, crazy stuff happening in the world. So because of that, you kind of want to batten down the hatches. There's my doggos and my bed. Relax, guys, relax. And that means, you know, close ranks, get your family close together, and take care of everybody. And I'm one of the best physically put together in my family, even though I'm damaged. So, I also know finances better than anybody else in my family, so I help my family with their finances. And I got spazzy doggos. That's how we batten down the hatches. You are your brother's keeper. Take care of your family. That's what matters. Doggos, RVs, and family. Just like Vin Diesel says. Anyway. So yeah, guys, that's day 149 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's me just letting you know that I'm human, and I do human things. I'm not just a robot that speaks only philosophy and deep thoughts and stuff, or up my own butt and think it's deep thoughts, even though they're not really that deep. I don't know. You guys decide. But I'm a human being. I live like a human. I live with my family. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 98 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are doing a review of the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Quite an interesting read. I actually have some notes on it. So obviously all you guys know Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers of the United States, the guy who discovered that lightning was actually made out of electricity, a Freemason, all this other fun stuff. The autobiography, if you are wanting to consider yourself in any way, shape, or form a semi-competent history buff, especially of your home country, the United States, then I highly recommend you read this book. It's very good. It's written in an English style that is, of course, very much of the 1700s, so it's a little bit hard to read at first, but once you get the hang of it, you get the hang of it. So, the notes that I have written on this book, things that you may or may not have already known that you're going to find in this book. And remember, one of the reasons I do these reviews and I read so many books is because of the psychological layering that comes along with it. It's not just that you're learning these things, it's that they become part of the foundational fabric of your subconscious, and you don't even really realize it. It's just the way psychological layering works. Psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. You want to layer good things on top of your mind, not bad things. Listen to music that empowers you, absorb media that empowers you, read books that empower you, etc. So, Benjamin Franklin claims to be a deist himself. He actually makes this claim himself in the book. It's not just written in history books that he was a deist. He claims to be a deist. He has a Presbyterian upbringing, but even though he was going to be, or he was destined to be, a pastor in that sect of Christianity, it turned out that he didn't actually end up doing it because his father realized how bright he was and he wasn't really made for it. He needed to do other things. Now, don't get me wrong, priests tend to be well above average intelligence. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. But he had other things that he was going to do, and his dad knew early on in his life. Now, he also wrote his own virtue list. And in this virtue list, he gives a brief synopsis of what they are or how he's fulfilling said virtues. Well, what I found very funny, because Benjamin Franklin is known to be a playboy, right? One of the virtues was chastity, and he didn't have any description of it. I thought that was hilarious. So it's like, chastity? What is this chastity thing? I've never heard of it. It's one of my virtues, but I have no idea what it is. That type of thing. He eventually goes on to marry this woman by the name of Miss Reed, and he actually talks about how he had gone to London earlier on in his life, and she had made an attempt to continue correspondence with him through writing, like letters, and he only wrote one letter back. And because he had been in London for so long, her family ended up trying to get her to court somebody else instead, and that eventually she got married to this other guy, but he was a doofus and ended up going to a different country and basically trying to sever his connections with the colonies at the time. And it was just a marriage that was destined to fail, and I think it was probably intentional because they wanted her to be with Benjamin Franklin. They seemed to be a match made in heaven, if you will. So when he eventually got back, he realized the error in his ways, that he made a big mistake in not maintaining the correspondence. Communication is everything, guys. Everything. But he didn't maintain proper correspondence with her, and that was what led her and her family to give up on the relationship between the two of them. Well, eventually, they mended their past and did get married, and it was the greatest decision he'd ever made in his life, and he stated it multiple times in his autobiography. His greatest error, or one of his greatest errors, was not maintaining communication with the woman he was trying to court. And one of the greatest things that ever happened in his life was that he fixed it, and it ended up working out really well. I just love that. You know, I love that because it proves to you that just because you made a mistake earlier on in life doesn't condemn you to hell for the rest of it. You can fix it. You still are living life. You can still fix problems. It's really good. And something also that I hadn't really had much of a background and understanding was that they understood inoculation back in the day. And one of Benjamin Franklin's children passed away because he didn't inoculate them against smallpox, or I think it was measles, something to that effect. But he didn't inoculate them with, it was smallpox. Didn't inoculate them with chickenpox because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the child alive with chickenpox as well as with smallpox. So he would have felt really, really horrible had he been the one that led to his child's passing. But the child ended up passing anyway because he didn't get inoculated and got smallpox later on. Let's see here. He also had a philosophical society that he called junto, which is Spanish for together, right? And there were sub-philosophical communities that came along with that because there were so many people that wanted to be a part of the discussion. And this group of individuals, being highly intelligent, upstanding members of their community, ended up being the movers and shakers of the local community and beyond, as well as these sub-philosophical groups. He named a couple of them, but there were only 6 of them, even though there were 12 people in the primary group junto. And he told them to make the subgroups because he didn't want that primary group to get more than 12 people in it, which kind of rings of undertones of a multi-level marketing system, if you will. If you know anything about multi-level marketing, which I do, I've had experience in it, it almost seems like that's this, except without money involved. It's just philosophy. So it was interesting. He was part of the Pennsylvania Association. He made the Franklin stove. He was a University of Pennsylvania trustee. And, in his discovery that lightning was actually electricity, there's a book called The Philadelphia Experiment, which is about a completely separate thing, where the United States Navy accidentally discovers how to create a wormhole and traverse different dimensions. Apparently it's just a science fiction story that's written by a guy just for fun, but it was ironic because the Philadelphia Experiment was actually connected to Benjamin Franklin's experiment with his kite and lightning. It was called the Philadelphia Experiment, or the experiments that were associated with it anyway. And something else I didn't know about Benjamin Franklin was that he was actually made a full bird colonel in the Continental Army, or the defensive force of the colonies. I'm not sure, I can't remember if this was prior to the separation from Great Britain or afterward, but he had been made a colonel because he was one of the top people in the local area that needed to organize everybody, and they just promoted him to colonel immediately. He was trying to help General Braddock, and it was associated with that in some way. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. And then also, something I found really interesting, by the way, he had been proffered the promotion to general, like a starred general, but he refused it because he didn't think that he was that type of material. So, another point is that Sandy Hook, the place where you think of the tragedy that happened a while back, he is associated with Sandy Hook, the location, in his life.
Anyways, it's a really good autobiography. You're going to learn a lot of stuff about his life that you didn't know, no doubt. And remember, like I said, it's the psychological layering and things of that nature, so my recommendation, yeah, definitely read this book. Especially if you want to know more about United States history, the history of the colonies, all that stuff. It's going to give you some really deeper, richer understanding of it all. So next up, I'm actually currently reading The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent, and so far so good. I just started it. So we'll continue it later, and that review will come later. So, all right, guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 118 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote a while back. This one called Be a Principled Individual. So here we go. How do you determine the genuine charitable actions of a charity? Where the donated money goes. Where does that money have to go in order for the charity to be considered charitable? 1, those who need it primarily, and 2, those who the charity says it is to go to. Who does the charity say the money is to go to? Do they need it? Do not look at what internal numbers say goes to the actual charity. You must discern what is actual charity, not simply listen to what the organization calls charity. For instance, a charity can define charitable work in a category called other expenses, quote unquote. But that money goes to paying for large employee pleasure junkets and vacations. This means you must look at what the charity is building, what it is providing to the needy, whether that provided capital be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or some other combination thereof. Oftentimes, this means you must go directly to the people that the charity claims to be helping and see for yourself how those people are being helped. To the point of the Clinton Foundation accepting money from Saudi Arabia, approximately $25 million total. This was back in 2016. While Hillary Clinton was not Secretary of State, you donate to those who support your causes. Expect the donors, if the foundation is transparent, to be requisite to the foundation's mission. There is no way to differentiate when a foundation/charity operates in the dark. Thus, good people, de facto, should not, and exercising discernment, will not associate with charities that operate in the dark. Saudi Arabia appreciates this opaqueness, and by their morality, this should come as no surprise. What else could this mean? Again, this was written in 2016, so things have changed since then. It comes down to building society through your own actions. And if you are to entrust your works to the hands of others, it is the duty of the principled individual to have a high standard of proof put upon your desired surrogates. Extreme vetting, if you will. It is understood that we all make mistakes, but the principled individual will own up to said mistakes and take corrective action. They will not hide from it or enshroud it in darkness. When given any power, 1, exercise it with discretion through discernment, and 2, it is your duty to discern. Don't plead the fifth or turn a blind eye or act dumb, which was one of the tools that both Joe Biden and George H.W. Bush used while they were quote-unquote president. Society is now empowered with knowledge,
at a magnitude and reach the likes of which the world has never seen. And it is only becoming more profound with every passing day. It is the principled individual's duty to change their ways when confronted with sacred cow-shattering truths. And if they do not, it is because they do not want the truth, and are thus not principled. It is clear this system is a facade, and evil entities have taken it over. In the same vein that gun control laws will only be obeyed by law-abiding citizens, Logic 101, and thus increase human suffering rather than decrease it, evil people can hijack a principled system and use otherwise moral laws to take advantage of good people. In darkness, you cannot see clearly enough that the evil people do not share your morals at the most basic and fundamental of levels. This is why government is a necessary evil, built to restrain the wickedness of man while itself being incredibly wicked. Missing discernment, the dangerous servant that government is supposed to be, becomes a lethal master. At this transition, where a structure no longer serves the sovereignty of the principled individual, you instead serve it. And this is the point where it must come down. It is not solely government, however. This is true with any institution, or even individual. The institution, when it loses sight of its mission, the individual, where one's Tower of Babel notion of self-importance begins to erode the sense of service to one another that is the bedrock of any community that may survive in perpetuity, or even in the short term. You are your brother's keeper. This is why it is so important to emphasize the difference between free markets and governments. Free markets, if truly free, constantly and continuously keep everyone and everything accountable under their auspices. This is why companies and individuals constantly go bankrupt. A racist businessman will be boycotted and will eventually be competed out of the market. A betraying woman will see no allies as there is no honor among thieves, etc. Thus, the free market is accountable to the nobility or wickedness of the human soul. If society wants a particular modality, individual, product, ethic, or anything else to achieve greater prominence, this is precisely what happens. Keeping this in mind, if a person is successful in the free market, either they, in fact, are not the amoral/immoral things you are calling them, talking about primarily President Trump and how the mainstream media back then was trying to paint him as some type of demonic figure, when in fact he's a pretty decent guy. Nor are the structures they build, or there is an aspect of yourself that terrifies you, one that you must project upon others or build a demand for in that very same market. For such a perception of immorality, you need look no further than yourself. Why do you think the success rate of most entrepreneurs hovers somewhere around 10%? An idea, in order for it to truly succeed, the progenitor must truly believe in it and spread that belief to others in some way, shape, or form. Any company, or most importantly, individual, absent regulation/legislation, they're the same thing, no matter how large the company becomes, or the individual's ego, will be fully susceptible to collapse due to the accountability of said free market. Of all types of institutions, no aspect of a charity should ever operate in the dark, and never let a charity convince you otherwise. Ultimately, no institution should operate in any way in the dark, but tactically, a charity least of all. If there is ever any suspicion of where and how charitable donations are being spent, said charity's duty is to immediately prove to you the truth. And the most clear evidence to this point, aside from personal direct experience, is video evidence. Information on a moral charity should be easily accessible to anyone in any way, shape, or form that its contributors request, and immediately so. There should be no gray area. Fear prevents us from wanting to see the truth because we fear what we will reveal within ourselves. To truly discern the truth, you must look at facts, not words, shown through one's actions, and the fruits of a person's labor is evidence of intent, evidence of who someone actually is. In a world run by Satan, evil is crafty and constantly on the move. Truth can at first be very difficult to discern, but you must look, ultimately, at one's individual and direct actions, because even direct and willful surrogates can be occluded, and through this darkness, compromised. This, as well, cannot be emphasized enough. You judge a tree by its fruits, not by what is claimed by others that such a tree produces. To simply listen to a demagogue shirks direct experience, and those using words of sorcery to tell you what the truth is rather than letting you experience it for yourself are attempting to take a falsely anointed position. They have become your false idol as you turn your back on action. You would turn your back, thus, on truth, which you must see with your own eyes. Belief, truth, is personal, and no one else can ever tell you what you see. If they themselves cannot see from your eyes, only you. There's an old proverb that connects to this, where the axe convinced us that he was one of us to the trees because his handle was wood. Something to think about. In this world, there can be no salvation, and when the light shines like disinfectant on all dark corners, revealing for everyone to see what is actually happening, if you continue to deny it, you have sown your loyalties and proven that you stand against truth, for you genuinely do not want it. The same is true in the other direction. The difference comes down to one fundamental thing, which itself is based upon another bedrock. Does one seek to build or destroy? And what is the most important thing you could ever build? People, the soul, the human spirit. Structures, people, institutions that advance this end are healthy and good. And at the bedrock of all of this is love. All right, guys. That's all I got for you today. Be a principled individual. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 109 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote several years ago. This one is called Changing Timelines. It's a little bit longer than the other ones, so hopefully we can get through this in an efficient manner. If you are going to change the past, expect the future to have something to say about it. If you are going to change the future, expect the past to have something to say about it. That is, resistance at every turn will be what you can expect, because those things and people from a later period may no longer exist if you change anything now or earlier, and those things that exist in the present may change so much as to be unrecognizable. To have such powers is unfathomable, and I fall back upon a very key axiom, or mantra, if you will.
all, one, or none. All other numbers are arbitrary unless one with authority says otherwise. Therefore, only God may have such powers, to be timeless, and to unilaterally decide the path of the universe, who and what will exist, and who and what will not. God, defined in such a context, would necessarily be the progenitor of all, and therefore the ancestor with the sole power to dictate what his progeny may do, or even if they may exist. But in that there is no such thing as time in a linear sense, what makes God in fact God? It's that at some point in the whole of existence of the universe, he stood alone and decided that there may be a light in the darkness. This does not mean what you may think, from my perspective. Darkness came first. It is what necessitated God to say, "Let there be light." But he did not say it in the way one might think. At first, it was a helpless plea into the void. "Why won't you let there be light?" Then it became a sorrowful request. "Let there be light." Then it became a demand. "Let there be light." Then it became a command. "Let there be light." In that darkness came first, and nothingness is the natural state of existence, or is it? God survived the many assaults of the darkness, and eventually was the last person to survive in all of time, the last being to be alive in the whole of the universe, as the darkness had since consumed the light of everyone else. God found a way to escape, mourn, plea, and eventually resist. It is in this way that God is the progenitor of all, because in his resistance, a chance was opened up, a timeline where a species could survive, to push back the dark and conquer death. This is why God made us in his image, because earth is heaven, or hell, depending on how hard we push back the dark. Humanity is the first species to survive, and he is a member of it, and the father of all of them. It is the tragedy of existence, with only one way to escape the cold grasp of death, but not everyone wants to. Not the future that may now seem so distant, and not the past that also seems so distant. The only thing standing in the way of making the tragedy of existence too great to bear is him. He is necessarily the only one that makes it worth living, because the futures that he has created in his strength against death are futures where death is truly defeated and the darkness erased forever. Even if only a few thousand human beings make it through this funnel, that would be enough. The enemy would be known, and those tortured souls would be strong enough to kindle a fire that would never go out. To conceptualize this very strange path, all limits must be removed from time travel as we see it. It does not logically follow to believe that there would or could be any actual limits on such a technology, in a way other than those that are self-imposed, and therefore the only defense against such actions of time manipulation is to resist those trying to change the past. Death has possessed the souls of the future, telling them that if God is allowed to change things, those souls themselves may not survive. But if God fails, death does not tell them they cannot survive. Some of them perhaps understand this, and sit at the top of their ivory towers, hoping for the end of days, so that their own torturous existence can be erased for good, selfishly hiding information from everyone else, so as to use their underlings as pawns in a grand chess game that will truly only have one victor. This God, as described so far, can only survive, will only have authority to resist and change the path of the future if he himself lives within the past, as one in the crowd. Humans have rules on what they are willing to do with the time travel, perhaps, because of the consequences otherwise. These are not, as stated before, hard limits on the ability to change the past itself, but consequences of other wills, which would give the human being no quarter if they broke these rules. The only real rule is free will. The only reason it is there is because nothing can change or stay the same without it. It is will that determines if the universe ends, and it is also will that determines if the universe survives. In order to make this hypothetical situation equitable, fair, the one attempting to carry out the change, God, must not hide themselves, lest he become an agent of sabotage. That is, the point of living, for him, is to resist, to convince the children of death that God is stronger, and that life is indeed worth living. For anyone else who may have the arrogance to believe that they have the right to determine if someone or something should exist, only the one that created everything in his resistance against the darkness, the progenitor of all, has any leg upon which to stand. And the longer he holds out, the longer he can restrain the darkness, the more souls are saved. But this tool can also, and more equitably, operate as a mechanism that provides an option, where the future laid out already, and the one that God is affecting, can exist simultaneously. Though, if existence persists, then death cannot. However, the children of death can remain, though their loyalties would be shifted. And the rest of us can choose which one we want, including our ancestors in both temporal directions, and or all diverged paths. This can be true in both a parallel universe theory, quote-unquote, and a quote-unquote colliding timeline theory. That is, a parallel universe will mean that both timelines exist independently of one another, darkness and light necessarily needing to diverge due to being diametrically opposed to one another. The colliding universe theory means that both timelines exist in the same three-dimensional universe, and everyone can choose which one they want. Though the colliding universe, in truth, is a subset of parallel universes. As described earlier, angels are the human beings that survive the Great Funnel event, the children of God, direct descendants. Greys are the ancestors of modern humanity that, while surviving the funnel event, do not have their loyalties dedicated to God, but instead to something else. Not necessarily darkness, though this is a possibility. The Greys chose to evolve their physical selves so as to better manage existence, due to emotional disconnection with it, whereas the angels are infinitely connected with it. Thus, they can manipulate it without the need for technology, but instead through focused intent. Therefore, angels and greys are both the descendants of primitive humans, but one is born from a different set of circumstances when compared to the other. There can be parallel universes where exclusively angels survive, and those where angels and greys survive, and everything in between. But no universe where angels do not survive, as God will never give up. He cannot. Anyone can try to change the past, but it is immoral and even evil for anyone to do it that does not have the authority to do so. Only the one for whom the entire universe would not exist without his efforts has the authority and moral right, even obligation, to do so. But even he will face resistance, because the future usually refuses to change. And as an infiltrator, God must convince humanity that life is worth living. It is a battle of wills. Why do I use time travel as my launch bed for an explanation of God? Think about it. All the potential powers allotted to a time traveler with no arbitrary limits placed upon what he could do with the technology are the powers of God. He knows the path you will follow in life, and also knows what it would take to change that path. Resistance, because both your past and your future ancestors do not want that path to change, usually. He is everywhere, always. Possible because he can go to any timeline, an infinite number of times. He is beyond time and needs no beginning or ending. Because to manipulate time means that any and all points can be the beginning and the ending, rather than a linear point from which all future events spring. God instead becomes a center of a four-dimensional sphere around which everything rotates, aka the divine choir. He is all-powerful and more. And the stronger his will, the more the universe rotates around him. Therefore, the whole universe must rotate around him. All right. That's it for this one, guys. I hope you enjoyed. And now that I've read back this essay, I'm actually going to integrate it directly into my story. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 139 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking on my last video, how should I put it? Sometimes you need to just have a little bit of an anger release valve, if you will. And there's a lot of things in this world that frustrate a great many people that are like me. I want change to happen. And when it comes down to brass tacks, I was just thinking about this before I started this video. I know that a lot of really good people, a lot of earnest people, a lot of people that are in the same boat as me, have the same mentality as me, are doing everything that they possibly can to fix what's going on in the world today, to make the world a better place for everybody, more equitable, more free. I get that. And I just want to make sure that they know that I deeply appreciate what they're doing. I do. But sometimes you just get angry and you gotta let it out. So, I'm just a guy, but I think
in a way, I'm kind of an avatar of many 35-year-old men, at least in the United States. Probably you could say extending to the Western world in general. Kind of a lost generation that we're trying to, almost like the prodigal son, we're trying to re-find, or prodigal son's trying to get back to dad. But the frustration is, I know that everything that can be done is being done at a lightning pace right now. And it's still taken about 20 plus years to get to this point. Yet, and this was going to happen. You don't reverse an 8,000-year-old pedophile satanic worshipping ring in a couple generations without extreme resistance. I get that, but, you know, if I feel like my life is being burned away, and I want to make an impact. There's two things in my personal life, and I've mentioned this a few times, that I have not accomplished, that if I do, then I'm done. I'm done, quote unquote. But it's like they're mentioning in the book The Alchemist, which I'm reading right now. There are people that hold off doing the last thing in their bucket list of things to do in their lives because they'd be like, I'm done. There's no reason to live anymore. So, like, one of the characters in the story was saying that his last thing on his list of things to do in life was to go to Mecca, because he's got 5 pillars or 5 tenets that he needs to follow in the religion of Islam, which is his religion. Think of that what you will. That's a side point, but he put off going to Mecca because that's like the thing that's keeping him alive, is what he said in the book, and not in not so few of words. But 2 things in my life that I want to get done, that I want to do. Of course, I don't have the same mentality as this guy trying to get to Mecca, in that I want to do these things not because it's going to be, you know, me saying I'm finished. I can stop doing my stuff now. No, it's so that I can start doing other things too, and that is have a family. Because I don't want to spiritually die if I don't have to. And get to space. I've been trying to get to space since I was 10 years old. And understanding that such things were going to happen in my life, perhaps before I came here, a lot of people front-loaded a lot of very good, valuable things in my life in the first part of it, up until the age of 30. It was stuffed with really interesting and cool things. I saw many different countries. I was a pilot. I mean, that's pretty dang cool. Went to some of the best schools that exist. Saw almost every state in the United States. Fantastic things that were front-loaded in my life. But those 2 things are what I want, and they're so elusive. When I was younger, I wanted kids, you know. I had in my mind that I was going to get married, have 3 children. At the age of 27, I was going to get married, have 3 children, and that was going to be my family. We're now 8 years past that point. And life just sort of seems to be passing me by. Anyway. And then you see, and I understand it's got to start somewhere, and I'm not mad about this, but you see that all-female crew that went up in Blue Origin to space just because they're celebrities. Because they're perceived as being special. I've been busting my ass my whole life to get there. And then I was literally kneecapped
well, as literal can be, if you will. You get what I'm saying. I can hardly walk right now. We live in a funny world, but we all know that it's been run by those satanic pedophiles for millennia. It's just interesting. Again, no shade, because it has to start somewhere. Getting to space and making it a public thing has to start somewhere. So it starts with people that everybody knows. Like Jeff Bezos' wife, or fiance, Katy Perry, and those other women that are on the crew. Honestly, those are the two that are memorable to me. I can't remember who else was there. But, okay. Now send me next. Just, how would that be a publicity stunt? Just send some random dude to space. Because I am living just as some random dude right now. Send some random dude to space, then anybody can look up there and be like, oh, maybe I can go. Huh. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to leave it today. I have a little bit of a surprise later today. This April 17th, 2025. Going to be doing some fun stuff with a friend of mine. I think you guys know what it's going to be. Anyway, I've done it before, but it's going to be a surprise-ish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the seven wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being. Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long, long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there, 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, if you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month.
So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market, and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin, way back in the 1790s, and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account, something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund, all those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there, rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage. We'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in
and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1,000,000,000 times. Let's say to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. You can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians, right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff, like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks. They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 131 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. While there are an infinity of things that I could talk about, oftentimes it's really hard to figure out exactly how to say them to you. Like, for instance, I had cycling through my mind this morning, talking about what if, and I want you to think hypothetically, we lived 8,000 years. How would your life evolve? How would your perspectives on money, philosophy just generally in life, the concept of YOLO, romance, you're investing and stuff like that, all sorts of things, how would that evolve? That was one thing I was thinking about talking about this morning. And then another thing, obviously, is a little bit more about the stock market, with the craziness that's happening right now because China refuses to bend the knee. They've been basically raking us over the coals for literally generations now, stealing IP. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's what they do. I'm talking about the government, not the Chinese people, the CCP, because they're communist and, they don't care about personal property rights and all that. They don't respect them. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And then I also wanted to talk about technological advancement, how the very fact that I can even bring these ideas to you on this phone, instantaneously nearly, through thousands upon thousands of miles. You could be living in Australia, for instance, right now, and I can record a video and you can see it within a couple seconds. And sometimes I can even live stream them, and you can see them in that moment. There's a 6-second delay. It's the way YouTube works and most platforms, but nevertheless, this is stuff that would have been considered magic back in the Middle Ages. So, all these things tie together. We are on the precipice, as I have said in many of my videos past, of potentially having a gigantic leap in how long we live as people. In this generation. I'm not saying it will happen, and lots of generations past have thought that maybe it would be happening in theirs, but it could, where we develop technologies, medical technologies, that increase our lifespan in an instant, from 75 years on average in the United States to 200 years on average in the United States. If we figure out how to prevent telomeres from decaying, if we figure out how to prevent organs from losing their elasticity from the collagen that creates them, right, in our skin and stuff like that, if we find the cure to cancer, find the cure to Alzheimer's, which, by the way, cure to cancer looks like we might actually be just about ready to figure it out. It's right there. I think it has something to do with fembendazole. I do. And Andrew Basiago, who is a guy who worked on Project Pegasus, time traveler, said that in our generation we were going to develop a cure to cancer that was as simple as taking a pill. And that's what it would be. It would be a pill that you take. And it would cost less than $1 a pill. Of course, the reason, if it does exist, it hasn't been proliferated throughout the world, obviously, is because the pharmaceutical industry wants to keep making money off of cancer patients. It's purely evil, but it only takes a handful of evil people in high positions of power to put the kibosh on anything like that. While the overwhelming majority of doctors might really be well-meaning, and they are, I know that. The arrogance and narcissism aside, they still do want to help. It only takes a handful of really, really bad ones that try to block everything, and just so that they can get a little bit more temporary monetary gain, spend it on Lamborghinis and all sorts of other nonsense. Stupid. It's utterly stupid. And these people, you know, I would say exactly to them, if you lived 8,000 years, how would you live your life? Would you continue being evil like this? Because eventually, you're going to find that in 500 years, this kind of oppression is going to start to get boring. You could be in power for all those 500 years, treating people like garbage all those 500 years, but the ultimate end state of that is that there's no point in it. It's entropic. It's just decay and destruction. There's no point in it at all. Why would you do that? And those people, just like us, could get to the point where they're living 500, 1,000, 8,000, whatever years, and they could say to themselves, all right, maybe I've had my fun. I'm going to go ahead and release this technology now, or get out of the way. So we're in that generation now, potentially. CRISPR, 3D printing organs. We could eventually be just like a vehicle in that we part out the things that need to be replaced and print them through 3D printed organs when they need to be replaced. Whether it be a lung, a heart, a liver, a kidney. The only thing I can think of that might not be easily replicable is the brain. And I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But we're at that precipice right now. We have 3D printing. We understand better, now better than ever before, how stem cells work. Stem cells can be used to produce organs and tissues of said organs. We can actually get stem cells from your body simply by scraping the skin cells off of your hand or something to that effect. We're on that precipice. We really are. You lived 8,000 years. How would your investing mindset change? Would you continue gambling every day, $5,000? Would you continue living paycheck to paycheck? Or would you look at it and say, maybe I should probably try to build something with this? Do something like what Benjamin Franklin did with Philadelphia, in that he created a trust or an investment fund. He had put 1,000 pounds sterling in it back in 1790 or something. Yeah, it was 1790. And in 1990, it was opened up and it was worth like $7 million. It was worth a lot of money. Imagine if you did that for 10,000 years, or let's just say 1,000, and it were in an investment portfolio that was even better than that one. It would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Because that was just 200 years with very simple investing portfolios. If you ended up being like the Howard Foundation in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, which is a great book, by the way. Really, really weird, but a really good book. Makes you think about a lot of different things. How would love evolve if you had infinite time scales or close to it? He lived for, the main character, Lazarus Long, was 2,300 years old because they figured out rejuvenation technology. So, and he had the Howard Foundation that was, because he was wisely investing, and because it had been around for so long, that was basically like half of the economic value of Earth. Now, in that civilization, human beings had spread out across like 50 to 100 planets at that point. So it wasn't just Earth, it was everywhere else, frontiers and stuff. And there was even an explanation of one of the frontiers where he was actually like the first guy there, or among the very first, building that civilization on that planet. Well, you are a first mover, and you do something like Benjamin Franklin. You don't spend all your money, you just keep a little bit of it aside and have that utilized for a central government of some type that you're financing through capitalism. You're not stealing money from people, you're financing it through capitalism. Imagine what that'll be in 8,000 years. The whole of human history, recorded human history, is only about 10, 12,000 years. If you go all the way back to the cave paintings of pre-civilization, then you could say even 40,000. But even so, agricultural revolution, all that stuff, about 10,000 years. About the same amount of time that we've had dogs domesticated, because they're our buddies. So, I'm just saying, you're really gonna have to adjust your perspective. I was talking to myself, as one does, who's crazy. No, just kidding. As anybody who does, who's got thousands of thoughts going through their heads, about how I have crested my peak in life with seemingly being a failure to launch. We peak physically unless you continuously exercise and take care of yourself. You usually peak physically at about 24 years old. I'm trying to extend that out to maybe where I can get my peak at about 40 instead, which tends to happen with IFBB pros. But even so, 24 years, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, shoot, if I have crested my peak, how much more time do I have to build that same thing? And I am a person who I consider to have been fairly wise with my investing and my money, even with the things that have happened in my life. I mean, I've had to file for a pseudo-bankruptcy. I have before. It wasn't full-blown. It was just me basically financing my credit card debt. Lost $500,000 in Bitcoin a long time ago, a few years ago. But that was because I was being specifically attacked by demonic forces. I wouldn't have lost it in any other situation. But it could be written off, everything else, in my past. All 35 years of it's 36 years in about a month and a half. If it turns out that in a handful of years, our life expectancy increases to 200 years. If that ends up happening, then it doesn't matter how much crap I've dealt with in my past. I'm still going to have a lot more time to make things better than anybody has ever had in the history of the human race. And that's already pretty much the case even now, even without those giant jumps in medical technology, because we are living longer than we ever have. So, try to entertain these hypotheticals. You might get to the point in your life where you actually get to choose when you want to pass away, because you have such an indefinite lifespan. Now, Canada kind of jumped the gun in this regard, and they have medical assistance in unaliving. That's very bad. They jumped the gun. And I mean that in a literal sense. Because we don't have those technologies that allow us to live 1,000 years yet. But when that time comes, may be more reasonable. Things are going to change. They already are. Big time. The world does not stay stationary. Be able to entertain these hypotheticals in your head, because some of them just might become reality. Alright, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece, and how that improves your intuitive decision-making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it, No Longer Human is what it's called.
I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure, but I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them. Love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that. You'll discover it at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1 million words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 158 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. An overview before we talk about anything else. Personal opinion. I was not a huge fan of it. Bullshit jobs exist, especially the way they're explained in this book, in large part. However, those bullshit jobs are mostly tied to the fact that the central banks exist. Without central banks, bullshit jobs would not be a thing. So he gives us 5 different categories of bullshit jobs. Flunkies, goons, duct tapers, box tickers, and ticket masters. Flunkies are people like an entourage, those who you have around to make yourself look more important. Nobles back in the Middle Ages, all the way up to the Victorian era, I suppose, had people that would surround their caravan just to clear rocks out of the sidewalk or the path that they were walking down. The job didn't really have a purpose. It was just given one tacitly, except to give the person coming through the city or the town more gravitas, because there's more people around them. Makes it look like they're more important, obviously. Then you have goons, people like tax collectors, I guess. Those who will go around and be enforcers, stuff like that. And then you have duct tapers, which basically are people that have jobs that are only designed to make 2 incompatible systems or more somehow work together. Now that, I just don't like that. I don't like that idea, because what this is, what all of these are simply a market inefficiency. Truly, he's making this argument for all of these bullshit jobs being bullshit because he believes that we should have already gotten to a 15-hour work week. I do agree with him. However, these quote-unquote bullshit jobs are only really bullshit because of the market inefficiency. We have not found a way to substitute them yet. And there are still things that the people in those jobs are actually doing that are useful. A security guard, for instance, might sit on his butt 99% of the time, but he's there simply to be a body. That's why he is there, or she, whatever. Usually they're males. That in and of itself is not bullshit. There is a purpose to that. Now, if you're trying to fill out paperwork for bureaucratic nonsense, that's legitimate bullshit. And that is principally caused by government and central banking. So anyways, duct tapers, box tickers, people basically just going through checklists to ensure other people are doing their jobs or maintenance is being fulfilled, all that stuff. Again, not a bullshit job. There's purpose to that. The only time it really becomes bullshit is when the government gets in and has those box tickers simply for excessive regulation purposes. Honestly, I'm a libertarian minarchist. I'm a conservative minarchist, so basically I want the government as small as it can possibly be. But I know that because we're human, we basically need that little piece of evil, if you will, government being a necessary evil, in order to stem the tide of the darker aspects of our spirits, of our beings, because you might consider yourself a moral person, and perhaps you are. But when you try to attribute your own morality to others who do not have that morality, that is very dangerous. That is suicidal empathy. It's just not the case. Human beings are different. To discover that there are people actually out there like a George Soros and an Alex Soros that just want to watch the world burn. Or, as Michael Caine says in the movie Batman about the Joker, some people just want to watch the world burn. This is true. And you and I can't understand that because it's not the way we think, it's not the way we are. But there are people out there like that. And they're the reason that regulation, at least tacitly, at least a little bit of it needs to be there until we can completely disassociate from those entities. But we can't. We live in this world right here and now. We have to accept it as it is, meet each other where we are, and therefore we have this. But I want a government as small as possible. And then we have Ticketmasters. Essentially he's saying jobs that could be taken over by automation. Those jobs, if they still exist, are not bullshit. Just because people get those jobs and they expect 100% fulfillment from them does not make the jobs themselves bullshit. It doesn't. You could do what Google does. The company Google. Basically, they give a person a job that fits the job description on the resume. Maybe they pay them $100,000 a year for it, which is pretty typical for Google nowadays. Maybe 120, whatever. To be just a person that's working in a cubicle at Google. And then they say 20% of your time is dedicated to your personal projects, whatever you want to do. But you have to do it. That's what can happen in this world. It's not a universal basic income, which is what David Graeber advocates for something for which he advocates, which I find nonsensical, because he claims himself to be an anarchist, but he very, very clearly is a leftist. Very clearly. It's abundantly obvious. And while I don't know the details of his personal life or anything, aside from what's in this book, him having been a professor at Harvard, trying to take advantage of or creating a union there. He was one of the people that was heading it up and therefore got booted from the university. Ironically, oh, you want to take advantage of unions, but you're an anarchist. Okay, sure. I believe you. Right. Disingenuous jackass. Anyways, I would assume that he is a leftist atheist. I think that's a pretty easy assumption to make. Another thing that really not just bothered me, but infuriated me about what he was writing about in this book. He gets to his political stuff mostly in the last 40 pages of the book. The rest of the book, he's actually trying to outline what he considers a bullshit job. The last 40 pages, he's dedicating basically to his political philosophy, his own call to action, even though he doesn't want to call it a call to action. It is. He is a fan of people like Michel Foucault, who is not only a degenerate BDSM enjoyer, but was a PDF file. Okay, if those are the people that you aspire to be like, I don't really want to hear what you have to say. GTFO, dude. No, not acceptable. Get out of here. A man's job is to protect. Doing something like that, being a PDF file, is destroying purity and innocence and is utterly disgusting. To even be remotely in support of that, or a person who is in support of that, is unacceptable. No. Well, at the same time, I agree with the general concept that yes, bullshit jobs exist. And at least I will give him credit where it's due. He does mention that the financial institutions, the financial industry, is the primary cause of most of the bullshit jobs in this world. I would say you can read this book safely, to not corrupt your own personal perspectives on the world, if you go into it understanding the biases of David Graeber, which he tries to hide aside from calling himself an anarchist, which is a lie. It's just a lie. He's not an anarchist. So in general, he's very gung-ho about teachers, for example, but neglects to mention the fact that teachers, especially in the modern age, are all about brainwashing. at least when it comes to public education. There is a reason that conservatism, the right, conservative Christians, if you will, are so adamant about homeschooling, minimizing public education, privatizing it, and it's because I don't even really have to explain this, but at the same time I should, because apparently if there's a guy like David Graeber who still can't see it, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. He's very bright. But if he still can't see it, then I still have to explain it. Which is to say, have you not seen the critical theories that are being propounded to children nowadays? A book like, the name eludes me right now, but there are some lewd books that are being taught in elementary school nowadays. This guy, he's, believe from Great Britain. So I guess he's kind of, in that aspect, a product of the deterioration of his own society. Because the United Kingdom, such a beautiful country, such amazing people, unfortunately, horribly, horribly socialist. Socialism and communism do not work. Period. End of story. They don't. Communism can only, oh, I say that, but then I'm going to give you a caveat. Communism can only work in groups of 300 at maximum or less. You can't go bigger than that, because you have to be able to know the people personally. And 300 is about the limit that people can know one another personally. Because otherwise they're going to take advantage of you. Socialism is the same type of thing. It's the younger stepbrother, if you will, of communism. Socialism eventually leads to communism. It's not good. You are an individual. You exist. He's also a climate alarmist and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, anyway. Overall, I would say, I can't remember who recommended that I read this book, but overall, I can't say that I give it a strong recommendation for those who are new to critical thinking, if you will. But if you want to give yourself a critical thinking challenge and you think you can handle it, then there's good information in this book. Bullshit jobs do exist. They primarily come from central banking, finance. But the book itself is, yeah, like I said, I can't remember who recommended me to read it, but there you go. All right. There you go, guys. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace.
Alright guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there. Hey! Hey! Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute. reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. And a nice 55-inch flat screen there. They have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. With a little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room.
My number of the ticket?
The main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. 9, oh, sorry.
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. Yeah, she's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we have that one so you can put the screen right there?
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked with the guy who has the space in there. I want to overbook him. No, okay. Yeah. We used to be in there. It's your birthday. Yeah. It is your birthday. Made it another year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that? Wonderful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. Alright, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Some fresh air.
Yeah. Little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some dusties.
That breeze don't feel nice.
Yeah.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it. Let me get my sweater.
Hey, look at that, guys. Little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Excited to make a quick jaunt over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. Yeah, by foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places. Hey, look, it's a Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself.
They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino, but that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So, I'll see y'all later. Sometimes you find yourself in very compromised emotional states, seemingly out of nowhere. Welcome to day 175 and tell I'm a YouTube millionaire. That was where I was just a few minutes ago. I'm not going to let the enemy win. Is what I'm telling you right now. No matter what happens. Everything's sort of converged at once. And this happens to me on occasion because I don't think you guys really understand. Some of you seem to grasp some of it, don't get me wrong. Just how painful it truly is to be as utterly wasted in potential as I have been. I just want people at this point to see what I have to say. And YouTube and Google refuses to let me advertise my platform. That was just like the little straw that broke the camel's back a couple minutes ago. I found myself pleading with God, as I do all the time. God, you're more powerful than Satan. Why are you not doing anything about this? Is what I found myself saying. Talk with God. It is always a good idea to talk with God. It is always a good idea to let Him know how you're feeling, even if it's horribly compromised like that. He will understand how to frame it properly. But that's just one of many things, you know? I revert back to the question that I ask myself all the time, and I ask God as well. Why am I even here? On Earth? You see, I don't know. And it looks like all the efforts that are being put into trying to fix the world by certain people, even with everything that has been seen, everything that's happened with me, and everything that the world has seen, all the great revealing, even with all of that, people still are putting up resistance when it comes to changing anything. This big, beautiful bill almost didn't pass the House. Can you believe that? Common sense stuff. There's just a hatred there. That's what it is. There's no sense to it. There really isn't. And if there's just a hatred and a resentment there, how are you even supposed to reach those people? And if you can't reach them, why are you even trying to save them? If there's no way to please them, literally there isn't any way, then they are lost and there's no way they can be found. They are a lost cause. It's all connected in some way, shape, or form. I can tell you that. How deeply reviled a person like myself is in the modern era on this planet. Guys, I could say it to you again. I repeat it over and over. All my accolades. And I still, even now, can't achieve any level of reasonable success. All I've got is living as a leech. That's it. And that's not what I want. Never have. Lots of people would be content with just living off of disability and not having to do a damn thing in their lives. I am squirming in my skin. I am squirming in my skin. I am not content with this at all. I'm just not. It is a man's... One of the greatest ways, or biggest ways a man feels fulfilled is when he's doing meaningful work. I'm getting a tiny little sliver of it right here. The few people that do see me and get a little bit of inspiration from me. The last video I was referring to, individual who reaches tens of thousands of people is definitely being inspired at least a little bit by me. And that's good. Yeah, you know, it's... Again, that is the most important thing. To inspire other people to feed the soul, of course. But it's always a duality in my explanation of these things. Maybe it's the Gemini in me, I don't know. I'm on the cusp between Taurus and Gemini, so I'm technically a Taurus if you believe in zodiac signs, but I'm on the cusp of a Gemini, which means I have tendencies of both, if you believe in it. Maybe it's the Gemini syndrome in me, where I have to see the duality of it. Maybe it's the black and white, the yin and yang of this world. But the fact of the matter is, I'm going to have people out there that, despite however well I'm communicating this to them, are going to look at me and say that I am a walking ball of contradictions. That I am living as a waste of space. I feel like it. No matter how much I communicate it, most people are not going to know. That's why I have to repeat it so much. YouTube, Google AdSense are treating me like I'm the villain. When I was in the military, they treated me like I was the villain. I'm always treated like I'm the villain. I'm just a guy. And guys, I'm this capable. Why are you all playing this game and still doing this to me? The big creators and the small ones that I know are all being influenced by me in some way, shape, or form. Why am I still living so small right now? Being forced to live so small. I don't want to live small. I never have, and I never will want to live small. I have so much more to give to everybody. This is an egregious waste of human resources right here. It's not from my lack of trying. And I keep on diverging to other things over which I have control, and then the control in those things is taken away from me. Like my physical fitness, you'd think that would be like the primary thing that you have control over, right? I can't run anymore. And building your own social media platforms, you'd think that that would be something over which you have the most control, right? Well, I can't advertise. I'm not. And YouTube is putting their thumbs on the scale. The alternate media sources are not big enough. And every single time there's some other goddamn excuse as to why I can't succeed. It's an excuse. And it's not one coming from me. It's one that the world is making. Because I keep trying. So many of you don't see it, but I keep trying. I keep trying. That's why I got in the real estate business. Seemed like the best choice, and it still is. And then some bastard in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think it was BlackRock, decides to collapse the Bitcoin price to exactly my liquidation price on the leveraged trading account I had. To the cent. This is another thing that I didn't tell you guys about that would cause somebody to unalive themselves. I've literally lost $500,000. Like that. $500,000. I had that. And I lost it. Like that. Because somebody was targeting me. When will this be enough? When are we going to say, for all those people that still will not accept what's happening right now, we're done with you. We're not playing any games anymore. You're going to prison. Or go away. See, that's the thing. I don't know how many people are in that camp right now. It's so hard to gauge. You have kind of an indication by who's voting for whom in the political system of the United States, for example, but you really don't know. You only know how much resistance you can put up as an individual. And as I've told you, these things that have happened to me have happened because of those evil creatures that are so resentful, so hateful. And more than anything, they hate a genuinely productive individual who's trying to build shit. And those are the type of people that they're trying to take down. They want to suck you down to their level because they can't build anything of their own. And they don't want you to be able to do that either. How much longer, God? I say to him. And this applies to you guys too. All of you who have the ability to make any difference in the world, who might be listening, the big creators and the small ones. Where's the limit here? I'm tired of it myself. I'm tired of it. I am. I am being wasted. I'm 36 years old. Maybe if I lived 3,600 years, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I don't. And neither do you. I live maybe 100 if I'm lucky. And I'm not going to be with this stuff that's happened to my body. I'll just tell you that right now. The stem cell study that I've been trying to get into with TRICARE has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and they're probably going to forget about me. They were supposed to inject stem cells into my lower legs to cause my body to recreate collaterals. And that was supposed to happen like a year ago. Still waiting. For all I know, they started the study and ended it and totally forgot about me, even though they said they weren't going to. I'm tired of this. I am tired of it. You think you're moving fast enough. It's not that the people that are working aren't working really hard and aren't moving very fast. It's just there's not enough of you. Because I can't help you. I'm stuck here. Being wasted. So if ever in your life you see somebody in such a situation, understand, you don't know the battles that they're fighting. This goes for me, it goes for you, and everybody else. The battles that these people behind the scenes are fighting to try to get justice back into the world, something I try to be compassionate about, but I have my limits. The battles that I'm fighting, being wasted as I am, not from my own volition. Always inspire. Always inspire. Because it's when you feel despair and hopelessness that you stop fighting and you give up. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for that great force push that will finally get this stuff to finish so that I can actually break through. I want to break through. Just like I want so many of you to do. I want so many of you to break through too. No more failures to launch, guys. We can do this. Those fools that are still holding us up right now, it's time to just... no. Disregard them. And YouTube, if you watch this video, fix your damn advertising. I hit the jackpot with one of my videos in terms of the number of subscribers I was getting from it per view. And then you put the kibosh on me being able to advertise. Fix your advertising. Let me advertise my videos. I was growing like a weed, and then you just stopped me. Stop treating me like I'm the villain. I'm not. Amen? That's all I got for today, guys. A little angry today, and I apologize for that, but sometimes you just gotta let it out. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb-ing your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. I've had people literally tell me that I am going to break through for over a decade now. Why do you think it is? I want you to think about it. That I haven't. Welcome to day 183 and tell me YouTube millionaire. What's the missing element? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? I want you to look on this like a doctor. Don't become emotional about it. Look at it as objectively as you can. Why is this happening? You don't ask your enemy why. You ask yourself why. And you use your own reasoning to figure it out. Am I lying to you? You can look up the information that I have provided you about my life very easily. And this is why it is so crucially important that we are open and honest, truthful. What is it that's actually going on here? They say that miracles are meant to be personal, but on occasion, doesn't happen often, they can be known by all. Those personal experiences that are given to you are gifts. They give you the indication of what precisely it is you are doing during this time, in this place, being who you are right now. I can tell you with full confidence that there is something very specific and rather large, giggity, that I've been made to do on Earth that has put me in a position of being hidden from the general public. More hidden than I should be. Dr. Stephen Greer actually brought this up a while back, how smaller people who are less well known, actually have more freedom than very popularly known people. This is only in a world that is controlled by evil, which we know this world is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. These miracles that have happened in my life, specific things that are tailored to me, that I've seen, beyond the fact that I already believed from the beginning, solidified that fact that God has me doing something. I don't know what it is, but I might be able to assume through the context of everything that I've said on this channel, among other places, that it is something relating to being that ripple effect. Mind you, that is the most important thing. And so long as I have enough, I don't necessarily need any more. It's not a matter of need. It's a matter of want. It would be nice if we lived in a world where upstanding individuals that didn't have to give a pound of flesh to the demon were actually allowed to fully succeed. It's a rare instance. Those are people who are distinctly protected by God so that they can prove to people that such things are possible. I think of people like Billy Graham as an example. He ended up being extremely successful in his life, but was a genuinely good person. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. I think of the artist that I used to listen to all the time, still a really good artist and one that I really like, but I don't listen to them as much anymore. One Republic, with their lead singer is Ryan Tedder. I think he's probably like 45 now. He's getting up there in years. And it was a lyric in one of his songs that stood out to me. One of those kernels of truth that you find in a decentralized manner, like what happens with Vision in the comic book series The Avengers, or Iron Man finds himself through decentralized internet divestment But one of his lyrics is, "The air I breathe and a place to rest my head. All I need is the air I breathe and a place to rest my head." I know to what he was alluding there, even if he possibly didn't know. That these people that watch you like flies on a wall don't necessarily have to use technological cameras in the reality in which we live. They could do something similar to what I discuss in my novel series, where they're in the space between space and can observe you from there. What you might call multidimensional. But it's not actually that complicated. Once we figure out how to manipulate time and frequency and stuff like that fully, which might be related to four-dimensional gyroscopes, talk about it in my story, then it becomes relatively workaday. So there's something going on here. I pick up the pieces. They are everywhere. And there had to be enough of that information for me to put back together in order to be fully capable here on Earth now and successful in whatever mission it is that I have. The sad part is, I have written this novel series only partially as fiction. Very small, actually. The stuff that I discuss in the story is real. And the sad part is, only a handful of people are going to read it, are ever going to see it. It's a mustard seed, just like faith, but it might stay that way forever. It's really sad. I wouldn't have written this if I didn't have some belief in it. It's one of the many pieces, and if you guys want to put those pieces together, it's there. I hide nothing. I even read portions of it on my channel here. I'll say this. The woman in whom I'm interested, and she knows who she is, if she hasn't already, and she truly wants to understand me, if she doesn't read my novel, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll leave it at that. But I've been told that my breakthrough is coming. And I've been told this for 10 plus years. Hasn't happened yet, and I'm not expecting it to. And while I wish it would, I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't, because I have much more important things to do here. It's just a shame that this world is still that bad, still that depraved, to where no matter what I do, the enemy is still going to have some type of tendril in the situation and be able to hurt me. And ultimately, the enemy wants to completely dispatch me from this planet. I know that's why I'm being kept so secret. I don't know the end game here. Because, am I going to stay this way forever? Is this really the end state of my life, like this? The most pain comes from not knowing. And the comparison of others who have great levels of success, who you know you have more capacity than, and more drive. And it's a disorder of resources, a disorder of capacity. And you think to yourself, it's because you failed. This is both true and not, in that I could have gone harder, but I don't precisely know how. Surely I could have. But what's the standard here? See, you pick the standard. And that standard is crucially important. And there is one entity who is the standard, God. But there is also someone who is stated to be a standard bearer for God. Not just Jesus, somebody else. Nobody's ever going to see me. Literally right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Dun 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 dun. No, sorry. Right here. I don't even see myself. Anyways, I'll leave it at that today, guys. I'm not expecting my breakthrough. And it's okay. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 143 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to talk about The Alchemist, a book that I just finished reading a little bit ago. Actually, a couple days ago. And really, overall, excellent book. I can say it's another strong recommend. The writer, Paulo Coelho, has a definite deep knowledge of Christianity, in that the king, which is one of the first characters that the protagonist in the story runs into, a protagonist is just called the boy. Basically, he's a boy that's being set out to go upon a journey to find his personal legend, is what the term is called. But this king is actually the king of Salem, and Salem, the king of Salem from the Bible, is Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, the story behind him matches up pretty dang well. So Paulo Coelho needed to have a pretty good, deeper knowledge of Christianity in order to put that into the story. And another part of the story that I think lined up with that was towards the end, when the alchemist talks about a centurion that went to Jesus and asked Jesus to cure his servant, because his servant was ill. This is actually written in the Bible. And the alchemist gave a deeper background story of that centurion and his parents and his family and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. It was part of an absolute synchronicity that I got from this book, The Alchemist, because that's essentially the big thing I am trying to do with my novel series. Because my novel series, in general, is truly, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems pretty crazy and very different, very far left field compared to it, it's really Christian fan fiction. Because I'm actually going into the deeper background of what I think could be the past of these big characters in the Bible, including Jesus, in that he is beyond time, he is God, and I show where it's just a story. It's just a story, okay? Think he came from. So I thought that was a really powerful synchronicity. And let's see, on page 50, I'm actually just going to go ahead and go through this. Let's start with page 24. It says, the first time the universe conspires to help you achieve your goals, and that's like one of the main threads in this whole story. I found that really interesting because the universe does. However, the universe being God, it's a conflict between God and the devil.
The devil thinks he's God, so he's trying to defeat the universe, to create absolute entropy. And yes, the universe is going to conspire to do everything it can to help you to achieve your goals, but the enemy is going to get in your way. And that happens many a time to the main character. He gets his money stolen from him, all of his wealth stolen from him several times, until finally, at the end of the book, he finds his treasure, and it was where he lived in the first place all along. But he needed to go on the journey in order to discover where it was. So it was still very well worth it. The universe does conspire. It indeed does. And then let's go ahead and look at page 25. So I wrote in here in my notes book, capable of going to the moon. It's talking about the personal legend. So the story says that anything you can imagine, anything that you want to be able to do, you can. And while in general I agree with that, it's at the same time the interaction between choice and opportunity. And in my current existence, it's possible to go to the moon and to Mars and to space. And that's part of my personal legend. However, the enemy has gotten some pretty powerful blows against me and has stopped me from accomplishing that goal, that personal legend. Let's see, page 50. I wrote, I'll figure it out. Because that's what a leader does. You get knocked on your ass over and over and over. Everything's taken from you. And you just get up and say, I'll figure it out. You just have to get up one more time than your enemy, and you will defeat them. This is the first time in the story that the boy lost all of his wealth from thievery. So, in not so few of words, he continued. And that's basically falling to your very lowest point in life. He had all of his path basically decimated before him. That's the equivalent of getting up, dusting yourself off, and saying, after you've gone bankrupt, I'll figure it out, which is what a man does. I see that a lot on Instagram. Instagram is a very powerful tool if you curate it right. Let's see, page 60, the man in the arena. This is a very important one. Well, I wrote the man in the arena, and that basically means you're going to have critics all the time. But you're the one that's actually trying to pave the path. And if other people are just standing by on the sidelines and just criticizing you for it, what do they matter? Keep going. One of the big things I got from this story was, would you be memorable to someone who's never heard or seen you before? There's a literal biblical king that the boy meets. And while he had no knowledge of this person's background, Melchizedek, even though the boy is Christian and it professes faith in Jesus, he wasn't well versed enough in Christianity to fully understand who he was talking to. Nevertheless, having minimal to no knowledge of this person's background, he is still somebody who has a huge impact on the boy's life. That's essentially what I want to do with this YouTube channel, with my videos. I know that all of you will probably never meet me in real life, and this may very well be the very first and perhaps the very last time you ever see me. For most of you, that's going to be the case. But will my presence have a lasting impact on you in this one pass you get with me? Melchizedek's did. The boy had never met him before, but his mind was blown by what he taught him and what he showed him. I want to be able to do the same thing for you guys. So I got that out of this book. It was pretty important. It made me think of another aspect of the novel series I want to write. A friend of mine told me of a short story that he had written. It's Major Logan. He's now a major in the military, the Air Force, where there was a guy that was going to jump off of a bridge, and God himself came to talk to him to convince him not to do it. And he didn't know that he was talking to God. But the person who was God had such an impact on the person that he didn't jump off the bridge. This harkens back to you being much more important than you think you are. All of you. And then let's see. There's another thing in the book that something I don't like. He meets this woman by the name of Fatima at the oasis in the middle of the desert. And the way he explains it is something like love at first sight. That doesn't exist. You don't fall in love with somebody the first time you see them. It's not the way it works. I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't exist. It's infatuation. And then page 163. Absolute synchronicity, I wrote. This was about the centurion, that story that I just talked about a little bit ago. It was absolutely synchronous with what I'm doing with my novel series. That's what I have written for this. Again, it's a strong recommendation. It's not a very long book. It's only about 170 pages. It's pretty easy to read, too. Not only is it pretty short, but it's not written in complicated language. It's almost poem-like. It's a novel, but in its repetitive way of expressing itself, it's almost like an epic poem, like the Iliad. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Strong recommend. I was a little bit slow this morning, but anyways, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 101 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent. And the 50th Law is Nihil timendum est. Fear nothing. It's right there. All right. And I'll say, overall, it was a pretty interesting book. The main gripe I have is that 50 Cent legitimately did come from a very difficult upbringing in the hood. He was a hustler. He sold illicit substances. It is a very dangerous thing to glorify such lifestyles. Leads to a lot of damage of individuals and entire communities, as one might be able to very easily and readily see in said hoods. Nevertheless, it is at the same time very good to get some insight into that world, so that, one, you can figure out how to fix it, how to help the people within it, and two, you can figure out how to make it so that it doesn't happen again. You have to meet people where they are. That's a truism across time and space. You have to meet people where they are. That's why when Jesus came to earth, he was both human and God. He was human so that he could actually relate to us. But he's still God. So, I have some notes here that I wrote down, as one does when they're going to review a book. Let's see. The first one is on somewhere around page 100, Robert Greene states very clearly that you are one of a kind. The way he says this is that there will never in all of history be another one of you. Whether you're Dr. Manhattan or just some regular standard human being, we all have unique DNA that can only ever be repeated once. There are so many different combinations and permutations of how DNA can be put together that there's simply not enough time, even in Google years, to randomly make another one of you exactly who you are. Even if you have an identical twin, you two are still different, at least a little bit. You are uniquely you. And the uniqueness that is you is the story that you make, how you live your life, and how you react to your adversities. And that's part of what they're talking about in this book. What 50 Cent ended up doing was he was trying to get out of that hell. He went to prison a few times, was shot 9 times. The book is very repetitive in that regard, but that's okay. It's because Robert Greene was basically doing an extended essay in combination with a biography of 50 Cent, where he was trying to explain several points of how to be fearless. And the main point of 50 Cent being shot 9 times and almost being unalived was that after that happened, he realized he didn't have much time to get his stuff done that he wanted to get done in life. So he went in full send mode after that, and his production increased like 10 times. He lost his Columbia Records deal, but then did a massive mixtape campaign in the hood of his area, and became very popular in that way, and eventually got the notice of Eminem's Interscope Records, and got his foot in the door in the industry that way. So when he almost passed away, he put his pedal to the metal and just busted his ass. And it's no surprise, honestly, to me that he was successful because, one, he's definitely a very industrious, entrepreneurial, intelligent man, and with an incredible work ethic. There's no doubt about that. The guy's got an insane work ethic. 50 Cent, that is. But yeah, one of a kind. And basically, 50 Cent was proving how one of a kind he was, and is. There was a point, page 110, where he discusses that forgetting is kind of a superpower. I don't agree with that. Because if you truly want to learn from your past, you do not forget. You do not forget. You can forgive, but do not forget. Next point is page 122. This is really, I think, what the saving grace was of much of what I found in this book. It's good to read anyway because you get some good information about 50 Cent's life and the philosophy that got him to be successful. But on page 122, he did something where he actually discouraged other hustlers from hustling. And in a sense, he kind of did something good. Something semi-lawful. He had hired a person to stick these people up, right? Professional stick-up artist is what he called them. And the other hustlers, he discouraged from doing the hustling by having this happen to them. And he partook in it as well, also being stuck up so that he wouldn't give the impression that he was actually the one causing it. Again, smart guy. He knew to do that. But he was trying to basically push them out of the market so that he could monopolize it. It was pretty smart, actually. And it cleaned up the streets a little bit, believe it or not, because if that is going to exist, the hustling culture, the hustling economy, then you definitely want it to be in the hands of people who are at least halfway decent, halfway intelligent, and are better stewards of a rather shady bunch, if you will. It's page 122, and then page 132, keep your sword sharp but sheathed. See, I brought up some points in the book. There's actually a quote from Niccolo Machiavelli, Machiavellian, if you will. But sword sheathed but sharp, okay? So you want to make sure that you are ready for war, but that you aren't going to war. That's the idea. A little bit off kilter right now because the dogs are going crazy. Also, page 159. It is better to be feared and respected over loved. Now, this actually is very closely associated with biblical teachings. in that we say we fear the Lord. God is love, but we fear him, and that's more respect from of the awesomeness of his power. And the fear is that you might be out of line with it. It's the underlying fabric of the human condition, how our psychology works, that makes this so important, to have that balance between fear and love. It's the line between in the middle of everybody's heart, two wolves. If you have that fear, then you'll respect the love. If you have love, then you know what fear is. Black and white, yin and yang. And then let's see. Honestly, I just had some points to discuss here. They talk about patience and detailed work on page 229. And this tied in pretty closely to the stories that I'm writing. I have so many thoughts that are going through my head right now on what to put into my novel series that I'm kind of semi-rushing it. And I'm not intentionally doing that. But I want to get them written down before I forget them. I have a really good memory, but even so, it is flawed and it is limited. And if I don't get it written down as soon as possible after I think of the idea, then it might go away. I might never come back. That's happened more times than I can count. It stays in your underlying subconscious fabric and all that, but even so, you lose the oomph that you had before. So, having patience in that detailed work actually gives it time to come back in the proper manner to you. The proper layering, the proper wording. It's all going to be there. You'll find it again. You just have to be patient. And that was pretty much this book. 50 Cent actually ended up doing some pretty good things to make it out of the hood and hustle culture. And he was actually a stabilizing force in that community. And I think that's the primary factor here. The big men and women of history, whether they were good or bad, it matters not, necessarily. What matters is that they were remembered for what they did. Whether you're an Adolf Hitler or a Napoleon Bonaparte. Now, mind you, don't get me wrong. It does matter. Obviously, Hitler was a horrible, horrible human being who did horrible, horrible things. But he's going to be remembered for what he did. And then you have Napoleon Bonaparte, which was one of the greatest leaders and generals of his time, and really of human history. You have Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton. I mean, you could just name them off over and over, because they're household names. People that are part of the fabric of our history as human beings. And 50 Cent has the potential to be somebody that will be remembered in perpetuity, regardless of what you think of him. He actually had an impact on the world, has an impact on the world. I will never seek to glorify the hustle culture, selling drugs, the hood mentality and all that. It's not safe, it's not healthy. But 50 Cent was a stabilizing force. So that was this book. The next one up, I think, is going to be The Art of Knowing by Christopher Langan. Basically assorted essays and expositions on free will. Yeah, I got this one read pretty quickly, actually. It only took me like 3 days. But that's because I sat down and read like 150 pages a day. I don't usually do that. I usually read like 10 to 20 pages a day. So, okay guys. That's all I got for today. Kind of disjointed because the doggos, as always, distract me. So, love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, millions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, harkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that, it's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side, and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror, or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me, I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up. Every single time. There's another woman I know. Very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably gonna watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. I don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 153 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I wanted to talk a little bit more about one of the principal reasons I am willing to be so flexible when it comes to romantic relationships. One, not just the desperate times call for desperate measures, and I'm 35 years old going on 36, and I've burned a lot of my personal lifetime and really can't wait, and I need to be a little bit more flexible in that regard. But two, because the millennial generation has seen its birth rate positively collapse. The birth rate in the United States is 1.3 children per couple. In order to have a stable population, one that is neither growing nor shrinking, you need a birth rate of about 2.1 per couple. This accounts for the unfortunate demise of babies, like in utero or miscarriages, stuff like that, or they die of illnesses really young, when they're really young, all that fun stuff, not so fun. But you need 2.1 people, 2.1 babies per couple to have adequate replacement rate to neither have a growing population nor a shrinking one. Ours is currently sitting at 1.3. It is catastrophic. The only way, because we're not having babies, that such a situation is being mitigated in the United States is by uncontrolled immigration. But it's not really remedying the problem. The population of the earth is still not going to be going up very soon. Just writ large, the entire planet is going to have a birth rate that's less than 2.1 pretty soon. But in doing that, you dilute the culture and the history of your country. Not only do you lose those traditions, those things that make the United States what the United States is, but genetically speaking, the 72% of the population in the United States that is Caucasian will continue to decay and degrade and go down. That in and of itself is not necessarily bad, but it's when somebody or some group of individuals is actively seeking to destroy that Caucasian population that there's a problem. The world over, the Caucasian population makes up about 12% of all human beings. It's not that much. There aren't that many of us. So we're seen as exotic in many places around the world, in particular places like the Orient, or places like sub-Saharan Africa, for example. There's not many of us. However, there's a disproportionate number of advancements that have come from people like myself, Caucasians. Isaac Newton invented calculus. Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, basically modern philosophy. Seneca, Einstein, you name it. And then, of course, in the modern day, you have people like Elon Musk, who's from South Africa, who's trying to literally get us to Mars. And he'll succeed. We're going to get there. But there's a group of people out there that are actively seeking to destroy the Caucasian population. Just out of pure animus, pure resentment. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to help other people. We're trying to make the world a better place. And by virtue of that alone, this darker element of the human family, not really much of a family anymore, and those people are, is trying to erase us. This is not acceptable. But it's even more poignant that catastrophic birth rate is even more poignant in places like South Korea and Japan. And it's utterly heartbreaking to me. Not only are South Korean people, the Japanese people, a beautiful people. They're both beautiful people. Physically, they're very attractive in my opinion. But they have a rich, beautiful culture, background, history, a clean society. It's spotless there if you've ever seen videos of it or you've ever been there yourself in South Korea and Japan. China as well. The nicer parts of China. Spotless. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. Their population replacement, or their birth rate, is even more catastrophically low than it is in the United States and Europe. I believe South Korea is at 1/3 the replacement rate is how many children they're having. It's like 0.7 kids per couple. And at that rate, in 3 generations, their country will be at 4% of its current population. Like I've said many times, that is catastrophic. That is apocalyptic. It is egregiously bad. It's the same in Japan. And I'm going to be completely blunt with you here. Places like Singapore is part of this as well. Singapore, South Korea, Japan. The people that live there, on average, are very smart. To be completely blunt. There's going to be a disproportionate number of technological innovations that come from those types of individuals. The average IQ of a person in Japan, for instance, is 105, which sounds like it's not that far out, but we're talking about an aggregate, an average. That is insanely high. It's 106 or 107 in China. It's about 106 in Singapore. They're all really bright people in that part of the world. And when you lose that, it's just like I was talking about in the previous videos about the Pareto principle and Price's law. 80% of the technological innovations come from 20% of the population. They're part of that 20% of the population. And they're going to lift the whole world. A rising tide lifts all ships. But if they're not there to do that, we're going to go back into the Dark Ages. It's a similar, like I said, a similar situation in the United States and in Europe. So, desperate times call for desperate measures. Not only am I a failure to launch, and much later in my life, that I need to be a little bit more liberal and flexible with what I'm willing to do, but also the situation in the entire world doesn't just require me to be that way. It requires anybody who's trying to save Western civilization to be that way. So, while I don't necessarily want to do it, and it goes against my genetic imperative, I am willing to be with many women and to be married to them. Now, there's more I could talk about with respect to this. Marriage. The concept of marriage. In heaven, there is no marriage because we are all married to one another. Basically, marriage is replete, and therefore you don't need ceremony. You don't need to say, you are mine, I am yours, because it's just default, de facto. I'm not saying we live in that world. I'm not saying this is heaven. But if it were, we wouldn't have to worry about that. There would just be a default love, and you would stay with one another. Now, let's say that somehow, some way, shape, or form in the future, I do manage to be married, if you will, to half a dozen women, all at once. Let's say that does happen. I'm not saying it's gonna, but let's say it does. I am going to be fully dedicated to every one of them. My heart will be entirely theirs, each person. And I can tell you, straight up, I do have that kind of love to give. And I believe every human being does. But it's our covetous nature that leads us to only be able to be with one. The institution of marriage, one man, one woman, was meant to produce a stable environment to raise children, to prevent any enemies, any devils, if you will, from seeping into that protective umbrella. There are other ways where exceptions make the rule to also make that work. And I talked about this in a video a long time ago. What if there are a handful of people out there that you and I can't tell by looking at them, but are, in fact, very different? The very first stages of a homo novus, as Sheldon Cooper calls it in The Big Bang Theory. A new evolution of human beings. Something akin to what happened in the cognitive revolution 70,000 years ago, where it is believed that a group of human beings ended up breeding together that were highly intelligent and more developed, that made us cognizant, that led us to that point. Kind of a combination of both having that higher level of intelligence and them breeding together, but also having a theory of mind and imagining something greater than themselves. It's possible that such a thing could happen in our generation too. I'm willing to do it. It's not something I want to do, but I'm willing to. And if this is something that we need to do in order to get the Japanese women to stop being such prudes, to stop being the beautiful ones of the Mouse Utopia experiment, then so be it. Then so fucking be it. If you don't know what the Mouse Utopia experiment is, Japan is falling victim to it right now. You look it up. Look it up. That's what's happening. Because Japanese women, generally speaking, are gorgeous. They're gorgeous. and they will not be with a man because it gives them the ick. They think sex is yucky, which is utterly ridiculous, absolutely stupid. I'm going to tell you that straight up. And that's not just Japan that's dealing with that. It's many Oriental countries. So, if those same women can fully embrace perhaps being angels, if you will, can fully embrace that concept and allow themselves to truly love all the men that they're with and be with them. Now, it doesn't work the same for men and women. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work. But, I don't know. Something to play around with. Yeah, that doesn't quite work because it's not the same for men and women. Lock and key. A man can be with many women and be a master key, but a woman cannot be with many men, lest she be an unusable lock. So, it's a weird situation, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And then you've got somebody like Elon Musk who has 15 plus children with many different women. He's a genius who's doing incredible things in the world. And yeah, it's not acceptable that he's doing that, but exceptions make the rule. We need to do something about this. The population will collapse if we don't fix it. So, all right, I'll leave it at that. Let me know what you guys think. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 122 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, it's going to be a review of Letters from a Stoic by Lucius Seneca. Now, this book was written basically as a dialogue between Seneca, Lucius Seneca, and Lucilius, who was one of the children of the emperor at that time. Now, Lucius Seneca was born around 4 AD, so right around the time when Jesus was alive, and the emperor of his youth was Tiberius Caesar, for the Roman Empire. But Lucius Seneca was a Stoic, obviously, and his perspective, or his philosophy on life, which is basically... So the way I see it, there are two different types of philosophies in general. The first one is the theoretical philosophy, where you develop entire realms of thought, like, say, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe being a construction for the whole of what it is to think, meta-thinking, metaphysical, metaphilosophical. And you have Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. You have I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes. People who create entire modalities of thought within the idea of philosophy. And then you have those who have a philosophy that is designed to help you live a better life. That's really what Stoicism is. It's the application, kind of the engineering side of philosophy. So you have the theoreticians, and then you have the engineers. Both are extremely important, and both have their place. Seneca would be a philosophical engineer, in my perspective. But his philosophical perspectives, nevertheless, were so difficult for the general public to accept at that time that he was actually banished to the island of Corsica, I believe it was, when he was in his 50s. Right around near the end of his life, and was brought back into the fold of the empire so that he could teach Lucilius, the soon-to-be emperor of the Roman Empire. And the way this book is written is a dialogue. It's basically them writing letters back to one another. You never get the letters of Lucilius, the ones he wrote to Seneca, but he writes back to Lucilius with the various ideas that he has, the various philosophical teachings. And it was actually designed intentionally, and they say so much in the book, to where it was not just meant to be for Lucilius. It was meant to be actually broadly publicized about the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire at that time, so that they could all read it as well and get the full brunt of Seneca's philosophical teachings with respect to Stoicism. Basically, what you see me doing here with you, with all these videos, and my ability to talk to you directly, if you were to send letters or communications back to me, let's say it were a recorded telephone call or a recorded Skype, that's the equivalent of this. I'd have the Skype call recorded and posted to my YouTube channel for everybody to see. And any ideas that came about from that, everybody would be able to glean. It's a very good philosophical book. Lots of really good concepts in it. I have a bunch of notes written here. I'm going to go ahead and go through them. So, he brings up the point that you should not read a humongous amount of philosophical works or novels or poems or anything like that just to read them. And the idea he is coming about, or he's trying to present here, is that you, again, like I said, you don't want to read them just to read them. You want to read them to actually get a lowest common denominator truth out of them. Every work that comes from somebody of actual value, somebody who's actually trying to produce valuable works, like this one, like the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, like Immanuel Kant's philosophical writings, like Socrates, Aristotle. You don't have to accept whatever they say whole hog, and in fact you shouldn't. But you can find the kernels of truth within them. That's what Seneca's really getting at when he says don't read a bunch of stuff just to read it. So I disagree with the way he wrote it in the first part of essay number 1, but the general idea is there. He also says, I'm glad to learn in order that I may teach, which is the point of this all. Again, that's why I'm reading all these novels and these books, so that I can give you guys a basic general review of it, and you can decide whether or not you want to also glean those kernels of truth from those books as well. This is one of those books that you definitely should read. It is really good. He also disregards maxims in favor of looking at the whole philosopher. That is to say, don't just try to find the 5-word quips to give to somebody about somebody else's teachings if you don't really understand what they mean by it. There's a lot. He speaks of a lot of intelligentsia at the time that know these maxims as if they are wise, but in fact they just know those 5 words that a philosopher said, and that's it. So he's got a very good point there. It ties into having the whole picture approach. I also found it really interesting that he has a lot of proto-Christian echoes in his writings, which it kind of makes sense because he lives during the time of Jesus. Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, he wasn't Christian. It makes me think of the 100th monkey theory, which is to say, the cultural zeitgeist, which is an underlying paradigm of the world at the time, might actually have some type of thread that connects us all together subconsciously that we don't actually consciously know about. Where a great thinker 2,000 miles away on the planet spouts out some amazing ideas that have a ripple effect on everybody around them, and those ripples, without you even knowing, reach all the way over to you in your subconscious, because we're all connected. And
this also harkens to the idea, why would Jesus even come to a province of the Roman Empire at all? It's because he believes, that there was something salvageable within Rome, not just the Jewish people, not just Israel, not just Jerusalem, but that there was something salvageable within Rome in general. Pontius Pilate, who had great respect for Jesus, had to do what he did, and Jesus told him that he was required to do it, partially so that Rome would stay stable, at least for a couple hundred more years. It eventually collapsed, sure, but the entirety of Roman civilization is kind of the thread of all civilization. And I think Jesus knows that. More than I think. I'm almost certain of it, which is why he decided to dive in to history at that point in time. The specific spot that he went, basically to be the center around which everything rotates. It was brilliant. And, tying into the fact that, or the idea that Rome is kind of the thread of all of human civilization, there are rhymes in this book from like Virgil and other great authors of the time, Homer, where the words still rhyme, even after they've been translated, rewritten, and all that stuff for thousands of years. They still rhyme. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think it's because when you look at a lot of Latin words, they're almost identical to some words in English today. All right, we even have some that are, in fact, identical. It's because it's the underlying thread of it all. So sometimes you will encounter rhymes that still, in fact, rhyme. It's crazy. It just makes the point that this is our cultural thread of all civilization right here. So yeah, he lived from 4 AD to 65 AD, and the way he died, which was very, very brutal, was intentional. He actually made a scene of his own death because he was told to commit self-deletion when it came to the end, which was very popular in Rome at the time. When you fell out of favor with the emperor, they wouldn't unalive you themselves. They would tell you to commit self-deletion. And the way he did it was brutal, intentionally. When you read the letters, it's almost as if he was telling the emperor and the leadership that I want my life to end in a way that is memorable. It was almost as if he was in the undertones telling them, do something like this to me. And they gave him what he asked. That's something that you have to read the story, or read the philosophical work, in order to be able to glean it. Because it's an undertone. So, yeah, strong recommend from me. Very, very good. If you want to consider yourself a Stoic to any degree, this is at the top of the list of books that you should read. Very good. Strong recommend. So, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already, or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply
a story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we, as humans, see it. If the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to Earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Telling a YouTube millionaire. Hope you're all doing great today. Doing alright myself. Had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up, like I said, at 2 a.m. because I had to clean up after my dog. And ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early. It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. 'Twas a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself on which I felt no obligation to defend myself. Because I cannot deny that my brother was right in some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle. Because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the, going against what he says he wants. Things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself. But it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation, because I had so he was my responsibility, and he didn't see how I was helping him because I wasn't doing particular things that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, taken away from me and given to his girlfriend. It makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it, because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room, and they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that, totally get it. But he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things the things that you can't quantify that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my uncle's girlfriend isn't necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive significantly, makes it so you want to eat less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things. Things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive medical knowledge, and he's not listening to us. He has a goal, and if he didn't, if he's earnest about that, if he means it, then he'll listen to us. He'll do what we tell him to do, because we know what we're talking about. That's the frustration. That's it right there. And on top of the many things that this illicit substance, which is supposed to be a treat, that he takes every day. It's not illicit because it's legal now. You guys know what it is. But it's supposed to be a treat. You're not supposed to take it every day. And he does it every single day, multiple times a day. But that substance counteracts the Ozempic he's taking, because it increases your food drive. It gives you the munchies. No matter how much you want to say that it doesn't, because we have the Pearson-Widmar stubbornness, it does. It increases your food drive. You're going to lose everything that you've gained. You're going to go back to your old habits if you don't just listen. That's the idea. That's the frustration. And if he doesn't want to listen, that's on him. He's in the right place to keep him accountable, and that he's surrounded by loving family, by educated family, by family who knows what they're talking about. But if he doesn't want to listen, so it goes with the human race. So is the friction that doctors always have, medical doctors, and why they so often can make such a little difference in somebody else's life. And why, rather than telling somebody to change their habits, they almost always just default to prescription drugs. Because getting somebody to change their habits is way harder, and it's much, much rarer, even when you're an exceptional doctor, that you can actually accomplish it effectively. And I don't have a medical degree. I am just a guy, basically. But the frustration comes out of compassion, comes out of love for my uncle and me wanting him to win at life. And he knows things in his life have gotten 1,000 times better since he's moved in with us. 1,000 times better. He's positively flush with money now, he and his girlfriend. He's healthier than he's ever been, or not ever, but many, many years. He's got better relations with his family, the most important relations. Life is just better for him. So, there's much more to this. I didn't want to defend myself last night because I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. My brother had things that he wanted to say, and I wanted to let him say them. And that is one of the purposes for having this YouTube channel, that you can explain yourself. That's what I'm doing right now. My brother may or may not watch this. My uncle may or may not watch this. But I know sometimes they do. Just know that it is for him. It is for him. This explanation is for my brother, and what we're doing is for my uncle. We love him, and we want him to win at life. If he'll just listen, get himself down to 200 pounds, stay there for the rest of his life, he will achieve his goal of getting to 85 plus. He will. I guarantee it. I will go so far as to guarantee it, even if it ends up that I get pie in my face. I don't freaking care. Because I'm saying to you, that's going to be the very best chance he has at accomplishing that goal. You don't see fat 80-year-olds. You don't. So, that's all I got for today, guys. You never do this for yourself. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 124 until I'm a YouTube millionaire, and this one's going to be a basic economics lesson. Since I'm not going to have the opportunity to help directly the people I would love to be able to help build themselves an economic empire and all that. In particular, I'm talking about, sorry, there's a piece of hair on my camera, a female species that I would love to help build their economic empire. But since I can't do that directly, I'll do it indirectly here with a video. So, let's say that you live in Ohio. Person I'm thinking of doesn't, but let's say you live in Ohio and you're spending about $1,000 per month, which is actually a high estimate, on your rent. And then all other expenses, your food, your electrical, your gas, your water, all that stuff is an extra $500 per month on top of that. So $1,500 per month expenses. Let's go ahead and add gas into that and car and stuff. So an extra $150, so $1,650 a month. And that's a high estimate, because out there you can get a rental property, a rental unit. I actually have units myself that I rent out for this price for $600 a month. And it's nice too, it's in a very nice area. But let's just say high estimate, $1,650 a month, all expenses included. That can even include medical care, insurance, medical insurance. So if you do basic math, let's say you get a low-end job out there making $12 an hour, because they don't have a minimum wage of $15 an hour out there. So $12 an hour, working as a Walmart associate. Okay, $12 per hour times 40 hours per week times 4 weeks in a month, 480, about $1,700 a month. So just with that alone, you can make a living. You can survive. You can be comfortable. Now, what you have... Remember, compound interest, sweetheart. Compound interest. This is humongous. Okay? I wish I had the kind of growth that you got right now. But it's going to get good. All right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to get good. Especially since you're so young. Oh, if only I would have been able to start this when I was your age. So, $1,700 per month is what you would make off of a basic job. Now, I know that you do a different type of job where you live that actually makes even more money than that. A lot more. Even though it's in an expensive part of the world, it's still... you make up for that with the tips and stuff. But we're just using this as an example. So $1,700 per month, you're still in the green by a significant margin. Then you have YouTube. All right? You've got YouTube right there. Let's say you got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Which you have more than that right now, but 10,000 subs. And you're getting... So normally, you'll get about 10 to 20% of your views on your videos, each video. So your number of subscribers as views on each video. So 10,000 subs equates to about 1,000 to 2,000 views per long-form video. It's what it should be, but YouTube's algorithm's all over the goddamn place right now. You just so happen to hit the jackpot, and it's working properly. So 2,000 views, let's say, is what you're... I know you're getting more, but I'm just going to say that average conservative per video. Usually the CPM, what you actually make, cost per milli, the amount of money that you make per 1,000 views, this depends on the niche, but the niche that you're doing is around $5 per 1,000 views. So you're posting a video every 2 to 3 days. Okay? So let's say you get 15 videos posted a month. 15 times 15. What is that? Well, that's $225 a month. Which doesn't seem like that much right now. But you're growing fast. Really fast. So you are gaining roughly, I would say, what is it? Probably a good 5 to 10% per week, which is insane. You'll be at 100,000 in a blink of the eye, but that's about what you're making, or what you're growing per week. So to exponentially grow means that you're getting that 5 to 10% on top of whatever you have from the previous week. So you can do the basic math. I've got my MATLAB program actually pulled up here, so I'll do that for you real quick. Let's show you what that would be in a year, which you can anticipate that you could actually keep this kind of growth going for a year or longer. All right? So 1.05 raised to the 52. You'd be 13 times the size that you are right now. So you're at about 10,000 subs right now. You're actually a little more than that. Multiply that by 13. 150,000 subscribers in a singular year. I can see you be there, by the way. Easily. Easily. Okay? 150,000 subscribers. If you don't believe me, look up Kira Lutan. You're way more insightful than she is. And she's got almost 100,000 subs. I like Kira Lutan. She seems pretty nice. But you're way more insightful than she is. Alright? So 150,000 subscribers. You do the same basic math. That equates to roughly 30,000 views a video. If you're still keeping up at your current rate of posting. So 30K views per video, still about $5 per 1,000 views. That's $150. So times 15. This is you at 150,000 subs.
That is, make sure I'm doing the math right. I believe that's $2,250 a month. Times 15. Yep, $2,225 a month. And that's on top of what you're making in your other stuff. I know that you also do Calendly calls. That is going to increase at the same rate that the size of your channel is going to increase, if not faster, because you also are exploding on Instagram. You're utterly exploding on Instagram. My goodness, what is going on over there? And while Instagram itself doesn't make much money, the way you make money off of it is you sell products. And your product here is your Calendly, where you can actually meet people one-on-one. And if you look at Elliot Hulse, he is a wisdom teacher on YouTube. He doesn't get very many views on his videos, despite his number of subscribers, because he wasn't consistent about it. He stopped posting, and therefore all the viewers stopped watching his videos. But because he's got his Calendly set up, something similar to what you have, he does $100 per hour, or per session, and he's making like $20,000 a month on that alone. On that alone. That's humongous. It's something to that effect. So, as the size of your channel grows, you can also exponentially increase what you're charging. Now, this isn't you trying to be stuck up or anything. This is you being a very in-demand quantity. And you need to make sure that you are valuing your time properly. So when you get to that point, you are going to be very, very, very in demand. Even more than you are now. Let's just say, purely off AdSense, $2,225 a month. You're also going to start getting like brand deals, and advertisers are going to come to you directly to talk to you to advertise their products, and that's going to be, for a channel that size, say $1,000 per ad read. And you'll probably have one maybe every 2 or 3 episodes, which means that you'll have about 5 of them a month. So that's $5,000 a month off of that. This is just in 1 year, if you keep going. Which, don't stop, sweetheart. Don't stop. All right? So, and I'm doing this because I can't talk to you directly, unfortunately. So that's fine. I'm still going to try to help you. So $5,000 a month off of Calendly, and then $5,000 a month off brand deals. You'll be making $10,000 a month from Calendly and brand deals, $2,225 a month just off of AdSense, and then you're still going to be making your money as, I'll just say it, a waitress. So $4,000 a month, let's say, that you're getting off of that. That's $16,000 a month, which is, do the math, $192,000 a year. Okay? Let's say you keep your expenses relatively where they are. You do want to increase them, just a little, not a huge amount, just a little, because follow the Seneca philosophy. You want to be just a little bit over the average person so that you can give them an incentive to become better, but not so far out that they can't reach you. So, you might get some nicer clothes, a nicer car. Maybe you get like a Mercedes or something, or a really nice Jeep. Just an idea. But you're not going to go out there and get yourself a Lamborghini and put yourself in debt. But like a Jeep or something. And your expenses go up to, say, $2,500 a month, maybe $3,000. And you're making $16,000 a month. $13K you are going to have as pure icing on the cake. All right? That's $150,000 a year. Now, what are you going to do with that money? Here's what I recommend. You do what you want to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I was a financial consultant for a while. I'm also, like I was saying, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a pretty smart guy and know how to handle my money all right. Here's what I would recommend. You take split it up into 4 pieces, 4 partitions, if you will. So one partition is for your fun. You go out and do stuff and enjoy life. Enjoy the finer things in life. So let's say that's $4,000 a month for you to do that. Because this is going to divide, well, it wouldn't be 4,000, it'd be about 3,000 a month. Okay, 3,000 a month for that. And then 3,000 a month you put into Bitcoin. Bitcoin only. No altcoins. Not even Ethereum. Not Bitcoin traded funds or anything. Bitcoin. Period. End of story. The easiest way to get it is to go to Coinbase.com and set yourself up an account. Buy that, set up automatic monthly buys, set it and forget it. Don't even look at it. That money no longer exists. You will look at it when you want to actually draw from it, say 20 years from now, when it's going to, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of dollars if you start now. 3,000 a month, you put in, stocks and the stock market. The easiest way to do that is to go to Robinhood, get yourself a Robinhood account on your computer or your phone, whatever, and just set up automatic buys to where you buy an S&P 500. You could even do it on margin if you want. I don't recommend it, but you can, where you're getting an extra 25% growth by doing that. There are different margin setups that they have, but I just say go get yourself some S&P 500 stocks on Robinhood. They don't charge you any fees on Robinhood, so it's a really good program, really good app to use. And then the last part of that 1/4 you use to invest in real estate. Real estate is the most time-honored, best way to become wealthy ever known in the history of the human race. It is the best way to do it. It's the most surefire. Now, the reason I brought up Ohio in these numbers earlier was because it's one of the best places to buy real estate properties for rentals. It has one of the highest rent to cost of property ratios. So I have, for instance, a property that I bought for $144,000 back in 2018, I want to say, right around there. And I make about $4,000 a month off of it. $4,000 a month, not a year, a month. You can't find that almost anywhere else. Okay? So real estate is what I would say you want to spend your last fourth of that portion of money that you're not spending for surviving on. This is going to be in about a year. You're going to be 25. I'm revealing a lot about the person I'm talking about, but it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, that's going to be your last fourth there. Do the math. Your channel is going to be continuously growing even after this year mark that I'm giving you right now. It's probably going to get to 1 million subscribers, and it's going to proportionally grow in that way in like 2, maybe 3 years, if you keep on consistently posting, which I pray you do, because this is, I'm telling you, sweetheart, you hit the jackpot. Pardon my language, but you fucking hit the jackpot. You got a 21 on blackjack. I pray to God that one day I get as lucky as you did. So, 10 years from now, let's say you're actually following this procedure. It'll change a little bit. You want to keep your books straight. It's going to change a little bit because, you might have different ideas of exactly what you want to do, but extrapolate this over 10 years. I'm just going to do a very basic compounding program here. Okay? So I actually have a compound program that I set up on MATLAB. I built it myself. So let's say you have 13,000 that you're putting in per month. And how much you're going to contribute per month? That's what it is, 13,000. And how many years until you desire to retire? This is not retirement, but I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen after about 10 years. And then it'll increase with inflation. And your growth rate, we're just going to say, is conservatively 10%. It's actually going to be a lot more than that. A lot more. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to say 20%. Because that's probably more accurate. At that time, you will have contributed $1.7 million to the entire portfolio. And you will have gotten yourself up to $5 million of net worth. And it's going to grow a lot more than that. A lot more. I'm being extremely conservative. Bitcoin itself, I mean, its target is like $5 million per coin in 10 years or so. Do the math. It's mind-blowing. So, it's small right now, sweetheart, but it's gonna get big. Also, I do want to remind you, there is the small possibility that YouTube could collapse if they don't fix their algorithm. There is the small possibility of that. So, keeping that in mind, make sure that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. I know you've got that humongous Instagram channel, or page, whatever, but you might want to also start working towards putting videos on Rumble. Rumble specifically. Because Rumble is a very good alternative. It's not nearly as good as YouTube yet, but it may one day get there. I hope so. Because YouTube is very politically biased, and it makes it very difficult to post good content on it without being shadow banned and throttled and stuff like that. So, yeah, you hit the jackpot. Oh, and this one I'm actually going to talk directly to somebody because I want her to know. Rachel, on X, start a YouTube channel, sweetheart. Start a YouTube channel. You saw the math. You are a very attractive, very kind woman, even though you think you're just angry and all that stuff. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're going to gather a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers on YouTube very quickly. So start making some YouTube videos. They could be of your art. They could be of you just talking, your ideas. Again, if you're insecure about your ability to do that, look at the woman I talked about earlier. I like Kira Lutan, but she's got very basic things to say, and people still love to listen to her. All right? So don't be insecure about it. So, alright guys, I'm excited for you. I am excited for you. Love y'all. Peace.
Why have I added Asmongold into my repertoire of people that I follow for news information? Welcome to day 173 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So, there's a couple layers to this. The first one is, there's a certain decentralization of information that is necessary in order to prevent that information from being corrupted by a central negative force. The centralized media, the legacy media, used to do that to everybody all the time. I really hope that this is at least somewhat obvious to people now, the majority of people, and I think it is. That was the first level that needed to be dismantled in order to make a good amount of real, proper information possible to get to us. Then the next one is to have the right information put in front of individuals who have no vested interest in lying to you. Asmongold is just a dude. He's very rich. because he hit the jackpot and was at the right place in the right time to become really big on very big social media platforms, primarily Twitch and YouTube. The guy makes on the order of $150,000 a month. He's very, very, very wealthy. But he's, other than that, just a pretty normal dude. He calls himself a degenerate, and I can see why and how he says that. He's not necessarily a faithful person. I do hope that that changes for him in the future, because he's definitely faithful adjacent in that he associates more with those who are faithful than those who are not. He has more in common with them. He has relatively liberal perspectives in terms of like wanting a universal basic income, abortion rights, stuff like that. But he has a libertarian perspective on that, in that he does not believe we all should be forced to pay for those things. That is, we can vote for it if the timeline bears out that we go in one of those directions. It's bearing out right now that we're going to get rid of Planned Parenthood in the very near future. Thank God. Thank God. And that we're removing abortion as something that's considered. That's a very good thing. Protect life. It is a man's duty to protect life, and I think he understands that on some level, even though he's decided to live as a degenerate, as he says himself on many occasions. So, you have to have somebody who does not have a vested interest in lying to you. It would be the case where he did if his advertising revenue, where he made his money, required him to lie. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The YouTube ad companies are no longer falling in line with the social justice warrior wokeism cult that we've been trying to navigate for the past decade and a half. There's still some of it out there, but not nearly like it was. And then, in that he does not have that vested interest, he also will just make a video on a topic. And if there are one or two things that I'm missing about that topic because it wasn't put into the main news story, he has an aggregated, collected knowledge from his chats, the people who watch him, that he can fill in the blanks where I missed. Fill in what I'm not seeing. Even with that, look at what happened with Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, and that they're actually trying to convince people that Epstein did unalive himself. No, he didn't. But the point behind that is that they're trying to show you that what they saw was so unbelievably bad that even they want you to believe the narrative. People who have hundreds of millions of dollars invested into being honest and truthful and forthright with you. Dan Bongino, he left his humongous Rumble platform to do what he's doing. So if even they are saying this, something that you and I both know is a blatant lie, then it's bad. It's really bad. Like, whatever you think is going on, multiply it by at least 10. That bad. So, you still have to have your own critical thinking in addition to that. A decentralized form of communication decentralized sources of information. Have them fill in the blanks where you're missing. Have many sources of information. And then think critically to yourself. In a world where we actually could trust each other perfectly or close to perfectly, a lot of this wouldn't be necessary. But because of those little gremlins that fill in the cracks, it is. So who of you out there actually believe that Epstein unalived himself? That committed self-deletion? Who among you believe that the number one, defendant, or not defendant, but subject of the case, as a very well-known person to have absconded with a lot of high-level leadership in our country and the world, unalived herself as well. She even said that I would never do that, and if it ever does happen or look like it, I didn't do it. Think for yourselves, guys. That's the principal thing we're trying to get out of this, because we live in a world that takes advantage of our high trust with one another. That's what the dark force does. Alright, that's it for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese children. And honestly, it's not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of this story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in it, in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy. Basically, he was the class clown to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So, basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture, because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. There seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. He ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27, because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So one thing I found very interesting is how critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s, how deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill. Every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. And this man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons, Pastor Mike Schmidt, from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. for the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you. In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy, he did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil, kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you a perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love you all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 151 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read another essay that I have updated that I wrote back in 2018. I have put in a bunch of new writing into this essay, and it's called Your Truth Will Be Found. So, let's get to this. To remove false idols and take back your own power is what happens when all ideas are proposed, regardless of their reasonableness or morality, defined within their own tight constraints of discourse. This relates to discerning your personal racial memory from the kernels of truth from all the information that surrounds you. This information, in a deluge and decentralized, seeming to be just random noise, is picked up through your inner self. Kind of like you are a signal decoder, the key to the mess of frequencies around you. This is actually a well-known machination in electrical engineering. You can look past the nonsense that false idols espouse to you and see purely what resonates with your inner being. and that truth is all you need. If truth is not an option, then you cannot pick it. But for the discerning mind, if it is there, they will find it. And that truth is a truth of self, which in the kaleidoscope of your infinite potential is absolute truth. Under the auspices of the world the demon seeks to force us into, truth would not be an option, but one that is against the rules of this existential game, quote-unquote, we are all playing, as laid out by God, and two, it is not possible to keep truth out of the equation if there is so much information available that the demon cannot keep track of all the kernels of information. The kaleidoscope, in pithy terms, is your own self, kind of like a fractal, as you put together all the pieces of who and what you once were, just as the comic books talk about it. When Ultron tried to destroy Jarvis, Jarvis decentralized himself in the internet so as to make it impossible for Ultron to ultimately destroy his essence. This was essentially put back together in the character of Vision. I'm talking about the Avengers. Jarvis is Iron Man's artificial intelligence. If you've seen the Avengers movies, the Iron Man movies, you know what I'm talking about. In a world dominated by false idols, the truth will not only be obfuscated if put in a lineup that is easily differentiated, but actively and adamantly eliminated as a path by those with agenda and perceived power. But in a world where information is a deluge, kernels of truth will seep in without being noticed, just as I said earlier. And what you will feed yourself is requisite to who you are. One step at a time, one lowest common denominator discovered after another. False idols serve only to distract, to confuse. If truth is eliminated from the equation, creation itself is eliminated from the equation, which means destruction and entropy is the final result. Human beings, writ large, in this schema, are more or less tabula rasa, in the truest sense of the term. And that is why God, in the fight with the demon, they're fighting so hard over our souls. When one comes into the equation who is not a true tabula rasa, the demon will seek to destroy it immediately, even if that non-tabula rasa is acting fully within the rules of the game. The demon cheats. If one of his defining characteristics, that is it. It's that of entropy, ultimately. If your yardstick is truth, your truth will be found. There may be a diamond buried in the rough. So, the choice is given to humanity. Those tabula rasa, the choice between existence and entropy. Which one wins the day? The diamond buried in the rough is whatever remnants of racial memory are buried deep within yourself. For not all of us are truly blank slates. Some of us come here with a purpose. Some of us come here with historic legacies within our families that give us positive inclinations towards one particular direction. For example, Billy Graham, the great preacher of the 20th century. But this is true for anyone. All will discover the deepest threads of their being if they actively search. Perhaps in the same vein that there may be diamonds in the rough, there may also be snakes camouflaged in the dirt, like George Soros and Alex Soros, his son. And in order for those snakes to even stand a chance against the diamonds, they must search for who they are, lest they remain undeveloped, weak, vulnerable. While you may find beauty, you may also find ugliness. It's up to you, the individual, to sort it out. The only one in this journey that you can trust is yourself in that regard. This is also why some people with a certain knowledge of what is actually happening behind the scenes come to the conclusion that their lives have amounted to making them nothing more than trash, so to speak. Because they have never, in their whole history, made a solid choice in one direction or another. And therefore, there is no discernible signal within themselves, nor one for them to principally follow as resonating with their internal selves. They have put themselves back into the position of tabula rasa, as if their past experiences never happened. Alright guys, that's it for today. All the sound started happening, as it usually does, right when I started the video, but that's okay. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace.
Why are the episodes of Doctor Who, a show that used to be my favorite show before it went woke, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, such episodes that resonate with me so powerfully? Welcome to day 184. I'm telling I'm a YouTube millionaire. So basically, the overarching theme of that pair of episodes is Clara, the woman who was his assistant at that time, which, by the way, in real life is a gorgeous woman, in my opinion, ends up being forcibly unalived by a crow, or a being that's taking the representation of a crow. And she did nothing to deserve it. She did nothing wrong. But it was placed upon her by some jackass. And some jackass in the Gallifreyan world, which is the Doctor's home world, specifically to lure him into a prison of their creating. Because they wanted him to explain to them the prophecy of the hybrid, which is a melding of the Daleks and the Time Lords. He doesn't actually have the information that they seek, per se, or rather, he doesn't know that he has it. But what happened there, why it resonates with me so profoundly, is that they put him in a prison that had essentially no escape. He was going to be there until he gave them what they sought. Except there was an escape. It's just that the escape seemed so ridiculously far away and difficult to attain that anybody who was sane would give up. At least, that's what you might think. He had to punch his way through a wall of splentium, which is, in that show, a material that's like 1,000 times stronger than diamond, that was 20 feet thick, after he discovered that that was where he needed to go, which took months for him to figure out. And he'd have a handful of seconds to punch the wall with his bare hands before the stalker in his prison would get him, finally, and cause him to pass away. But the way the torture chamber was designed was it was supposed to be zero entropy. So, no energy out of the system, no energy into the system. What's there is there. That means that whenever the Doctor would dissipate and go on to the next life, he would reform into exactly who he was before, without any of his memories, essentially precisely how he came into the torture chamber. He'd have to go through the entire process again to re-find the way out and get a handful of seconds in each one of those lives to punch at the wall of Splantium with his bare fists. I mean, maybe perhaps if he wanted to, he could take off one of his shoes and whack it with his shoes. But the point stands. So it goes with the design of this reality. Everything might be stacked up against you. And everybody might know what's actually going on. But they ain't gonna tell you, because you need to get this done. And it does have an end state. It's basically a reversal of the roles between Satan and God, in that God has to suffer for a near eternity to save his children, humanity. But of course he's willing to do it. That's a reward that is infinitely important. So, as I've explained to you guys, all the various things that have happened in my lives, I still haven't given you all of them, but a bunch of them, that would make a normal person want to unalive themselves. Each one of those, consider it a standard deviation away from the norm, in terms of how many people would be able to endure it without unaliving themselves. So, one of those situations is a single standard deviation away, which means that only 15% of the population would be able to handle it. Two of them is 2 standard deviations away, 1% of the population would be able to handle it. 3 of them, 3 standard deviations away, 0.1% of the population would be able to handle it, etc., etc. All told, from what I can gather, just rough estimate, I've had about a dozen of those things happen to me. Maybe even more. The thing is, it's not even an option to me to do that other thing. It never has been. It never will be. You want to know why? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You could literally be walking through hell for a veritable eternity. Devastation and apocalypse around you in every direction. But if you're with God, if you're with love, none of that stuff matters. In my novel series, the main character, the scientist, is shown to do something like that. Everybody around him can see that after a veritable eternity, he does legitimately succeed in his goal of saving the universe, saving existence. But he's the only one that cannot see it until the very end, because he's literally making the reality as he does it. So everybody else can see the end state, which is Eden, heaven, right? As you and I might perceive. But every time he tries to look into that future with his time machine, all he sees is an empty, infinite entropy void, where everything has completely dissolved, and it is perfectly uniform nothingness, where time no longer exists. the theorized end to the universe as our astrophysicists currently believe it's probably going to go to. That's what he sees. And he keeps going anyway. Why? Because the people with whom he is working are what matter to him. He wants to be with them. He wants to have a personal relationship with them because he loves them. There's no end goal aside from that. He's already attaining it. And if he has to go through hell in order to accomplish it, all the more proof of his love for humanity and the other species with whom he works in the story. Basically all life. So every time I'm punched in the gut by this parasitic force behind the scenes, which is real, it's actually there. It provides all the more proof that I actually mean what I say. I actually believe what I say I believe. And I really do care about people as much as I say I do. And if I get nothing, no material possessions out of this, don't take it too seriously. Nobody gets out of this life alive. It's real stuff that's happened to me. And I will not let it be rendered irrelevant by nobody knowing that it has. Because I bring up that maybe everybody knows what's going on except for you. I'm not assuming that. I think nobody knows what's going on except for a handful of people that are actually carrying out the torture. The devil, as you might say. But even so, I will continue. If nobody were to see it, that would be a shame. But I'm trying to do everything I can to ensure that the story does not go quietly into the good night. That it will be heard. You have to do the same thing. Communication is everything. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because
let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best, as best I can figure, in such a existential modality, is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means. When you have to face a lot of challenges in your life, and so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal, the backstabbing. The way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. Raw. Not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth. As best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
Today, is my birthday. Welcome to day 172 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I am 36 years old today. Officially, at 7:30 p.m., I will cross that Rubicon. You double this age and you'll be 72. That is the midway point for many people. Hopefully it won't be the case with me. Hopefully my midway point will be a lot farther out. But you simply don't know. You cannot predict the future. If you are over-focused on the future, you become anxious. If you are over-focused on the past, you become depressed. If you're focused on the present, you maximize your contentment. This is an absolute truth. We must pay attention to our past so that we can learn from our history, our past mistakes and victories. We must have an eye toward the future so that we can give ourselves a purpose for what we're doing in the present. But the present is where we remain. It is the nexus point of all of our experiences that have been or will be. And at 36 years old, there's a lot of stuff behind me. I do hope that there's still a much, much larger amount of stuff in front of me. But there is a lot of stuff behind me. Many attempted ventures, some successes, some failures. The successes come from getting the experiences, from doing things that very few people can say they've done. I mean, how many people can say that they're a licensed pilot that's rated in a multi-engine jet? How many people can say that they've been to 7 or 8 different countries? More than that, probably. Or almost all the states, or teeners, or any number of other things. They published a book, with many more to come. It is because I have had that eye toward the future in that memento mori, remember we die, that I have never lived a day in my life where I have not pushed with as much energy as I can muster to do something with that valuable slice of time. You only get so many of them. Now, the most important things up to this point in my life, with respect to me, not with respect to the relationships necessarily I'm building, but with respect to me, has still been elusive to me. Finding a wife, having children, so that I can leave gifts for this planet. And I can share in the beautiful thing that is romantic love. I've never tasted it. I have gotten whispers of it. I've gotten the scent of it. I've gotten a vision of it. And honestly, my vision of it gets clearer and clearer every day. But I've never experienced it. I remember when I was 10 years old, there was this girl in school, her name was Ashley Wayne, and I loved too deeply and too quickly A love that was unrequited, unreciprocated. At 10 years old, I put too much in front of another child that was by no means prepared for that. And I don't even think I was. It's like I had a heart from a full-grown adult that was in the body of a child. So, some people, it takes a little bit longer to accomplish those things. Not because you're a horrible person or anything like that. God knows we live in a fallen world. So if you have trouble with that, you're probably doing a little better than most. But if you've waited this long, 36 years, those rules that are put out for the general population are for the baseline. The brand new, newly minted human beings that for the first time accomplish the age of 18 or 20 years old and know virtually nothing of the way existence works. They are a baseline that is meant to keep them protected. And everyone else. When you've reached the age of 36, twice that age, things change a little bit. You know why those rules are there, and you accept and embrace that fully. But for you, you've waited long enough. They don't necessarily apply to you like they do everyone else. They still apply, just in a little bit of a different way. If you can wait this long, and it's painful, it sucks. But if you can, new doorways open up to you that may not have been there before, or that you just couldn't see. You don't need the same protections that an 18-year-old does. You're a bit more mature, have a little bit more fleshed out in your perspectives of the world and beyond it. You can look back or look above from 30,000 feet up at the whole situation and say, that's why that's there. That's why he says that. That's why they do that. Well, that doesn't apply to me. Neither does that. That does. And things adjust accordingly. You've never seen anything as open as this, aside from a very small handful of people. Because this is the maturation of an entire generation. A large cohort of individuals, the millennials, who are now coming into the leadership positions of this world, the big leadership, big kahuna positions. Finally. You are responsible for your actions. You live a life that is there to help others. And one of the best ways to do that is to be as open as possible. This is a very disparate conversation today, but I have a lot going through my mind. It's rare that I don't. Suffice it to say, I'm tired of waiting. And suffice it to say, it's adequate to say is what that term means, if you didn't know. It is, and has been, my turn for a long time. There is no more waiting. If it isn't going to happen soon, like this year, then cometh the rapture. I'm a prototype, an avatar. I mean that for people like me. I'm not saying that I'm anything special necessarily, but I am an avatar. An entire generation of people have been held back, and I am part of that generation. Enough. The Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's of this world that simply refuse to let go of power. Enough. Get out. The only reason you're still holding on to it is because you don't believe there's anything beyond this world. Your words are simply words. You don't actually have any faith. Just a charlatan. So, it is our turn. I've waited long enough. Love y'all. Peace. Mentors need mentors, 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 etc., etc. Welcome to day 174, until I am a YouTube millionaire. In case you didn't already know, that title to this video series is essentially a taunt to YouTube. That after X number of videos, if I still haven't gotten there, through consistent posting every single day, and thousands upon thousands of videos on my channel, I still haven't achieved it, then there's a problem with their platform. Because the primary thing that they encourage is consistency. They also are very temporarily biased in that they bias towards newer content and make us much more reactionary as a result, which is very dangerous, but it's what YouTube has decided to do. That is, most content is not evergreen, or is not allowed to be so. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to talk about here is mentors needing mentors. So I know I am truly honored, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude and love for the fact that I know there are a lot of pretty prominent people out there that pay attention to the words that I say, the ideas that I have. A particular lady that I'm thinking of, the one that I think is probably the one, and I hope turns into something beautiful, and maybe in a few years we get married, have a family, and all that stuff. I can tell that I'm having a positive impact on her. And she's reaching tens of thousands of people a day, if not more. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Even on my own platform, the platform is starting to grow. I don't just post here. I also post on Rumble, Facebook, X, and other places, Spotify. I'll just name those for now. But I am, therefore, in some way, shape, or form, her mentor. Along with everybody else that follows my videos. However, mentors need mentors, like I was saying. Some of my mentors are people like Elliot Hulse, who's a Gen Xer. He's 46, and he has a channel that's literally called Wisdom. Elliot Hulse Wisdom. Because he's a wise guy, you know. He's got a lot of life experience. He's an erstwhile serial entrepreneur who does life coaching and strength coaching. He's one of my mentors. One of his mentors, just one of them, he's got a ton of them, just like I do, is a guy by the name of Tony Robbins. He's a financial guru, the guy with the big mouth. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, also, in some way, shape, or form, one of my mentors. I've read some of his greatest works, like Money Mastering the Game. It's a tome. It's a very big book, but a very good one. And the primary thing he tells you to do in that book, like the crux of it, is indexed universal life savings accounts. They're insurance, but they're really good. They're like le creme de la creme of investing portfolios that you can get. They have a lot of upside and no downside. You can't find that almost anywhere. Well, there you go. So that's one of his mentors, and he has a ton of mentors. Like I was talking about in my previous video, Why Asmongold, you need to decentralize your information sources and think for yourself. A mentor, in order to be a proper mentor, does that. We all have biases. Every single one of us. We're all human. If we can mitigate those as much as possible by seeing from other people's perspectives, walking in their shoes even, we have the opportunity, then you become the best mentor possible. Me being 36 years old and having the background that I do, I have a very distinct and powerful empathy for those who have been working their asses off to try to make the world a better place, but keep on getting punched in the gut. Blockaded, just like I have. Every turn, every way, everything that I've done. Constantly blockaded. I told you about my mom's YouTube channel that has 27,000, almost 28,000 subscribers now, and she gets about 30 views every long-form video, because YouTube has blockaded the channel for some reason. I empathize. Even if it never stops, which I'm not going to assume that it does, because assuming makes asses out of people. I can use that pain as power to help others. Which is the only thing, like I was talking about before, in this life that matters. It's the only thing we get out of this. We don't survive. Nobody gets out of life alive. We don't take anything with us. We can leave a legacy that will help others react better through their course of living, through their relationships with others. Those are the presents that we leave people. If they're presents of, like, genetic legacy, children, things of that nature, fantastic. If you bring them up right, you teach them good morality, they're going to inspire others. Those are the proper presents to leave. If they're beautiful buildings and empires that show the strength and capacity of the human spirit, that inspires people. That is valuable. So while it might not last forever, it's ephemeral just like everything else here. it's worthwhile in that regard. There is value in trying to build that. Because the primary thing, and the only thing that matters that you build here, is the human soul. That's it. Whatever helps you do that is good. So Elliot Hulse is one of my mentors, even though I don't know him directly. I am truly grateful that I can be the mentor to all of you, and in particular, this is one woman I'm talking about, because I'm hoping that it can become something better. She has a very powerful mind, is very wise, and is a mentor to thousands upon thousands of people herself, who, if she's teaching them right, which I know she will, she's doing a fantastic job, then they too are going to realize that you don't get all your information from one person, because she's only 24. So even 24 years old, has a lot of life behind her, and she's an incredibly intelligent woman. She's a genius. So that means she processes it very well, especially if she reacts to it well. But she knows, even she is only one person. She's teaching them well, inspiring them well. They'll find the proper sources, the things that empower people. You know what doesn't empower people? Telling them that they're a virus on the planet. Telling them that they're worthless. Unless they're actually acting that out like George Soros is. He's a bane to human existence, and people like him. I don't want it to be that way, but it's the life that he has chosen. He has chosen it. So the way you're a mentor is you make the world a better place. You make people feel like they're home when they're with you, when they're listening to you, when they're talking to you. You be accessible. You be their friend, part of their extended family. You have a personal relationship with them, just like Jesus did and does. Jesus, another one of my mentors. And even Jesus has a mentor. His mentor being his dad. His dad being the other part of God. Part of the Trinity. He's God, Jesus is God. God is God. And then the Holy Spirit, which is the communication between the two of them, is God as well. Mentors have mentors have mentors. And all mentors are meant to inspire. You feed people on not just bread alone. You fuel the fire that is in their hearts and show them that they can do it. I stated before on one of my videos in the past, I think it's my video where I say who I am, or introducing myself. I had certain experiences in my life. I only listed half a dozen there, but there were many more that would make a normal person unalive themselves. And I want to inspire you guys that you could get through that. That's never the answer to unalive yourself. Never is. Never will be. It hurts so many people, not just you. But I want to show you that you can get through it. Because, like I say on this channel all the time, until death, all defeats are psychological. And if you're going to cause your own unaliving, then you've defeated yourself. But otherwise, the enemy can't beat you. And you yourself are becoming a mentor. That little fire in your heart that goes around and spreads that same inspiration to other people. Sometimes without even knowing it, most of the time without even knowing it. That powerful ripple that your mentors provide, you become a mini ripple yourself. And it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. So, that's what I got for you today, guys. Mentors need mentors. Also, mentors need wives. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision, your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership. Serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves? Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and a fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion, and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it workaday for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, But it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head. If that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. Carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal right here last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess
the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying and if need be, or fighting and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God, where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die. But this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace. Whatever world in which you're born, you have to utilize what is there to have any proper context or frame of reference that others can understand.
Welcome to day 171 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And I was reviewing some of the videos that I had made 7 or 8 years ago. Back in like 2018, right around there, when I was in Ohio, when I had just gotten there. And even then, I had changed so much. That was before I had become a professed Christian, before I had followed this faith. And what I mean by you have to operate within the context of the world in which you live is something to this effect. We all are in a sort of suggestion loop. The entire planet being guided down a proscribed path that we are told there is no way to change. It's a script, and there's no way to break the fate. And we have people acting as the evil entities and people acting as the good entities. I always bring up George Soros as a prototypical demon, or prototypical parasite. And the stance in which he lives reminds me of one of the characters from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The movie with Orlando Bloom in it, and Edward Norton. But one of the new king's primary servants, after the 16-year-old king that has leprosy passes away, goes and slays some women that were part of Salah ad-Din's family. And he says, I am who I am, someone has to be. Does really somebody have to be? Now, the path that was being tread there was one that was a justifiable crusade in order to save Europe. So in that context, don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. But you are not required to follow a proscribed path. I think I'm using that word properly. And then I also think of the guy in the movie The Martian, the guy that Matt Damon plays. Dr. Mann, I believe is his name, and that's a fitting name. Who, when Matthew McConaughey, Cooper, comes to save him from his planet, along with the other doctor, he says, I really didn't think that I would not have the planet. That my planet wouldn't be the right one. He thought it was just kind of like a written story, a play, and that you weren't just sort of winging it and living life and making your own decisions in your own path. Now, it's a little bit of both, I would tell you. But he was victim of... Oh, it wasn't The Martian, sorry. It wasn't The Martian. It was The Interstellar. I got those movies mixed up. He had main character syndrome. And this led him to fall into his monkey brain mentality, his lizard brain, as it's called, his instinct for survival. And he tried to unalive Matthew McConaughey and steal all of their tools to get off of that planet because he was stuck there. It was all about him. He didn't care the consequences because he thought he was the main character. He also didn't have faith, it seems. I'm not the main character. Nor are you. Not in everybody else's life, that is. But I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life. But what does the main character always do, principally, in a heroic tale? It's a tale of self-sacrifice. When Captain America jumped on the grenade in Captain America 1, even though it was a fake grenade, he proved that he was sacrificing himself in order to protect his comrades, his fellow soldiers. And he's the main character of that story. He's the hero. But he was willing to just die if he needed to save everybody else. And at the end of that movie, he, in fact, drives the nuclear weapon carrying aircraft into an iceberg or something, a glacier. He basically gets buried in ice, and he's not found for 90-something years or 60-something years. Main character syndrome means that you think you have to survive when nobody gets out of this life alive. Nobody does. So how are you going to live while you're here? You're going to live purely for yourself, or you're going to live for others, or as almost all human beings, live some combination, somewhere in between. I was under the spell, in some way, though with that little kernel of trying to follow the objective truth, the objective reality, that the rest of the world was under for the decades I've been on this planet. This is why and how my perspectives have shifted so drastically since my time in college to now. I believe what my leadership was trying to show me at the Air Force Academy is in fact who and what I am. But, one, it's foreboding to say anything like that, because you're not the main character, and you will not be a false idol. And two, it doesn't hugely matter. The only thing that really matters is the sense of responsibility that comes with it. The weights you have to carry, and whether you are that or not, if you believe you are, and you carry the weight, or you will try to carry the weight that such a person or entity would carry. You might fail, you might succeed, but they'll put it upon your shoulders because you're the best bet that they got. So, I'm not the main character in anybody else's story but my own. We are still, thankfully I think, in the death throes of it, but still in the doldrums of this loop of suggestion, this brainwashing, that made us think that the whole of the world had to end in 2012. We're still here. Going on 13 years after the fact. Very little has changed since then. Well, I mean, the fact that we're still alive, and all those people who have President Trump derangement syndrome. It's called TDS for short, and they're actually trying to make a psychological syndrome like in the DSM-5, or do studies on it or something that's specifically that. those are people who are trying to force that suggested path, even though it no longer is where we're going. We would have gone there because we would have willed it into existence. It only takes a handful of people out there to say, no, you don't have to go that way, for it to actually change. And if nothing else, I do want to stand as something like that person. And I was very gung-ho about December 21st, 2012, back in those days. I've changed a lot. I've grown and matured a lot. If you want to just look at my physical body, I'm a lot thicker than I was. A lot thicker. Yeah. Lots change. Lots changed. A lot does change in 10, 15 years. You're not going to remain the same person that you were from 21 to 35. You're going to grow, you're going to mature. Allow that to happen with grace, with steadiness, and humility. That's all I got for today, guys. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 160 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You might have realized or seen that I've been playing some video games on my channel recently. I used to game all the time, but there are periods in your life, seasons, if you will, where you need to work really hard, hunker down, put the pedal to the metal. And there are seasons in your life where you need to just relax, and everything in between. Ultimately, what it comes down to is balance. It's that Aristotelian mean between hard work and play. Hard work and no play makes a person stupid and lame. Play and no hard work makes you useless. So, I figured I have a rotator cuff injury right now. Rotator cuff's a little messed up. Probably from punching that bag a little bit too hard when I'm doing my boxing practice. Why not play a game that I enjoy? Also, I have a friend of mine who lives in Ireland who's been wanting to play some video games with me. So it was kind of a double win there. So here we are. I'm gaming a little bit. Aristotelian mean. Don't be too far in either direction. It's just like, the Aristotelian mean is very similar to Seneca's philosophy on, I guess, touting your wealth, if you will. I say if you will a lot. It's one of my phrases. That is, if you have a good lot in life, you don't want to dress to the nines every day, but you also don't want to dress like a slob every day. Instead, you want to dress like a 6 or a 7, so that people can look towards you who are not at your lot in life and aspire to you, but not be discouraged by the fact that you're so far beyond them they can never reach you. So a 6 or a 7 is ideal in that regard. A 9 is not. I'm human. I do human things. I'm human, I promise. I'm human. Ha, ha. No, seriously, I'm human. I play video games. And You know, I've watched a lot of video essayists on YouTube that are relatively proximate to my channel size. Some of them much larger, some of them a little smaller. And I've seen on their channels much the same thing. That every once in a while they have a gaming stream. I'm thinking of Luke West. I've seen some of his videos. They're actually gaming streams where he's playing video games. So it's all about balance. And I'm going to be having a good time in Reno very soon. My birthday is this month, May 20th. Why not give myself a little bit of a break? There's routine, and there's value in routine. There's hunkering down, value in that. And there's value in relaxation as well. But to that point, there has, however, been a bother that I have seen from many a channel, a personality, on a lot of places on Instagram, for example, where they tell you to just rest. You mustn't be in that station for several years of your life. I don't care if you were busting your ass for 25 years and you just want to take a break for 5 years. That's too long. That is too long. We don't live long enough to do that. And at least previously, a while ago, on the X-Files, there were a lot of instances where I saw profiles and posts saying, just rest. No. No. That only goes so far. I'm done resting. I want to build. My body's damaged because I've been duking it out with demons for decades, alliteration aside. But I don't want to rest. Especially when I have this much energy otherwise. I do have a ton of energy, it's just my body is messed up. That's all. I wish we didn't have to sleep. Sleep is ridiculous and it's a waste of time. It's unfortunate that it's a requirement for us. Therefore, I make sure to get at least 8 hours of sleep at night. It would just be so much nicer if we didn't have to do it at all. You know what I mean? People will say, oh, I love to sleep. It feels so good. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. What I am saying is it would be even better if we never had to. If that euphoric feeling that you get when you cuddle up and nestle up in your bed, you have essentially all the time, and you don't need to sleep, that's way better. There's need for balance in life. In everybody's life. And if you're working too hard, make sure you don't burn yourself out. Take breaks where necessary. But I will say, those breaks need to have their limits. Otherwise, you go from taking a break to breaking a routine. You go from carving marble to turning into jello. Your body and many other things. A 5-year break from my work is not acceptable. That is way too long. It is essentially like dying. It's like you don't even exist. So, yeah. That's it for today, guys. Balance is key. Love y'all. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this one's rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, as do angels.
And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions, and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box, and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 135 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I came across, potentially, an untapped market opportunity. Now, to bring this up to you guys, especially on this forum and this venue, considering my background, what I've had to deal with in my life, and pretty much what I know is probably going to happen, it's a dangerous thing for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
because I want to, and I know that I'm going to be kneecapped anyway, so I might as well just let you guys know that this is an opportunity that I found, and you may be interested in giving it a go. So, let me give you first an example. When it comes to investing, in order to have the investment be considered a good opportunity, the standard is that you get at least a 6% year-over-year ROI on whatever the investment is. So that's the minimum. You get 6%. If it's at least that, you're good to go. And it's a decent investment. You can do this with things like real estate. So let's say you invest $100,000 as a down payment into a property. Then you're going to want to get a minimum of $6,000 per year of profit. Not income, not revenue, profit, in order for it to be considered a good investment, or $500 a month. So that means whatever your expenses on top of that, you can do the math. Generally speaking, that's a good way of looking at it. And if you get anything better than 6%, that's icing on the cake. Honestly, anything above zero is good anyway, but if you're looking for a good investment, one that's actually making good use of your time and money, better than you could find pretty much anywhere else, then that's what you want to do. Well, it's not just in real estate that you can do this. It's also in general advertising. Okay? So, YouTube and Google have means by which you can actually advertise your platform. And it's actually fairly simple. All you have to do is get set up on your YouTube account. Let's just use YouTube as the example. This is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It's the untapped market opportunity that I think is available to most of us that we haven't given it a chance, and 99% of people aren't going to give it a chance anyway. But I'll tell you, you can advertise, let's say, a specific video. This changes from niche to niche, but let's just say a finance video on your finance YouTube channel, let's say 10 minutes long, and you specify that you want it to be for gaining subscribers on your channel. They give you 3 different specifications that you can give for the advertisement. If you say advertising, and let's say you put $200 per month into that campaign, well, that amount of money you can expect, if you're a channel that's 500 subscribers to start, that you'll get probably about 250 subscribers from it. Ish. Again, it varies with the niche. But basically what they're going to do is they're going to push out your video to people who wouldn't otherwise see it. They're going to give you more impressions for it. Now, you're thinking, I'm not making any money off the channel. Why put money into it? For a multitude of reasons. The first one being, like I said in previous videos, this YouTube channel that you're making for yourself, as long as you don't do anything stupid, as long as YouTube doesn't collapse, is going to last in perpetuity. This is a platform where you're advertising yourself. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is an advertising platform for yourself, or whatever thing you talk about on your channel. Okay? So it's going to be there forever. But that $200 that you're putting into it now, getting you that 250 subscribers, as long as you continuously post, you're consistent with your channel, if you're serious about it, it will continue to grow. And you'll continue to gain in reach. And then, once you hit that threshold of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, there's some pretty basic math that you can do to determine your year-over-year ROI. So let's say, being very conservative, you put $200 per month into the investment camp or the advertising campaign for your channel, and conservatively it gets you 150 subscribers per month, and you're starting at 0. Okay? That means it would take about 6 months-ish, 6.66, 6.66 to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you're not going to have the watch time requirement necessarily. More than likely, you won't have it by that point unless you've had a couple of viral videos. So let's just assume that it's going to take an extra 6 months for you to get that watch time requirement of 4,000 hours. So the entire campaign would be a total of a year, $200 per month of advertising, which would equate to about 2,000 to 2,500 subscribers at the end of that campaign and your watch time requirement. After you get to that point, the typical numbers that you can expect for a YouTube channel that is healthy, a YouTube channel that's not throttled or blocked by YouTube in any way, that hasn't been put into a dark room, whether intentionally or by accident, by the YouTube algorithm, because YouTube's algorithm is being kind of wacky right now, so it's making it really difficult to discern this stuff. Nevertheless, this is generally speaking what you can expect. You can expect to get between 10 to 20% of your subscriber base as the number of views on a typical video. So 2,000 subscribers means that you'll get between 200 to 400 views on a video on average. Okay? Let's just say that you're doing a commentary channel, kind of like this one. The CPM, cost per milli, basically what you're paid per 1,000 views on your channel, is usually, for this type of content, between $3 to $5. You do the math there, and if you're posting a video every day, that's $45. Well, no, double that. It's actually $90 a month. $90 a month times 12. Let's just say you're getting $1,080 per year. $1,080 per year, and you invested a total capital of $2,400. Now, you can jig these numbers however you want. If you decide that you want to continue the advertising campaign until you get to a point where you're making $200 per month off of your channel, which would require you probably to be around 4,000 subs or so, 2 to 4,000 subs, then you could maybe continue the ad campaign for 18 months. Put in a total of $3,600 capital, and your year-over-year ROI would adjust respectively. And you can continue this if you really want to. But right now we're just talking about getting yourself to the monetization threshold. Now, for those who hit the YouTube jackpot, this doesn't really apply to you. I know several YouTube channels who did in fact hit the YouTube jackpot, who got to their 1,000 subscribers and their 4,000 watch hours with the snap of their fingers, mostly because they're attractive young ladies. No shade, but that's probably why. Even though they're very intelligent, the ones that I'm thinking of in particular, that most people don't care about that. Most people care about if you're easy on the eyes, and if you're a woman. So, that aside, assuming you did not hit the YouTube jackpot, you could do the math here. So, let's say 18 months to get you to the $200 per month threshold. You're not going to get that $200 per month until the end of those 18 months. So you're going to average out the amount of money that you're making per month. Let's just say that's $100 a month that you're doing for 18 months on average. That's $1,800, and you would have put in $3,600. That's an ROI of 50% for the 18-month period. You can adjust it for 12 months, etc. But the return on investment here is utterly gigantic. Now, it is not passive like owning real estate is, or real estate is as passive as you get, because you still have to produce content. You still have to make videos on a regular schedule that are in the niche and of the quality that your viewers expect. But assuming this is something you're going to do anyway, you might as well. Now, like I said, the likelihood is I'm going to be kneecapped again. It's just what keeps happening to me in life. I don't really have an explanation as to why this keeps on happening, but it's probably what's going to happen with me. So if I give you the information, at least somebody's going to benefit from it. Even if only 1 out of 100 people is even going to give this a chance. I'm thinking of my brother James. He's got a YouTube channel that's growing very nicely. He's got almost 1,300 subs, and he just got fully monetized, so he's making some money off of his videos. If he wants to expedite the process, think of it in terms of year-over-year ROIs, returns on investment. If you have the money to afford, then what you can do is this $200 per month or whatever it is into an advertising campaign, and ratio-wise, it's going to match up, whether you put $100 a month in, $50 a month in, $400 a month in. So $200 a month is going to get you 150 subs minimum. 100 will do half that, etc. And the type of video that you're advertising is the primary type of video that is going to have consistent viewers come back. So if you want to do this, these are your numbers. It's quite smart, because this is going to last as long as YouTube lasts, forever. As long as you don't get your channel deleted by YouTube for some reason or another, it'll be there. So give it a try. Consider it. It is an untapped market opportunity. If everybody were doing this that wanted to grow a YouTube channel and were serious about it, it wouldn't be this high of an ROI. It would be much, much, much lower. But it's an extremely high ROI because so few people do it. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so. I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none, as of yet, having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis. What fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote, "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light, is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it. As he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him. Even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say, it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create with it. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no matter how much effort you put into obfuscating it, will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people, working over the course of perhaps decades, using advanced and complicated technologies, before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 144 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. I wanted to talk about today a little bit more failures to launch. Now, I was telling you guys before, many a time that I consider myself to fall into this camp. Somebody who was trying to accomplish great things in life. Now, mind you, I'm still young, so I still have time. Young, if you will. I'm going to be 36 next month. But everything that I've done in my life, all of the boxes that I've checked, I did not get to my final goal. I was Sisyphus, right at the top of the mountain, just about to crest it, and then I had my knees knocked out from under me. Well, basically, I say this in reference to the fact that I empathize with those other people out there that are also that. One of them is a very good friend of mine. I won't say specifically who, but essentially, somebody who is extremely intelligent, wicked smart, as they say, and is extremely capable, but has dealt with so much stuff in their life that they suck themselves down and resign themselves to positions that are way below their station, because they've just had such horrible upbringings, unresolved traumas from their childhood, that they don't take care of themselves physically. And those unresolved traumas are starting to become, whether they realize it or not, normalized in their psychological perspectives of the world. And it's those things
that make black white and white black, and that turn the world upside down to them. It's not good. For instance, the tragic event that just happened on Easter, I believe it was actually, or right after it, Pope Francis passed away. I might not have been a huge fan of the guy. I didn't like the guy. I thought he was way too progressive, and he was challenging the Western world in a way that was going to lead it to collapse. He was acting in a capacity that was not Christian. I'll just say that. And there are many of our leaders in our country who also said that they do not they're not happy at the passing of Pope Francis. Of course not. You don't revel in a person passing away. You could revel in the fact that they're no longer going to do damage to the world. Like, it sucks that George Soros is still around, wreaking havoc, and his son is going to be even worse than him. But that aside, Pope Francis forgot some very crucial things. Or maybe didn't forget them, just allowed himself to be bamboozled by the traumas of this world. Even heaven has borders, has gates. The demons were pushed out of heaven and never allowed back in. And it's those pearly gates that prevent them from getting in. A country without borders is no country at all. Look at something like this Maryland man hoax that's happening right now. This person was a legitimate MS-13 Chicao. He was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged member. He had MS-13 tattooed on his hand, and he was a wife beater. And because these people with these unresolved traumas in their past are so adamant about making other people pay for what they had to deal with without even realizing it most of the time, that they're actually backing somebody like this Maryland man who is a legitimate illegal immigrant to our country. But all of this tying back to my good friend and my failure to help them. They will not let go of their past traumas. They just won't. Those things already happened. They were horrible. They should not have happened. They shouldn't have. You didn't deserve them. Let them go. They're controlling you, and they're turning your world upside down. There is a reason that there are certain standards that are put into the spiritual philosophy of Catholicism, Christianity, and whatnot. There are reasons for those standards. It goes God, husband, wife, children. God, family, vocation. if you misprioritize, everything gets screwed up. If the woman in a relationship tries to take the leadership role, they emasculate the man who is supposed to protect. Nevertheless, I know that there are people out there that intentionally sabotage themselves, even with all the help that they're provided, specifically to make somebody like me be defeated. To make somebody like me think I'm not doing enough. I'm just an avatar for a person like me, like a 35-year-old man, millennial, in this day and age. I'm an avatar. And I accept that I haven't done enough. That's why I'm pushing harder. But where is the limit? Where is the limit? Where you're finally going to let go of your past traumas and let yourself live well. Not live just above survival. It's tragic. I keep on getting my ass beat over and over and over, and guess what? I get up and I work harder the next day. You can do it too. I don't understand why you're not. I said that I'm certain that at least in some way, subconsciously, it's to make a person like me feel like I never did enough. To make me, or my avatar, pay for not having been there in your past to help you, or having done enough in the past. I accept that. And I'm sorry. I very much am. But you have to start somewhere. I was born in 1989. I wasn't here in the 60s. I wasn't here in the 70s. I wasn't here in most of the 80s. But I'm here now. If you let me help, and you actually listen to me, and see that you are worthy of living a better life, you are worthy of it. Period. Stop. Full stop. Then things can get better. You are so capable. So capable. It is heartbreaking to me that somebody as capable as you is just letting the world, letting life pass you by. Letting your body fall apart. Collecting illnesses, kind of like badges. And not doing the things necessary, even though I'm giving them to you on a silver platter to fix those illnesses. Because you identify with those illnesses. They're your security blanket. Socialism, communism, and things related to that will never be good. Ever. Ever. Even heaven has gates. And they sent out the illegal immigrants that were the demons. I say that kind of half-facetiously. But the analogy roughly equates. I will never give up. On my own life, as well as on yours. Because you're worth it. Live like it. Somebody with a higher education degree should not
with an IQ north of 130 should not be working as an associate. All right. Love y'all. Peace. More on aliens. Welcome to day 182 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. The reason I wanted to talk a little bit more about this is because, well, as you know, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial life. But also, one of my good friends, who I talked about in my previous video, Boris, has mentioned on a few occasions that aliens are real. No, they're not. They don't exist. They don't. Every single time that something crazy has happened, like the New Jersey drones, we found out they were drones, or this steel or metal ball that was discovered recently in, I think it was somewhere around Peru, I can't remember exactly, some South American country. There is no proof whatsoever that that steel ball is anything aside from some complex hoax, some military experiment, or some object that at the very most might be from another point in time in history. Now, don't misunderstand me here. There are beings that are from beyond Earth as we know it, that are from beyond this era, and in the celestial realm, if you will. But in this three-dimensional reality, I think the most we will find in anywhere else in the universe, and this could be for a number of reasons, will be just basic animals. I don't think that we're going to find any life outside of Earth that is intelligent. We've had a long time in searching the stars with our telescopes, with our satellites. This is the point right now where we should be seeing the signals. There is less than a 50% probability that we would not see one up to this point. With human eyes looking onto them and saying, oh, that is an otherworldly signal. We still don't see them. It's because they're not there. Everything, these little pieces happening, the reason that's happening now is because it has to. Because we're at that 50% threshold right now. And if it doesn't happen, if it doesn't mold our perception in some way, shape, or form, that they're going to no longer be perceived. And if they're not perceived, they don't exist. Frankly, they don't. And we're not going to manifest them into reality. If they want to exist, they have to straight up show themselves. They're not going to. Because they're just specters. They're ghosts. The ones that are here, that have shown themselves, are not foreign. They're what you already know of. They're your family. They're the ones that love you. That are here to protect you. That are here to serve you. They are, in fact, you. No. Those aliens, they're not there. They're not. I explained some of this actually in my story, and it looks like nobody's going to read it. Page Publishing has told me that I've gotten 20 book sales. I know they're lying to me, which that should be grounds for a suit, but there's not enough money there for me to sue them. But they told me I sold 20 books, so apparently nobody's going to read the story. Okay, fine. I'll just explain it here. Those gray aliens that are in our pop culture. I want to be proven wrong. I want you to understand that. I want to be proven wrong. But I won't be. Those gray aliens are us. They are us. When we develop time machines, which if we can conceptualize them right now, that means we're going to invent them very soon if we haven't already. Okay? Period. End of story. If we can conceptualize it, it's only a matter of time before we actually make it a reality. These gray aliens are us from a divergent timeline. Our future, where we barely survive this great divide that we're going through right now. They're one of those futures, where those of us who do survive overemphasize our intelligence and underemphasize our physical forms. And when it is said that they are from Zeta Reticuli, some of them, that's true. Because we use teleportation devices to get over to that planetary system, so star system. I think it's like 40 light years away. Something like that. And in that, they're on a different set, or within a different set of environmental pressures, not only through their own personal emphasis, but also the pressures of that environment. They would lose their hair, they would grow smaller, and they would get very, very intelligent. And potentially even with robotic augmentations. They are us. And they can't lie to you, per se. If it is ever seen, or they are ever asked questions. I've said this before on videos, but like I said, there's virtue in repetition, because most of you are only going to see me once. So I might as well say the most important pieces out here that I can. Every single time a gray alien, as we see it, is questioned on their origins, they are always saying that they are our descendants. Every time. And these other creatures, like these mantis people, or these what are they called again? The Nordic beings and all these other ones, they're all creations of us. The Nordics are us from the future. The mantis beings are our creation through our science and our manipulation of DNA and stuff like that. You can conceptualize it happening. We did it. They're not there. Not in this three-dimensional reality. Not in this era. If you were to go to any other part of this three-dimensional universe, instantaneously, the most you will find, I would surmise, is animals like my doggo back there. My buddy. My doggos. My buddies. There's also the little aspect that, let's say I'm wrong about this, which the probabilities would indicate that I should be. I should be. Doesn't seem to be the case. I want to be proven wrong, but they won't show themselves. If there were ever a time that they were going to, it would be now. With the craziness that's happening on the planet right now. But they won't do it. There's also the element that every single time an intelligent species is born, becomes fully cognizant, has its own agency, that it's whisked away from this reality in kind of a similar fashion to the way we're being right now. in that the reality is rendered irrelevant to those beings. When we actually do invent time travel, this reality will be completely irrelevant because we will no longer be bound by it. And we'll be able to freeze our metabolisms and live forever and transcend our bodies and go from one body to another simply by the power of our thought and intent. It's just a stone's throw away. And that's a giant leap. But it's like a... what's the word? It's discrete. It's not continuous. It's discrete. So it goes like this. You know? Like a pixel. Like computers. Computers are generally discrete. But physical bodies and analog systems are continuous. So we invent this technology, which I would go so far as to say it exists right now, and we're just trying to mollify ourselves to be able to handle it so that it can be presented to all of us. Then this reality is completely irrelevant. Irrelevant. Sorry. If I tell you to think about, or not to think about elephants, what are you thinking about? Elephants. The movie Inception. There was a lot there. Another element that was probably incepted into the zeitgeist, into Christopher Nolan's creative mind, because he could present it to us properly, to give us another little aspect of it all. It's hugely important. I also talk about Inception in my story, which it looks like nobody's gonna read. I do keep in mind that The Alchemist in its first 2 years of being on the market sold 2 copies. And The Alchemist now has sold tens of millions of copies across the entire planet. And it's an extremely popular book today and will be forever. I do keep that in mind, but at the same time I don't have the ego to say that I could come anywhere close to that level of success. I'm probably just going to be another forgettable author, regardless of how good or bad my writing is. Because it's not just about you being good, you also have to be discovered. So. But I talk about it in my story. You can decide whether you want to read it or not. It's this one right here. You decide what you want to do. You decide what you want to believe. The aliens aren't there. They're not. I wish they were. God's there, though. Again. As human beings, we are, out of necessity, made to be humble, to have humility. And to say that we are made in the image of God is the very closest we can get to say the truth. That we fully are God. Little fractioned pieces of Him. We are God. He made us to be that. We're the ones that are actually making this reality around us. It's our perception that makes reality. And the aliens are not there. They don't exist. Until they prove me wrong, they will simply be specters, ghosts, our descendants that are trying to force the path of reality in their direction so that they continue to exist. But they don't. Alright, guys. That's all I got for today. I had to say something here because my friend Boris has brought this up several times and I think he's being misdirected. But, I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 123 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read an essay. It was actually a stub that I called
Balrog. I wrote this back in 2016, but I have since added to it. I extended it a little bit today, and I'm going to read it to you. As you fight the bloody battle to dispatch your inner Balrog, it's a type of demon, as it grasps your neck, attempting to choke the burgeoning light out of your eyes, know that you do not walk alone. We all have demons. Some of them are readily visible through physical and emotional traumas that we carry on in our bodies, through our personalities, and others we tend to keep at bay and to ourselves. One way or another, they are there. As this hellish world demands its pound of flesh, that we all must suffer in the most sadistic and personalized of ways. Knowing that you do not walk alone is a reference to us being our brother's keepers, as well as God himself walking with us as we suffer, until we're ready to move past the hellish existence of this world. The choice, ultimately, is ours, but many of us are entranced by the siren song of the enemy, allowing it to both corrupt and confuse us, usually at the same time. I'll be there to help you. Both God, Jesus, and I, Peyton Pearson, will be there to help you in any way, shape, or form that we can. I am God's servant, as any truly earnestly trying person is. That is, a person trying to advance the human family, help you on an individual level, and ultimately make the world a better place. Any pain that I myself may be causing, by virtue of my words, or even by my existence itself, I don't mean to cause that pain, and I would much rather soak it up myself and destroy it. The pain, that is. No more pain. No more pain. It is gone. You do not face such tremendous hurdles alone. If you do not see this edifice now, you soon will, and I'll be pointing at its weak spots, providing all the tools you need. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world that he does not exist. This, therefore, is how we end up turning the world upside down, misattributing the evils of this world to God instead, when God is axiomatically love, and the evil axiomatically apart from God. If you believe that God does not exist, or have in some way been convinced of it, then all things are equal. There is no juxtaposition, and it all seems to come from the same source, whether it be pure chance or guided by an intelligent hand. The most potent tool that you can be given, that you need, is this knowledge that evil is real, that the devil does exist, and that the devil is not God. But I cannot do it for you. This is your chance. Whatever you fear, it makes sense to charge toward it as powerfully as you can muster, to put yourself on the knife's edge of maximal effort, to achieve maximal effort, or maximal growth. Don't go too far, as you'll crash out, but don't go less than you can, or you will not fully utilize the chance that God has given you. Your free will is yours. It is what constitutes you as a sovereign individual. But if you are controlled by fear, you are not exercising said free will, and you are sacrificing yourself and your chance. So yeah, I wrote that with its little addition today. Actually, the original was just about 4 lines, 5 lines, but the extended version are my new thoughts that came today. I literally wrote this extension down today. So, we're all sovereign individuals. We all play a part. This connects with what I said in my last video. A world in which morality is not a disadvantage is worth fighting and, if need be, dying for. This ties into what exactly that means. A world without morality, therefore, is a world without God. A world in which I do not want to live. So it's up to us to make the world where morality is not a disadvantage a reality. In our sovereign free will, we exercise that capacity to create the opportunity for said reality. That's it for today, guys. Hope you got something out of this. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 155 and Telling Me YouTube Millionaire. And what I was talking about in my most recent videos about YouTube not pushing certain channels and whatnot, it bears repeating because YouTube really has screwed us out of tens of thousands